Feng Zhan's death was suspicious, and his bones were never found. Later, Feng Bailing fell seriously ill, and Yenner was still young, so no one continued to investigate. This matter became a burden on Feng Bailing's heart. He thought he would die with this regret, but unexpectedly, Yenner had a lucky encounter. Not only did she cure his illness, but she also helped the general's mansion flourish. She became a renowned healer in the Great Summer Dynasty, loved by the common people. Besides that, she was skilled in business, military strategy, and more. She was better than many men. Finally, she married the great summer war god prince, Xiao Minji. Feng Qingyan made him stronger than before and brought endless hope. This time, in the southern realm, besides following the emperor's orders, Feng Baiting had an important task. That was to investigate Feng Zhan's death. He believed that seeing the body was necessary, either alive or dead. He had a feeling that Feng Zhan might not be dead. Feng Baiting took Feng Yin and Feng Lin to a graveyard. Standing there were the tombstones of Feng Zhan and Chu Qianxuan. Because Feng Zhan's body was never found, this was a tomb built for him by the soldiers. Chu Qianxuan couldn't bear the news of Feng Zhan's death and followed him there. Of course, this was the official story. In truth, Feng Baiting had a secret he never told anyone. When Feng Zhan died, Chu Qianxuan was heartbroken. She found Feng Baiting and made a bold decision. The emperor had always harbored ill intentions toward Chu Qianxuan. With Feng Zhan gone, the emperor was unlikely to give up easily. So, she thought about faking her death to escape the emperor's grasp. Additionally, she didn't believe Feng Zhan was truly dead. She felt there was something suspicious about his death. She wanted to go alone to the southern realm to find the truth. Since then, Feng Baiting had never seen Chu Qianxuan again. He didn't even tell Feng Qingyan about it. Years passed quickly. He often wished that one day Chu Qianxuan would return and bring good news that Feng Zhan was still alive. But year after year, it was just hope. Feng Lin and Feng Yin bowed deeply 3 times in front of the tombstone. Feng Yin had never met Feng Zhan, but he had heard countless stories of his heroism from his father. He admired him greatly. "Godfather, I am Feng Yin, also Zhao Bin's son. Rest assured, I will take good care of grandfather and sister Qingyan. One day, I will personally avenge you and my father." Feng Yin spoke about his background in front of Feng Zhan's tombstone. Feng Lin was surprised to hear this. No wonder he felt Feng Yin seemed familiar. "Good brother, from now on we will fight side by side." When Feng Lin was young, he had also been taught by Zhao Bin. He felt great sympathy for Zhao's family and couldn't help but feel more compassion for Feng Yin. The emperor is foolish and unjust. The events of Feng Zhan's rebellion clearly suggest a connection to the royal family. The soldiers have long been unhappy with him. His father died young in battle. If Feng Zhan hadn't taken him in and taught him, his fate might have been the same as Feng Yin's. They are unfortunate but also lucky in some ways. Feng Yin and Feng Lin exchange a quiet smile, understanding each other without words. Seeing the friendship in their eyes, Feng Baiting feels truly comforted. After spending some time at the graveyard, the 3 of them return to the southern camp. Feng Lin takes Feng Baiting back to his own house. "Grandfather and 3rd brother can stay here for now. Tomorrow, I will arrange proper accommodations for you. The situation in the southern region is much better than in the northwest, with good environment and geography. Life in the camp is quite comfortable." Feng Lin also has his own private courtyard. "Good, you just focus on preparing everything. No need to be too extravagant." Feng Baiting hasn't been to the south for many years. Things have changed a lot here. But it's still simpler than the capital, so just keep it straightforward. "Oh, grandfather, why did the emperor suddenly send you to the south?" Feng Lin is quite puzzled. He doesn't understand what the emperor's plan is. In recent years, the south has been peaceful between the 2 countries. Nothing serious has happened. Even if there was a war, it wouldn't involve someone as old as Feng Baiting. The emperor is a fool. He has ill intentions towards your sister Yenner. The northwest is also unstable. The 9th prince has probably gone there too, so he naturally wants to keep me away. Feng Baiting doesn't hide anything. Anyway, the emperor is an enemy. From the moment they left the capital, he had already made up his mind. Isn't it dangerous for Yenner to stay in the capital alone? Feng Lin asks worriedly. Don't worry. Yenner has gone to the northwest with the 9th prince. Your adoptive father's past is also connected to the current emperor. How can we serve such a ruler? Feng Beiting is very angry. Just thinking about Feng Zhan's death being related to the emperor makes him want to tear him apart. What does grandfather mean? Feng Lin narrows his eyes and looks at Feng Beiting, not surprised. It seems what must happen will happen. This matter needs careful planning. For now, don't let others know. Now I don't know what is happening in the northwest. We will wait for news from Prince Nine and Yenner, then make new plans. Before Feng Bailing came to the southern border, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji had already made a decision. If the emperor is unkind, then they shouldn't be blamed for being unfaithful. Most likely, they won't return to the capital. Feng Lin nodded. He knew this matter could be big or small, and he would handle it properly. Feng Bailing wandered around Feng Lin's place and suddenly was drawn to a piece pendant on his desk. Where did you get this? He picked up the pendant and looked at it more and more excited. Grandfather, is this pendant special? I found it outside. Seeing Feng Bailing so excited, Feng Lin quickly asked, where did you find it? This was a coming-of-age gift I gave to my sworn father. If I remember correctly, he has always worn it close to him. Feng Bailing looked at the peace token with red eyes. His mind was full of the scene when he gave Feng Zhan his coming-of-age gift years ago. The honor of the general's house was earned with the lives of their Feng family members. But as a father, who wouldn't want their child to be safe and sound all their life? A few days ago, a mysterious group appeared in the southern border, but they did nothing. When I went to check with my people, I found this on the road and brought it back. Could it be that grandfather is mistaken? This can't be something from sworn father. If Feng Lin guessed right, this item was probably accidentally dropped by that mysterious group. How could Feng Zhan's belongings be with those mysterious people? I will never be mistaken. There is even my own handwriting with my son's name on it. Feng Bailing immediately pointed to a small corner of the peace token where a tiny character, Zhan, was engraved. How is that possible? Feng Lin's eyes widened as he carefully examined the peace token. At that time, he picked up this token just to see if he could find clues about those black-clad people. He never expected it to be a gift from Feng Bailing to Feng Zhan. Do you think it's possible that sworn father is not dead, but has gone to Manhwa? Feng Yin spoke at this moment. If this peace token really belonged to Feng Zhan, then that was the only possibility. Not dead? Then why did he go to Manhwa? Why haven't you come back all these years? Feng Bailing was a little emotional. He said, I can't define my father, but I can't control myself. Feng Yin frowned. If Feng Zhan were really alive, how could he not want to come back and see us? Even if he couldn't, he should at least send a message to let Feng Bailing and the others know he was safe. Feng Bailing felt both grief and hope. He wished all of this was true, but he was also afraid it was just a dream. He hoped everything was just a false hope. Grandfather, don't be too upset. The fact that our adoptive father might still be alive is good news. Feng Lin quickly comforted him. No, I have to go to Manhwa myself and find out what is really happening. Feng Bailing couldn't wait any longer. He needed to find out the truth as soon as possible. Grandfather, you shouldn't rush. I think it's better to discuss this with Sister Yen. Feng Yin quickly advised. Grandfather, I agree with Yin. You must stay calm. Many people in Manhwa know you, and it's too dangerous for you to go. Feng Lin also agreed. Because of the ongoing wars between the two countries, Feng Bailing, as a general in the southern part of the Great Xia, was seen as an enemy by the people of Manhwa. Yes, grandfather. You've waited so many years. There's no need to rush now. I will write to Sister Qingyan, and maybe she has a good idea. Feng Yin also said quickly. Before leaving, Feng Qingyan repeatedly told him to take good care of his grandfather. He absolutely couldn't let Feng Bailing take such a risk. At this moment, Feng Bailing calmed down a little. Going to Manhwa really wasn't a good idea. If Feng Zhan was truly alive and hadn't come back all these years, he must have encountered something in Manhwa. Going there might only cause more trouble. Feng Qingyan is always clever and resourceful. He also wanted to hear her opinion. Grandfather, those mysterious people might come back again. Let's observe for a few more days and wait for Sister Yan's reply. Even if he went to Nanhua to find someone, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, very difficult. If they could meet those mysterious people again, they might uncover the truth. Feng Bailing nodded. This was the best they could do now. Feng Yin wrote a letter and quickly sent it to the northwest camp. 5 days later, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji finally received a letter from Feng Yin. When they saw the contents of the letter, Feng Qingyan was suddenly shocked. What's wrong? What does the letter say? Seeing her reaction, Xiao Minji thought something had happened and quickly asked. Just read it yourself. Feng Qingyan handed the letter to Xiao Minji. Although she was not the original owner, hearing such news still made her feel excited. Feng Yin said that her father-in-law might still be alive, possibly in Nanhua. But after so many years, why has there been no news? Xiao Minji quickly read the letter and was also surprised. The death of Feng Zhan was a big scandal back then, known by everyone. Now suddenly saying he might still be alive was quite shocking. Feng Qingyan shook her head. Back then, the war was manipulated by the emperor, likely to have involved some benefit with Nanhua. Maybe Nanhua did something to hide the truth. Yener, what do you plan to do? Xiao Minji looked up at Feng Qingyan and asked. Since they now knew Feng Zhan might still be alive, they couldn't just ignore it. I want to go to Nanhua myself and find out what's really going on. As Feng Zhan's only daughter, Feng Qingyan felt she had to take responsibility. I'll go with you. Xiao Minji didn't hesitate at all and spoke directly. He didn't want to just let Feng Qingyan go alone into Nanhua. The situation in the northwest was now stable, and the soldiers were full of energy. They probably didn't need them anymore. The northwest could be left to Xia Yan and Jisheng. But what about the northwest? Xiao Minji had only recently arrived in the northwest, and now he was leaving with her. How would the soldiers feel? Would they think he was abandoning them for his wife? Don't worry about the northwest, Yener. You've done so much for the soldiers. They will understand. People's hearts are made of flesh. During Feng Qingyan's time in the northwest, she did a lot for the soldiers. Now that she's in trouble, Xiao Minji will naturally do everything he can to help her. The soldiers in the northwest wouldn't say anything either. What if we leave, and Bailiang gets desperate and tries to break through the wall? There's no wall that keeps everything hidden forever. After Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji left, they surely took a helicopter. At that time, Bailiang might take this chance to make a comeback. Without Xiao Minji here to lead, the Northwest Army's morale would definitely drop. Let them come, Feng Qingyan said. After this period of intimidation, their fighting spirit has been worn down. Our Northwest Army is not easy to defeat. We have fought them before and never lost. Xiao Minji also thought about this. Before leaving, he would have made all the arrangements. Feng Zhan's situation in Nanhua was also something he needed to know. He absolutely couldn't let Feng Qingyan go alone into danger. But Feng Qingyan wanted to say more, but Xiao Minji cut her off. There's no but. If you're really worried, leave some bombs for Xia Yan and the others. Even if Bailiang makes a move, they won't come back alive. What are you still worried about? They weren't afraid of Bailiang, especially with Feng Qingyan's bombs as backup. There was nothing to fear. That's true. Feng Qingyan nodded. If she went alone to Nanhua, Feng Bailing wouldn't agree either. So, Xiao Minji would have to go with her. It seemed she could only leave some trusted weapons with the Northwest soldiers before leaving. They didn't delay further. They quickly gathered Xia Yan, Jisheng, and a few other important generals to discuss plans after their departure. Xiao Minji briefly explained the situation and asked for their opinions. Does anyone have concerns? Now's the time to speak. We have no worries. Prince, please go ahead and accompany the princess to Nanhua. We will guard the northwest well, Jisheng and Xia Yan said in unison. The other generals also agreed loudly. Feng Baiting and Feng Yin also came out. Grandfather, do you see what this is? Feng Lin naturally had never seen a helicopter. When he saw the helicopter flying toward them, he was unsure how to respond and turned to ask Feng Baiting. I've never seen it before. Feng Biting frowned. He had lived so many years and had never seen such a thing. This large object could fly freely in the sky like a bird. Increase our alertness. Everyone, hide quickly. Feng Lin didn't understand what a helicopter was and was worried about danger. He instinctively told the soldiers to hide. Is there really such a strange thing in the world?
I hope it's not a bad sign.
Feng Biting, as a veteran general of the Southern Realm, looked at the helicopter with concern. He was clearly worried about the soldiers of the Southern Realm. This thing was beyond their understanding. If it was a divine weapon or a powerful tool, they wouldn't know how to deal with it. Next to him, Feng Yin watched the helicopter get closer. Instead of panicking, he looked excited. Because Feng Yin knew some of Feng Qingyan's secrets. He had a feeling that this thing must be made by her. He had sent a letter to the Northwest, and they should have received it by now. Grandfather, third brother, this is too dangerous. You two, hide quickly. Feng Lin saw the helicopter approaching. Feng Biting and Feng Yin were still staring at it without moving, so he hurriedly spoke. Big brother, grandfather, it's sister Qingyan. Feng Yin had good eyesight. At this moment, he saw Feng Qingyan waving at him from the helicopter and smiled, waving back. He knew for sure it was Feng Qingyan.
What?
What? Feng Lin thought he had heard wrong. He looked surprised toward the helicopter. Sure enough, he saw figures on the helicopter. It's really Yenner. Feng Biting, hearing Feng Yin, also saw the familiar figure on the helicopter. Grandfather, Feng Yin, it's me. This time, Xiao Minji, who was flying from the northwest to the southern realm, was the pilot. Feng Qingyan, seeing that they saw her, stuck her head out of the helicopter and waved at them, calling out. The crisis was over. Feng Lin and Feng Biting finally relaxed and waved up at the helicopter. The soldiers also stopped hiding and curiously looked at the helicopter. Xiao Minji slowly landed the plane, stopping not far from Feng Biting and the others. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji stepped out of the helicopter, and Feng Biting and the others hurried to greet them. Yenner Minji, it's really you. Feng Biting was both surprised and happy to see Feng Qingyan again. They hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. We rushed over as soon as we received Feng Yin's letter, Feng Qingyan said with a smile. Qingyan sister, I didn't expect you to come so fast. That's wonderful. Feng Yin was also very happy to see Feng Qingyan. His eyes kept fixed on the helicopter behind them, showing strong interest. Feng Lin was seeing Feng Qingyan for the first time. He hadn't expected that his sister, whom he'd never met before, was not only rumored to be a remarkable woman but also had such outstanding beauty. He couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Xiao Minji didn't know Feng Lin's identity. When he noticed Feng Lin's gaze, he gave him a cold look. Feng Lin felt a chill down his back and realized he had offended him. Greetings, Ninth Prince and Ninth Princess. He naturally recognized the famous war god prince and quickly bowed to Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan. No need for formalities. Get up quickly. Who is this? Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji exchanged a glance. She didn't recognize Feng Lin either, and looked up at Feng Biting. Yenner Minji, I forgot to introduce you. This is Feng Lin, your sworn brother. Feng Biting hurriedly explained. So, it's big brother. Little sister greets you, Feng Qingyan said, having heard Feng Biting mention Feng Lin many times. Feng Lin had truly dedicated a lot to the Feng family, so Feng Qingyan also respected him very much. Yenner, please get up quickly. You're about to make your brother worried, Feng Lin said, having a very good first impression of Feng Qingyan. She was dignified, graceful, well-educated, talented, modest, and calm. Rare qualities in the world. Unfortunately, Feng Qingyan was already in a relationship, so he couldn't hope for more. He felt a bit disappointed. If he had followed Feng Biting back to the capital that year, maybe there would have been a chance. Feng Lin shook his head and quickly pushed away his messy thoughts. Some things might just be destined not to belong to you. Please take care of me in the future, Brother Lin. Xiao Minji's voice was deep and carried a warning tone. As a man, he naturally understood what Feng Lin's gaze meant. His little wife was always attracting attention wherever she went, which was quite troublesome. But since the other person was Feng Qingyan's older brother, he didn't want to go too far. He hoped Feng Lin would know his limits. Prince 9, you're overreacting. Feng Lin felt embarrassed and realized he had been rude just now. No wonder he was called the War God Prince. His brother-in-law was really quite domineering. All right, let's not stand here any longer. Let's go back to the house and talk. Feng Baiting quickly called everyone to return to their residence. He wanted to talk to Feng Qingyan about her parents. Everyone sat down, as they were all family. Feng Baiting no longer kept secrets and explained the story of Chu Qianxuan's fake death from back then. Grandfather said that your mother might still be alive. Feng Qingyan didn't know how to express her feelings now. Just a few days had passed, and her parents, who had been dead for many years, suddenly might still be alive. It was truly unbelievable. And she wasn't even the original owner. But perhaps, sharing this body with the original owner, she had always hoped and longed for this kind of family love from the bottom of her heart. She had a feeling, a strong belief, that they would love her just like Feng Baiting did. She would also try her best to love them well for the sake of the original owner. Yes, back then, your mother didn't believe your father was truly gone, so she faked her death and went to find him herself. Feng Baiting nodded. The death of Feng Zhan had hit him very hard, and he didn't have much energy left to care about other things. His health was worsening, and he lost contact with Chu Qianxuan. No wonder I felt something was strange back then. Feng Lin suddenly understood. He had personally set up the tomb for Feng Zhan, and Chu Qianxuan was buried together with Feng Zhan. He had noticed something was wrong and wanted to check, but Feng Baiting stopped him. Back then, your mother didn't believe your father had truly left. She left a message and disappeared without a trace. At first, I thought she was just too grief-stricken. Until recently, Feng Lin found this in the southern border. Feng Baiting took out a peace talisman from his pocket and handed it to Feng Qingyan. Isn't this your father's personal belonging? Feng Qingyan examined the peace talisman and then looked up at Feng Bailing. She vaguely remembered from the original owner's memory that this was a treasure of Feng Zhan. That's right. This was a coming-of-age gift I gave to your father. It was also the first time he went to battle. I gave him this peace talisman. Since then, he has always carried it with him. A few days ago, some mysterious people appeared in the southern border. When Feng Lin checked, he found this. So, we suspect your father might be in Manhwa, and Feng Yin has written you a letter about it. Feng Bailing and Feng Qingyan looked at each other. Is it possible that this was left behind by my father? Or that someone else picked it up? After all, a peace talisman alone can't prove much. This talisman is made of high-quality Hetian jade, with a bright, transparent, and smooth surface, worth a lot. If someone had picked it up back then, it wouldn't be surprising. But this coincidence is quite striking. At first, I thought the same, Feng Bailing said. But these days, I've been waiting in Manhwa for your reply. Bored, I often went to the place where Feng Lin found the talisman to check. I also looked to see if those black-clad people would appear again. Then, one evening, Feng Bailing was also trying his luck, thinking there might be a 1 in 100 chance. He waited several days and finally saw someone one evening. The person, dressed in black, looked almost identical in build to Feng Zhan. When Feng Bailing saw him searching for something, he was about to approach and speak. But the man only glanced at Feng Bailing, as if he didn't recognize him, and quickly left. However, when Feng Bailing looked into his eyes, he couldn't help but be startled. Those eyes were all too familiar, yet in them, he saw something strange. Feng Bailing didn't know whether to feel sad or happy. At least, that black-clad man had given him hope. He was determined to find out the truth about this matter. But we don't know much about those black-clad people. If we go to Manhwa, where should we start looking? With so little clue, searching in Manhwa would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would be very inefficient. And after this incident, those people probably noticed something and wouldn't appear easily again. The swords carried by those black-clad men are all the same, and each sword has a carved phoenix on the blade. If I am not mistaken, they are probably working for members of the Southern Vietnam royal family. Feng Lin spoke slowly at this moment. He had fought with the men in black before and observed them carefully. Apart from that, the group of black-clad men was well-trained, clearly military in origin, disciplined, and organized. They also had a phoenix-shaped mark on their swords. Southern Vietnam is a matriarchal country where women hold power, and the phoenix is a symbol of the royal family. It's easy to guess that they come from the royal family. If that's the case, our target is smaller than we thought. Feng Qingyan nodded. With a general idea of their direction, they wouldn't be like headless flies wandering aimlessly. Xiao Minji, Feng Qingyan, Feng Bailing, and Feng Lin began discussing their plan to go to southern Vietnam. Feng Yin couldn't join the conversation and quietly stepped back inside. He looked a bit sad. If Feng Zhan really wasn't dead, Feng Qingyan and the others would be very happy. But Feng Yin's whole family was affected by Feng Zhan's situation. Only he survived. That's an unchangeable fact. He couldn't help but feel emotional. Feng Yin sat outside for a while, and Feng Qingyan also came out and sat beside him. Are you missing your parents? She had sensed Feng Yin's unease earlier and followed him out worried. Feng Yin nodded, his eyes red, clearly overwhelmed. He was still just a young boy. Who wouldn't want the company and love of their parents? Feng Qingyan had seen him at his most vulnerable. In front of her, Feng Yin didn't hide his feelings. Do you blame my father? If it weren't for him, your family wouldn't have faced such disaster. Feng Qingyan frowned slightly. Although the incident back then wasn't Feng Zhan's fault, Feng Yin's family suffered misfortune, which was indeed related to Feng Zhan. If Xiao Bin had known about the emperor's plan to frame Feng Zhan, he wouldn't have been silenced. Elder sister Qingyan, if my adoptive father were still alive, I would be very happy for you. I really don't blame him. I know this has nothing to do with him. It's only the wicked emperor's greed and cruelty. Feng Yin had known who his enemies were from the start, but he still felt very sad inside. It would be so good if his parents were still alive. Do you remember the promise we made when you first found me? Feng Qingyan looked firmly at Feng Yin. Of course I remember. Feng Yin nodded. If not for the belief in revenge, he might have given up on life long ago. Your sister promised you that we would work together to avenge them someday, okay? Feng Qingyan didn't know what else she could do for him. She truly felt sympathy for Feng Yin's suffering. Feng Yin nodded again. He was willing to trust Feng Qingyan unconditionally. Without her, he might have already died from the cold or hunger, let alone seek revenge. Remember, no matter when, my grandfather and I are your closest family. If your adoptive father is still alive and knows about you, he would treat you like his own child. Life isn't just about hatred. There are many meaningful things. If your parents were alive, they would want you to be happy. Feng Qingyan thought that perhaps it was fate that made her save Feng Yin in the first place. Yes, I understand. Thank you, sister, Feng Yin said. He knew Feng Qingyan and the others truly treated him like family. Without them, he wouldn't be who he is today, and he was very grateful. Silly boy, what are you still pretending with me? We're family. Feng Qingyan patted Feng Yin's strong shoulder. During their days at the general's residence, Feng Yin's health improved thanks to Feng Qingyan's care. He was no longer the weak little boy she first met. She believed that soon he would find his own path and succeed. Yes, we are family. Feng Yin shook off his recent gloom and smiled at Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan was like a big sister, not only teaching him many skills, but also giving him warmth. She was like a bright light guiding him forward. Traveling to Manhwa was without doubt. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji went together. They stayed a few more days in Nanjia, making sure the group of black-clad men wouldn't appear again, then prepared to leave for Nanhua. The helicopter was too conspicuous, so they couldn't use it. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji planned to disguise themselves as a business couple and go to Nanhua to sell silk and jewelry. In southern Yu, women hold high status, and silk jewelry is definitely popular. This is also something Feng Qingyan is good at. Although they're going to find someone, opening this route could also be a good way to make money. Yenner Mingyi, you must be very careful when you go to southern Yu. No matter what happens, your safety comes first. Feng Bailing looks worried. He cares deeply for his son, but the safety of Feng Qingyan and the others is just as important.
Janne understands.
With a Feng Guard team accompanying us, grandfather need not worry. If that person really is my father, I will bring him back no matter what. Feng Qingyan understands Feng Bailing's feelings. Earlier, she sent Luo Tian and others to Feng Bailing to the southern border. Now, they can disguise themselves as a merchant group and go to Southern Yu together. Having people with her makes things much easier once they arrive in Southern Yu.
Good.
Mingyi, I leave her in your care. Be sure to look after her well. Feng Bailing finally reminds Xiao Mingyi again. This shows how much he trusts Xiao Mingyi. Grandfather, don't worry. I will take good care of Yenner and make sure she's safe. We also arrange for people in Southern Yu to support us, so there's no need to worry, Xiao Mingyi promises repeatedly. He knows what to do without Feng Bailing telling him. He considers Feng Qingyan more important than his own life. Feng Bailing's eyes turn red with reluctance. He knows they are capable, so he says no more. Feng Lin and Feng Qingyan and Xiao Mingyi to the border between Southern Yu and Daxia. Beyond that is Southern Yu's territory, and it's not appropriate to see them off further. Prince, I had someone find a map of the Southern Yu Imperial City overnight. I hope it will be useful for you and Yenner. Feng Lin takes out a rolled piece of sheepskin from his and hands it to Xiao Mingyi. It's a map of Southern Yu. After yesterday's events, he's become more cautious. His feelings for Feng Qingyan were only from their first meeting, an initial surprise that sparked fantasies about a partner with no other intentions. They will be family in the future, and he hopes Xiao Mingyi can also clear up any misunderstandings. Thank you, Lin. This map will be very helpful for us. Xiao Mingyi looks at the map, nodding with satisfaction to show his gratitude. Feng Lin knows to avoid suspicion. After all, he and Feng Qingyan are not truly siblings. Feng Qingyan is so outstanding, so special, and so beautiful that she could captivate any man who wouldn't be moved by her. But now she is already his wife, so he naturally won't give others any chance. We are all family. Your Highness, please don't be polite. Seeing Xiao Mingyi's attitude, Feng Lin relaxes. The mighty war god prince is not just famous for nothing. His natural aura of authority is very strong and commanding. At the same time, Feng Lin is happy that Feng Qingyan has found such a caring husband. Jie Qingyan, this is our Zhao family's secret weapon. Take it for self-defense. You must protect yourself well. We are waiting for you to bring your adoptive father back. Feng Yi knows Feng Qingyan is very capable, but he still worries. He gives her a cleverly designed art weapon and explains how to use it. Yin, you are thoughtful. You also need to take good care of yourself and our grandfather. The items I gave you for self-defense must be kept safe, just in case. Before Feng Northsteel and others came to the southern border, Feng Qingyan had left guns and explosives for Feng Yin. Last night, she left another batch for him. The southern border is not like the capital city. If they reveal their identities there, it could cause unrest. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Mingyi wave goodbye to Feng Lin and Feng Yin. Dressed as wealthy merchants, they get into a carriage and follow the merchant convoy led by Feng guards heading south to Yu. In the carriage, Feng Qingyan looks at Xiao Mingyi and can't help but laugh. Is it that funny? Xiao Mingyi looks a bit embarrassed. His outfit was carefully chosen and put together by Feng Qingyan herself, yet she still laughs. Maybe you should just shave your beard. Feng Qingyan, wanting Xiao Mingyi to look more like an experienced merchant and hide his imposing presence, slightly changed his appearance and added 2 small beards. But this makes them look older, and she feels like she's playing the role of a young wife. Yan, didn't you say that if I grow a beard I'll look more steady and trustworthy? That it would give a sense of security? And that older men are more caring? Xiao Mingyi pulls Feng Qingyan into his arms and looks at her with a mischievous smile. I just think sticking on a beard is too troublesome, and you might also find it inconvenient sometimes. Feng Qingyan felt embarrassed. Wasn't she just joking to make Xiao Mingyi put on a beard? How could it be taken seriously? Since Yenner likes it, what's the trouble? Xiao Mingyi looked at Feng Qingyan, knowing full well that her words were just to tease him. Now, he was starting to regret it, but it was too late. Maybe we shouldn't do it. I'll help you take it off. They've been going to Manhwa for a few days. If they accidentally reveal something, it might make people suspicious. The beard Feng Qingyan stuck on Xiao Mingyi was a no-trace type, very realistic and comfortable. But the more realistic it was, the more Feng Qingyan felt like the person in front of her had changed. It made her a little uncomfortable, especially being so close and intimate with Xiao Minji. It even felt a bit like sneaking around. This was really getting out of hand. Once it's stuck on, it's a pity to take it off. You should experience something new, Yenner. Feng Qingyan's resistance to being close to him suddenly made Xiao Minji realize why she had changed her mind. But this also made him suddenly interested, and found it quite exciting. Xiao Minji grinned mischievously and leaned closer to Feng Qingyan's face. Xiao Minji, what are you? What are you doing? I won't laugh at you anymore. Don't come any closer. Feng Qingyan quickly pushed him away. Looking at Xiao Minji with a beard, slightly changed appearance, she felt something she couldn't quite describe. Xiao Minji wouldn't let her escape easily. He held her tightly in his arms. He even deliberately rubbed the beard on her face and neck. His big hand on her waist also became restless. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the carriage became very intimate. Xiao Minji, stop messing around. Feng Qingyan's face instantly turned red. She quickly spoke to stop Xiao Minji's actions. But in the next second, her voice was drowned out by Xiao Minji's kiss. Xiao Minji's kiss was fierce and dominant, attacking relentlessly. Soon, Feng Qingyan was completely immersed in his deep kiss, like a gentle stream collapsing into his arms. Their breathing grew heavier, and the entire carriage was filled with a strong sense of passion. Xiao Minji finally released Feng Qingyan's lips and moved downward. She brushed her smooth neck and then kissed her small, red earlobe. It seems that Yen really likes mature and steady men, Xiao Minji whispered softly into Feng Qingyan's ear. Warm breath brushed her neck, making her feel tingly all over. Her whole neck turned a light pink. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Minji smiled mischievously and playfully squeezed her waist. Feng Qingyan, already a bit dizzy from his kisses, instinctively held tightly onto his strong waist. She couldn't help but let out a soft, pleasant sound. Feeling shy and annoyed, she suddenly bit his Adam's apple. Are you trying to tease me? Xiao Minji whispered deeply, and his suppressed desire suddenly burst out. He pressed Feng Qingyan onto the soft seat of the carriage. Xiao Minji, don't be reckless. She quickly regained her composure and realized what was happening. She knew she had been playing with fire. They were still on the carriage. In modern times, people talk about car intimacy, but in ancient times, it was better to avoid that. The soundproofing was poor, and it wasn't very comfortable. With Xiao Minji's energetic nature, Feng Qingyan seriously doubted he could move freely. Most importantly, her face wasn't thick enough to handle this. There was a screen separating them, and outside were the phone guards. She didn't want others to overhear or see everything. She struggled to get up. Yen, I feel uncomfortable. Xiao Minji looked at her with a sad expression. His little wife always caused trouble, but never helped put out the fire. We're on the carriage, she said sharply, glaring at him. What was he trying to do now? Her boundaries had been pushed again and again, as she kept unlocking new limits with him. This time, she was determined not to give in. Yen, Xiao Minji tugged at his beard and looked at her tenderly. Was he planning to use his charm again? No, I won't allow it. She immediately turned her head away, afraid that if she stayed any longer, her self-control would break. She was determined not to fall for it. At that moment, the carriage suddenly jolted, causing Feng Qingyan to lose her balance and lean to one side. She immediately fell towards Xiao Minji. Fearing she might be thrown out again, Feng Qingyan quickly hugged Xiao Minji beneath her. As the carriage jolted again, Xiao Minji, already moved by her, couldn't help but let out a low growl. There was a bump in the road just now.
I didn't see it.
Are you both all right, Your Highness and Lady? The coachman outside the carriage heard the noise inside and asked repeatedly.
I'm fine.
We're fine, Xiao Minji replied quickly. But as soon as he spoke, he realized his voice was hoarse and rough. Feng Qingyan felt dizzy from the carriage's shaking. She didn't even realize her current situation. What is that thing? She rubbed her sore face, then looked up at Xiao Minji and couldn't help but complain. She also took the chance to get revenge on the culprit for her face. Yenner, are you trying to kill me? Xiao Minji was at a loss for words at this moment. How can he describe this feeling? If there were no coachman outside, he might have wanted to shout out loud.
I'm sorry, thanking the an suddenly Stefan.
She realized what she had just done. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. If earlier she said Feng Qingyan was playing with fire, now she was practically self-immolating. I don't want apologies. I want Yenner to help me. Xiao Minji changed his approach, realizing it wasn't appropriate on the carriage. He looked pitifully at his older brother and then at Feng Qingyan, as if blaming her for what happened. Feng Qingyan's head was buzzing. This guy's schemes didn't work, and now he was trying to gain sympathy again. But all of this was caused by her, and just now she really didn't mean to. Maybe she could just help him a little? Otherwise, he wouldn't feel good all the way. Yen is the best. Xiao Minji's face lit up with joy when Feng Qingyan didn't refuse, knowing she cared for him most. She couldn't bear to see him suffer. Feng Qingyan glared at him. He was just doing it on purpose, knowing she would soften. She pretended to be angry. Playfully, she scolded the instigator. Yenner is too naughty. I don't care. You caused trouble, so you have to take responsibility. Xiao Minji immediately trembled all over, looking like a hurt little wife, and gazed at Feng Qingyan with a look of grievance. He felt his whole body boiling with anger, and it was hard to suppress it. It seemed he could only use the most relentless persistence. Before Feng Qingyan could think much, Xiao Minji kissed her again. This time, his kiss was clearly more urgent. Feng Qingyan stopped teasing him and responded actively, cooperating with him. Receiving her response, Xiao Minji's kiss became even more eager. His large hand also grew more restless, gradually reaching for Feng Qingyan's curvy figure. Inside the carriage, a romantic and tender scene unfolded. Feng Qingyan thought she shouldn't be too compassionate. The soft-hearted result was her fingers aching and cheeks sore. Xiao Minji didn't say to finish quickly. He looked like he was enjoying himself endlessly. Finally, Feng Qingyan summoned all her strength to end this battle. She took a deep breath and wiped her rosy lips. What a mess. Doing things shouldn't be this exhausting, right? Yenner, you worked hard. Next time, let me help you. Xiao Minji lowered his head and kissed Feng Qingyan in his arms, eyes full of deep affection. Who needs your help? Hurry up and tidy yourself up. Feng Qingyan blushed and shot him a shy look, then threw her handkerchief directly at his face. This person was getting bolder and bolder, daring to say anything. Yenner, won't you help me? Xiao Minji smiled as he looked at Feng Qingyan. After such a long wedding, his little wife was still so shy. It was simply adorable. Dream on. Feng Qingyan looked at her own handiwork just now, her face turning even redder. She quickly turned her head away. She couldn't be bothered to pay him any more attention. She didn't want to stir up trouble again. Who gave me such a good wife? Xiao Minji looked satisfied and began tidying himself up. The carriage didn't travel much further before reaching the border between Manhwa and Daxia. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji also finished preparing themselves. Mu Qing had already made arrangements on the southern border of Nanhua and hurried over to assist Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan. Madam Ninth, we are about to reach Nanhua's territory. Please wait a moment. I will handle the situation. As the carriage reached the Nanhua checkpoint, Mu Qing immediately spoke to the two inside. He was dressed as a servant, which matched their current disguise perfectly. His words were smooth and flawless. When Mu Qing approached, the officer guarding Nanhua stepped forward and stopped him. Who are you? This is Nanhua territory. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. Sir, we are merchants from Daxia, dealing in silk. Business has been tough this year, so we came to Nanhua to seek new opportunities. We hope you can be understanding. Mu Qing took out a gold ingot from his sleeve and handed it to the officer. This road was originally a trade route for merchants from both countries. The officers were just going through the motions, hoping to get some bribes. Seeing Mu Qing's generous gesture, they naturally didn't want to cause trouble. Brothers, check their vehicles. The officer pocketed the silver and casually looked over their convoy, then ordered the soldiers to inspect. The soldiers, skilled at reading people, glanced at the cargo and responded casually. No problem, it's just some silk. Since there's no issue, let them pass, The officer pretended to be strict but was actually quite pleased, knowing the silver was in hand. Even if there were minor issues, as long as they weren't serious, he would turn a blind eye. Thank you for your understanding, officer. Wishing you a swift promotion and abundant wealth, Mu Qing quickly smiled and flattered, playing the part of a sycophantic commoner perfectly. Although the officer knew Mu Qing was flattering him, he still felt pleased. Mu Qing hurried back to the carriage and headed toward the border. As he passed by the officer, he suddenly looked at the carriage with bright eyes and asked, "Wait, who is inside the carriage? Why didn't they come out for inspection just now?" Reporting to the officer, "It's our young master and madam." The young master and madam, he caught a cold on the road and haven't fully recovered, so they couldn't come out. Mu Qing frowned slightly, thinking that the officer had noticed something suspicious. He quickly explained, "Did she catch a cold?" The officer looked at Mu Qing with doubt and didn't seem to believe him. "Yes, our young master's wife was worried about catching a chill, so she stayed inside." "Please understand, officer." Mu Qing glanced at the officer, noticing he still didn't want to let them go, and was already prepared to act. At that moment, Feng Qingyan suddenly lifted the curtain of the carriage and peeked out. Oh, so the officer really wants to meet the lady of the house. Her face was covered in large pimples, and her blush was applied so heavily it looked worse than a monkey's backside. Her bright red lips looked like she had just finished drinking blood, with a leftover green onion leaf stuck between her teeth. Plus, her exaggerated posture and dramatic expression made her look like a heavenly beauty, especially her fake, clipped voice, which made everyone feel goosebumps all over. You. The officer frowned deeply at Feng Qingyan's appearance and almost retched. He couldn't understand how the young master in the carriage could tolerate such an ugly person sharing the space. Isn't the officer here to check? The lady of the house will come out now for a proper inspection, Feng Qingyan said as she tried to step out of the carriage. You're not allowed to come out. Go. Hurry up and leave. Don't let the chill infect this lord. The officer waved his hands hurriedly, as if avoiding a plague. Just moments ago, through the carriage window, he had glimpsed a stunning beauty, but now he saw an ugly woman. He must have been imagining things, dreaming of a beauty and seeing a hallucination. Looks like tonight he should visit the Drunken Red Pavilion to enjoy some special service from a beautiful lady. Feng Qingyan reluctantly retreated back into the carriage. Thank you for your understanding, officer. Mu Qing quickly got back on the carriage and continued on his way. He lowered his head, almost unable to hold back his laughter. Their wife was too funny. After crossing the checkpoint, Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yenner, you look so adorable like that. His little wife was so mischievous. Just now, Feng Qingyan peeked out through the carriage curtain and saw the officer's squinting eyes outside, realizing trouble was coming. So she quickly took out a makeup kit from her space and carefully applied a beautiful flower-like makeup on her face. At first, he was a bit confused, but when the officer stopped the carriage, he understood. Although a few officers were not a big threat, they were here on official business, so they didn't want to attract too much attention. After all, in a foreign land, it's best to be cautious. Does the prince like it? Would you like me to serve you? Feng Qingyan playfully pretended to be like before, opening her mouth wide as if to bite, and leaned towards Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji pretended to be disgusted, but when Feng Qingyan got close, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her deeply. That's settled then. I'm looking forward to your performance tonight. He had waited a long time for Feng Qingyan to take the initiative, and he definitely couldn't miss this chance. The prince has quite the taste. How can you be so bold? Feng Qingyan was speechless. Looking at herself in the mirror now, she felt like she couldn't eat anything. Yet, he still managed to kiss her. As long as it's Yenner, I like her no matter what she looks like. Xiao Minji held Feng Qingyan even tighter. In this life, he had only one person in his heart, and that was forever. Feng Qingyan already occupied all the space in his heart, and he would never hold anyone else again. All you do is sweet talk to make me happy. Feng Qingyan leaned into Xiao Minji's embrace, feeling completely surrounded by happiness. If it had been before, she wouldn't believe a word of this. But after everything that happened, Xiao Minji truly kept his promise to her. He even did more than he promised. He really put her at the top of his heart. Even now, she still felt it was a bit unreal. If she had to say, being betrayed in her past life and ending up in this strange world was unfortunate. But she was also lucky, because here, she not only met Feng Biting but also Xiao Minji. One gave her deep family love, and the other gave her perfect love. Now she truly feels very happy. Entering Manhwa territory, the customs and local customs were clearly different from those of Daxia. Women are valued more highly than men, with a clear social hierarchy favoring females. In the Daxia kingdom, having 3 wives and several concubines was quite normal. In Manhwa, it was common for men to have multiple wives or even multiple husbands. Not to mention the empress. The harem probably resembled that of the Daxia emperor. In Manhwa, women are no longer confined to the inner courtyard. Women can appear in public and even go to the battlefield, standing on their own. Women in Manhwa really have good treatment. Feng Qingyan couldn't help but feel impressed. Their status is even higher than modern women. In Daxia, women going outside often face gossip and judgment. If she weren't from a military family and married into the 9th prince's residence, her frequent public appearances would have caused many rumors. But now it's different. However, Xiao Minji doesn't care about these things. He enjoys pampering Feng Qingyan, and her status makes others hesitant to say anything. Moreover, Feng Qingyan's abilities are well recognized, so people can't easily criticize her. Are you jealous, Yenna? Xiao Minji raised an eyebrow. The more he thought about Feng Qingyan's words, the more he felt something was off. This jealous side of her was starting to show again. Jealous? Of course I am, she admitted. Just imagining having several handsome men taking care of her every day felt incredibly delightful. In modern times, why is it that men can have many partners and be called charming, while women are considered inferior? Feng Qingyan was still defending modern women and didn't realize her own danger. Do you have other thoughts, Yenna? Xiao Minji looked at her with a happy expression, but his tone suddenly changed. What? What do you mean? Feng Qingyan felt a shadow looming over her head, making her heart tighten. She only thought about that scene, but she didn't really have such ideas. Xiao Minji couldn't handle another man, and she wouldn't want one either. With Xiao Minji's looks, figure, and strength, he's worth 2 men, no, 10. He's loyal and caring, a once-in-a-lifetime perfect man. Only a fool would think of looking elsewhere. What do you think? Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan, his whole body radiating jealousy. No, you. Please don't misunderstand. I just saw the situation in South Vietnam and was moved to speak. I absolutely have no other intentions. Seeing Xiao Minji's gaze, Feng Qingyan immediately backed down. Dear fellow women, please speak fairly. It seems my husband isn't trying hard enough, so Yenna still has other thoughts. Xiao Minji didn't care. His feelings of regret showed that he must have thought of something just now. He needs to crush Feng Qingyan's thoughts right from the start. Let her heart and mind only have him in the future. This possessiveness is so strong. Why do I like it so much? Xiao Minji glanced at Feng Qingyan's slim waist and flat belly, frowning slightly. He had worked so hard for so long, but why was there no sign of pregnancy? You. I didn't do anything. Don't falsely accuse me. Feng Qingyan felt her waist stiffen and forced a bitter smile. She didn't understand what this guy was always thinking about. Xiao Minji wants his wife to give him a baby. I said you have it, and I don't care. Anyway, don't forget what you promised me tonight. Xiao Minji was always shameless when it came to taking advantage of Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan was speechless. He still hadn't forgotten about this matter. It seemed all these plans were just waiting for her here. Looks like she definitely can't escape tonight. The two of them playfully argued inside the carriage, full of affection. Mu Qing led the caravan southward toward the imperial city of Manhwa. The mysterious group Xiao Minji asked him to investigate had already shown signs. They had spies in Manhwa tracking them, leaving marks along the way. From the direction, they probably headed to the imperial city. After a whole day of travel, they were tired, so Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji stopped at an inn to rest. Just as they settled in, a group of soldiers stormed into the inn. Leading them was a woman, dressed in a commanding armor, looking quite formidable, like a general. It seemed they were looking for someone. "Search this place thoroughly, don't miss any corner," the woman ordered. The soldiers immediately searched the inn, checking each room. The little man bowed to General Yuan and asked, "May I ask, General, what has happened? Are you looking for someone?" "I truly have no hiding criminals here." The shopkeeper heard the commotion outside and immediately came out to check. To his surprise, the person was the Red General Yuan Jing, under the Queen's command. He quickly stepped forward with a smile. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Yuan Jing looked at the shopkeeper sharply and sternly commanded, "Yes, yes, yes." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. This General Yuan was known for having a bad temper, so he was afraid of causing trouble and naturally didn't dare say much. He could only let them search. "Nothing here, Your Excellency. Nothing on this side either, Your Excellency." Soon the search team came out one after another to report. "This is impossible. I clearly saw someone enter the inn. Is there somewhere you haven't searched?" Yuan Jing frowned deeply. She had seen the person go into the inn herself. They couldn't have disappeared without reason. Reporting to the general, there is a private courtyard behind that hasn't been searched. Someone is guarding outside, not allowing us to go in. At this moment, a young soldier hurried forward to report. "Shopkeeper, who lives in that courtyard behind?" Yuan Jing's expression darkened. These people dared to block their officers from searching. How bold. Replying to the general, "It's a group of merchants living inside. They are definitely not the people you're looking for. From their accents, they don't seem to be from Manhwa, and it's normal if they don't recognize the officials. Maybe they are worried about their good safety, so they don't want us to search." Because Xiao Minji and others had given the shopkeeper a lot of silver, he couldn't help but speak well of them. "Money really can make the world go round. Let's go. I'll personally check it out." Yuan Jing naturally wouldn't believe the shopkeeper's words alone and change her mind. Instead, she thought that the more the shopkeeper said, the more suspicious he seemed. 15 minutes earlier, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji had moved everything into the courtyard and settled in. Xiao Minji went to the front yard to coordinate tasks with Mu Qing and their group from Manhwa. As soon as he left, a man in black stormed into Feng Qingyan's room. Seeing Feng Qingyan, the man in black froze suddenly. He had just seen that the room was empty. This person seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Also, the woman's appearance makes him feel strangely familiar. Feng Qingyan just entered her space to get some new beds and daily necessities. She didn't trust the items at the inn outside because they seemed unclean. As she stepped out, she saw a man in black standing there. Feng Qingyan looked at the man in black and noticed he was staring at her the whole time. Could it be that he saw her suddenly appear out of nowhere? She was about to speak when she heard noisy sounds outside. "Madam, there are soldiers outside, insisting on searching our yard." A brother from the phone guard team, responsible for guarding the yard, hurried over to report.
"Got it.
I'll go out and see what's happening." Feng Qingyan looked up at the man in black, then followed the phone guard brother out, carefully closing the door behind her. It was as if the man in black didn't exist. The man in black slightly raised his eyebrows. What a calm woman. Knowing that the soldiers might be here to catch him, and without knowing if he's good or bad, she still tried to hide him. That's quite interesting. When Feng Qingyan reached the yard gate, she heard the imposing voice of Yuan Jing, swaggering confidently. "Step aside. I am here to catch a criminal. Blocking my way is a crime." In Manhwa, someone dared to stop her? Yuan Jing's face immediately turned very displeased. Was she insulting her? Where was her authority? "Please wait a moment, General. Our people have already gone to inform our young master and madam. Since they were under Feng Qingyan's command, they were easily frightened. They were scared by Feng Qingyan's mysterious weapons. In their eyes, who could be more powerful than their master? Until Feng Qingyan gave the order, they wouldn't let anyone in. If you don't move aside now, do you believe I will cut off your head? Dare to block me, and you'll be courting death." Yuan Jing was furious and angry, and she reached for her sword. Over the years, she had been domineering in Manhwa. Anyone who heard her name General Yuan, would stay far away. This was the first time she met someone brave enough to talk back to her. And they were clearly servants. She wanted to see who their master was, that they could raise such bold subordinates. Is this general going to casually kill people? Doesn't Manhwa have laws and order? Feng Qingyan just happened to walk out at this moment, calmly facing Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing slightly frowned, looked up at Feng Qingyan, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She secretly thought, such a beautiful woman exists in this world. Most women in Manhwa look rough and strong. Yuan Jing's importance to the queen was partly because of her tall, muscular body and extraordinary strength. Because of this, she lacked any feminine charm, and even as a great general, she was not popular among men. Feng Qingyan was not only stunningly beautiful and graceful but also calm and composed, qualities even men lacked. Yuan Jing couldn't help feeling jealous. Her expression darkened as she looked coldly at Feng Qingyan.
Who are you?
Do you know who I am? In Manhwa, I am the law. Yuan Jing spoke loudly. Her tone made Feng Qingyan almost think she was the queen of Manhwa. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. You're so arrogant. Does your queen know about this? If General Yuan says that, does that mean you can do whatever you want with foreign merchants? If so, no merchant would dare to come to Manhwa in the future. Manhwa lacked resources, relying heavily on imports from other countries. Therefore, Manhwa valued merchants greatly. To protect their interests, Manhwa even created laws to safeguard foreign traders. This was to ensure they could trade safely and confidently. Feng Qingyan knew this well, which is why she dared to challenge Yuan Jing.
I was just doing a routine check.
When did I kill anyone? Don't spread false rumors. Yuan Jing was taken aback and quickly lowered her sword. If news spread that she had casually killed foreign merchants, it would cause a bad reputation. She would also find it hard to explain to the queen. We haven't broken any laws. Since it's a check, we need the owner's permission. Shouldn't General Yuan also act according to the law? Seeing Yuan Jing flustered, Feng Qingyan sneered inwardly. She wanted to make her doubt herself for trying to act superior in front of her. Can this young lady now allow me to check? General Yuan, please feel free. Feng Qingyan shrugged and glanced inside. It seems the ones who needed to run have already done so. Yuan Jing led people to search Feng Qingyan's courtyard thoroughly, but found nothing. Finally, his gaze settled on Feng Qingyan's bedroom. Only this place remains unchecked. What are you all waiting for? Search carefully, don't miss any corner. Yuan Jing looked at Feng Qingyan and smiled. It was obvious he wanted to take this chance to settle personal scores. Feng Qingyan was about to speak to stop him when Xiao Minji, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Hold on. What are you trying to do? This is my wife's and my bedroom. You can't just search it randomly. It was their temporary bedroom, but he wouldn't allow these fools to cause trouble inside. Seeing Xiao Minji, Yuan Jing's eyes widened. It was the first time she saw such a handsome man, so full of masculine charm. He looked skilled and capable, truly a rare man. If she could marry him, it would be perfect. I am Yuan Jing. A criminal just ran into this courtyard. For the safety of the young master, it's best to search thoroughly. If you don't want them to enter your bedroom, I can do it myself. Yuan Jing stared at Xiao Minji without blinking, ignoring Feng Qingyan completely. In Manhwa, as long as she wanted something, she could get it. There's no need for the general to trouble himself. Xiao Minji was about to reply when he heard the sound of breaking objects from inside the room. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Feng Qingyan. Could someone still be inside? Feng Qingyan frowned slightly. Surely they haven't left yet? Waiting to be caught? Inside the room, the man in black was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. Yuan Jing's people had completely surrounded the outside. He could only turn back. Unexpectedly, they searched here again and accidentally broke some things. What's that noise? Are you guys with the fugitive? Yuan Jing smiled. Now she had a handle on them, and she could see how they would explain themselves. Feng Qingyan looked at Yuan Jing, and then smiled as she spoke. It must be my mischievous little snow fox again, breaking things. General Yuan, if you don't believe me, come inside and see for yourself. At this point, if they didn't let Yuan Jing take a look, they would probably have to act. Of course, they weren't afraid of fighting, but Yuan Jing's special status meant they couldn't be too obvious. If they caused too much trouble, it might bring them unnecessary problems. That could interfere with their main plans. Feng Qingyan exchanged a glance with Xiao Minji, then stepped forward and opened the door. It was better to keep control of the situation. Let's see how you'll argue your way out of this later. Hearing Feng Qingyan's words, Yuan Jing scoffed disdainfully. She then followed inside. Xiao Minji also entered right behind her. As soon as they stepped in, Yuan Jing saw a small snow fox leap from a nearby table and rush straight toward her. She quickly dodged. If she hadn't moved fast, her face would have been scratched. The snow fox missed her and jumped to the ground. Not giving up, it quickly climbed up her leg onto her body. It showed its sharp claws and started scratching her chest. Little beast, get out of here. Yuan Jing's face changed suddenly. She waved her hand and threw the snow fox to the ground. The snow fox was hurt from the fall, showing its teeth and snarling at her, its fur standing on end. Yuan Jing, furious and embarrassed, drew her sword and aimed it at the snow fox, ready to cut. Hua, come quickly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? This is the famous General Yuan. How can you mess around with him? Don't take offense. Hua is very clever and likes to play with impressive people like General Yuan. It seems Hua really likes you. Feng Qingyan immediately called the snow fox over and smiled at Yuan Jing. She pretended that the attack was just a playful act. Hua was the snow fox Feng Qingyan had previously acquired from Feng Zihui and kept in her space. As soon as she entered, she released it from her space. It wouldn't attack Yuan Jing without reason. Just before Feng Qingyan entered the room, she sprinkled some powder on herself that made the snow fox excited when it smelled it. Yuan Jing had just looked at Xiao Minji with greed, and she was only giving her a little lesson. Unfortunately, Hua didn't succeed. But it's not Hua's fault. Yuan Jing is a great general and not someone who grew up poor. Hua couldn't possibly be her match. When Yuan Jing heard Feng Qingyan's explanation, she was so angry she almost exploded. Did she think she was a fool? She almost got disfigured just now. But with Yuan Jing's appearance, getting disfigured is almost the same as getting plastic surgery. She was about to show her power, but Xiao Minji saw the tense atmosphere and quickly stepped in to stop it. That's right, Hua was like this the first time she saw me. She just likes to jump on people. This awkward excuse actually worked on Yuan Jing. She glanced at Xiao Minji, immediately calmed down, and showed a gentle, delicate look, smiling.
I see.
This little thing is so smart and knows all this. Of course, this little thing is quite clever. Why not let it show its skills to General Yuan? Feng Qingyan nodded repeatedly, working perfectly with Xiao Minji. Yuan Jing turned to look at Feng Qingyan, and her expression changed instantly. It was like saying, "Watch your fox. Next time, you won't be so lucky." No need for a show. I have other important things to do. Because of the snow fox's interruption, Yuan Jing almost forgot her original purpose for coming. She looked around the room, which seemed to have no hiding spots. When she saw a broken vase nearby, she frowned slightly. Could it be that this woman wasn't lying? Was it really this snow fox just now? But she clearly saw that the person entered the inn, and all her people were outside. Even a fly couldn't get out. Besides here, she had already searched everywhere else. And she also saw Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji exchanging glances, clearly indicating something was going on. Just as Yuan Jing was about to give up, she suddenly noticed a strange box hidden under the bed curtain beside the bed. The box was small, and it seemed difficult to hide a person inside. But it wasn't impossible. What's inside? Let's open it and see. Yuan Jing always felt that this box was strange. Anyway, she had never seen this object before. Since they had already entered, they couldn't leave so easily. It was like insulting herself. General Yuan, these are just some of our clothes. There's nothing special to see. Also, this box is so small, it can't hide a person. Feng Qingyan quickly ran over and smiled. This looked like a small suitcase, so naturally, it couldn't hide anyone. But her suitcase was invented by a magic master. It looked small but had a very large inside space. It was just an optical illusion. Just now, even though the person inside was holding their breath as best as they could, her super-sensitive perception still detected them. That person was probably inside. They really knew how to find good hiding spots. As soon as she entered, she started quietly searching for someone, and she had overlooked this box. No wonder it was hard to find. Stop talking nonsense and move aside. Yuan Jing already disliked Feng Qingyan, so she didn't want to follow her plans. There's no need to bother General Yuan. I'll do it myself. General Yuan, step back a little. Feng Qingyan said with a smile. Quick, bring it over and open it. Making Feng Qingyan command in front of Xiao Minji gave Yuan Jing a sense of superiority. She felt very pleased inside. Feng Qingyan gave Xiao Minji a quick look. Xiao Minji immediately understood and stepped forward to talk. General Yuan, why are you making such a fuss? Who are you looking for? He smiled at Yuan Jing, deliberately blocking part of her view. Feng Qingyan used this blind spot to do what she wanted. Someone very important, but this is a palace matter. I won't tell you everything. It's better if you don't ask too much. Yuan Jing was very happy when Xiao Minji started talking to her, and she quickly moved closer to him to advise. At this moment, Feng Qingyan gave Xiao Minji a thumbs-up gesture, and Xiao Minji immediately stepped back a few steps with a look of disgust. So, you better check quickly, General Yuan, so you won't delay your work. If the higher-ups find out, it won't be good. Xiao Minji looked serious, and his attitude was very different from before. Yuan Jing still wanted to say something, but she saw Xiao Minji avoiding her as if keeping a distance of about 800 meters. Her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She could only turn her anger towards Feng Qingyan. Stop hesitating and open it quickly. Feng Qingyan had already pulled the box out from under the bed curtain. However, she fiddled with it for a while but couldn't open it. Yuan Jing grew impatient immediately. Step aside, let me do it. General Yuan, you must be very careful. Feng Qingyan smirked. She was just waiting for him to say that. She stood up and made space for Yuan Jing. Just now, when she heard Yuan Jing discover the box, the man in black inside frowned. It seemed they could only fight their way out. But the other side had too many people, and he was outnumbered, so his chances of winning were slim. Thinking about the task he hadn't finished, he absolutely couldn't afford to get hurt. Yuan Jing approached the suitcase, but after a long time, he couldn't figure out how to open it. He looked at Feng Qingyan in frustration. How do I open this? If he couldn't open it now, he would have to force it open. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you want to show off your skills yourself? Now you can't open it? It's that red button. It used to open when pressed, but I don't know why it suddenly won't work now. Maybe General Yuan can try? Maybe you'll open it with one press. Feng Qingyan deliberately encouraged him with a smile. If you dare to lie to me, I won't forgive you. Seeing Feng Qingyan's proud expression, Yuan Jing felt a surge of anger. How could I dare to lie to the general? Feng Qingyan pretended to be weak and vulnerable. Yuan Jing sneered contemptuously, then forcefully pressed the red button Feng Qingyan mentioned. The box made a click sound, clearly opening. Yuan Jing's face immediately lit up with a smile. She wasn't as useless as that fragile woman. Yuan Jing was very proud. She suddenly opened the suitcase. Suddenly, a clown popped out from the suitcase, laughing loudly. The clown's fist shot straight toward her face. She quickly dodged, but because she had just been sitting in front of the suitcase, her balance was off, and she fell flat on the ground. Oh no, General Yuan, are you all right? It's all my husband's fault for being so playful, always messing around with things to tease me. Look, this is just a doll, General Yuan. Don't be afraid. Feng Qingyan held back her laughter and hurried forward to comfort him. Yuan Jing came to her senses, looked at the doll in Feng Qingyan's hand, and suddenly threw it to the ground, smashing it into pieces. This general, am not afraid of this broken thing. She felt extremely embarrassed just now, which damaged her reputation as a great general. She felt like she had been played with. But she had opened the suitcase herself, so she couldn't blame others. General Yuan, you've checked the suitcase and the room. Shouldn't you be satisfied now? If there's nothing wrong, we want to rest early because we have to leave early tomorrow morning. Xiao Minji spoke at the right time. It was clearly a way to tell them to leave. Yuan Jing glanced at the suitcase, which was filled with ordinary clothes, and had nothing to say. But she couldn't lose face and show weakness. I saw that person run into the inn with my own eyes. You'd better stay out of it, or I won't let you go easily. Yuan Jing left harsh words and stormed out with her people. In the room, Xiao Minji went to pack the suitcase, then turned to Feng Qingyan. What's going on? He had only been gone a short while, but his little wife had done something big behind his back. I'll explain to you later. She needed to let the person out first. It turned out that Feng Qingyan had secretly moved the suitcase into her space when Xiao Minji and Yuan Jing were talking. She took the suitcase out of her space, and Xiao Minji immediately understood. It turned out that the person that General Yuan was looking for was really inside her suitcase. He stepped forward and unzipped the suitcase. The person inside suddenly jumped out. Xiao Minji felt the killing intent and quickly stepped back, shielding Feng Qingyan behind him.
Who
Are you? His expression darkened as he looked coldly at the person in black. The person in black saw Xiao Minji hesitate slightly, then saw Feng Qingyan behind him and immediately lowered his sword. Thank you, young lady, for your help. I will repay you if I have the chance in the future. The man in black bowed and said to Feng Qingyan, then suddenly leapt away and disappeared instantly. It's clear he is skilled in martial arts. Yenner, who is he? Did he do anything to you just now? Xiao Minji asked repeatedly. Since this was their first visit to Manhwa, Feng Qingyan didn't recognize the man. Someone willing to help her, the young lady of his family, must have some skills. I don't know either, but I'm sure he didn't mean any harm. Feng Qingyan also didn't understand why she helped him. Anyway, she felt a strange familiarity with this man in black. All right, let's rest early. Mu Qing just contacted some people from Manhwa. They said that group of men in black has entered the imperial city. We need to hurry there tomorrow. Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan was careful in her actions, so he didn't worry too much. He briefly told her about the whereabouts of the men in black and asked Mu Qing to arrange security outside. Then they prepared to go to bed. When they reached the bed, Xiao Minji eagerly helped Feng Qingyan loosen her clothes and belt, not forgetting to take a little advantage. Xiao Minji, what are you doing? We have to travel again tomorrow, and we should rest now. Feng Qingyan was a bit annoyed by his teasing and pushed away his increasingly bold hand. Yenner, don't you remember what you said on the carriage today? Xiao Minji looked into Feng Qingyan's eyes and eagerly pressed her down. I said what? Feng Qingyan felt his body change and immediately became honest. She really couldn't argue. Wasn't it Xiao Minji who said it himself? Did she agree? Yenner, are you trying to renege now? Seeing her like this, Xiao Minji's hand slipped into her clothes. He gently touched her softness. Feng Qingyan shivered all over and quickly admitted defeat. Of course not. All right, she gave in. Since her wedding, she had always been a coward on the bed. Feng Qingyan had once tried to be a bit more assertive, but it always ended in failure. Xiao Minji was naturally gifted, and his energy was extraordinary. For the sake of her own back, she decided to lie down and enjoy it peacefully. Since you haven't forgotten, tonight will be hard for Yenner. Xiao Minji slightly smiled, then turned over and switched positions with Feng Qingyan. He made Feng Qingyan sit astride his waist. At this point, Feng Qingyan had no chance to refuse. She was only wearing a slip, and her beautiful figure was faintly visible. Xiao Minji's throat moved involuntarily, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Yenner, don't be polite. Feel free to do as you like. Xiao Minji's boldness was really growing bolder in some matters. Feng Qingyan felt caught in a difficult situation. Seeing Xiao Minji's proud expression, she was stirred to prove herself. She was determined to win today. Then don't regret it. I might really have to take action. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. With so many modern movies about romance, if she hadn't seen it before, she wouldn't believe it. Today, she wanted Xiao Minji to beg for mercy. Yenner, just come at me. I definitely won't regret it, Xiao Minji secretly smiled. Could he really suffer a loss in this kind of thing? He was clearly trying to provoke her. If she wanted benefits, she had to fight for them herself. Let's see. Feng Qingyan saw the slightly provocative look in Xiao Minji's eyes and refused to give up easily. She remembered a movie where the heroine, to avenge her parents, deliberately approached the villain's son, who was the story's hero. The hero was a strict, reserved military officer, someone who kept others at a distance. The heroine was stunning, not only beautiful, but with an amazing figure. She used all kinds of tricks to the hero. The heroine was very charming, and many scenes in the movie were quite seductive, making the hero unable to resist. Knowing her true purpose, the hero still fell in love with her and was moved by her. Feng Qingyan thought of a classic scene from that movie where the heroine successfully won over the hero. Suddenly, she felt more confident. She believed her looks and figure might not surpass the heroine's, but she was sure she could win Xiao Minji. Feng Qingyan took out her hairpin, gently shook her hair, and let her hair fall freely. Her black, shiny hair flowed smoothly, like a waterfall behind her. She smiled charmingly at Xiao Minji, instantly full of allure. Xiao Minji's eyes warmed, and he silently told himself to stay calm. But his slightly moving Adam's apple still betrayed him. Feng Qingyan slightly curled her lips. Let's see how long you can hold on. Then she unfastened the strap of her inner garment, letting her clothes hang crookedly on her body, revealing her smooth neck and half of her beautiful shoulder. Her lovely figure was faintly visible. Xiao Minji's hand beside her tightened slightly. He usually had no resistance to Feng Qingyan, and at this moment, he was truly excited. Feng Qingyan watched Xiao Minji's movements carefully. She raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at him below, her small red lips slightly parted, her tongue gently sweeping over the corner of her mouth. Her teasing was obvious. Xiao Minji stared at Feng Qingyan without blinking, feeling his whole body heat up. His little wife was so tempting. Feng Qingyan smiled, reaching out to hold Xiao Minji's waist and pulling it open. Xiao Minji's firm, well-shaped chest was instantly revealed. Feng Qingyan looked playful, her soft hand lightly tracing his defined abs. Xiao Minji couldn't hold back anymore, his body trembling slightly. Feng Qingyan felt extremely proud. She didn't realize she was playing with fire at all. Her fingers traced along Xiao Minji's abs, continuing to explore. Xiao Minji felt as if her fingers were burning him instantly. He clenched his fists tightly, biting down hard to keep his breath steady. Seeing Xiao Minji struggling to hold on, Feng Qingyan finally used her ultimate move. She tore apart his trousers. It was quite forceful, but strangely, this made Xiao Minji's blood rush, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Feng Qingyan's soft, white hand was cool and gentle. Xiao Minji felt his breath catch, his scalp tingling. But Feng Qingyan seemed to think it wasn't enough, lowering her head to kiss his Adam's apple again. Her warm lips traced the marks just made by her small hand, slowly moving downward, approaching her goal. Xiao Minji's whole body involuntarily trembled. When her lips met her gentle hand, it was as if they found a kindred spirit. Feeling Xiao Minji's body change, Feng Qingyan thought she was close to success. Once again, he playfully teased her. She looked up at Xiao Minji and met his eyes filled with desire. Feng Qingyan was suddenly stunned and couldn't help but swallow hard. She had a strange feeling that something bad was about to happen. Xiao Minji felt a strange, intense sensation rushing to his mind. He looked down at Feng Qingyan's captivating face, his breathing growing heavier. Feng Qingyan noticed Xiao Minji's expression and felt a surge of happiness. She thought, finally, he couldn't hold back anymore. She still had a final trick up her sleeve. This time, Xiao Minji was definitely going to lose. After some time, Xiao Minji gradually lost control. At the last moment, Feng Qingyan suddenly stopped.
Xiao Minji,
You lost, she said excitedly. Feng Qingyan finally felt proud for winning once. Xiao Minji seemed to fall from the top of a mountain to the bottom of a valley, feeling empty inside. I lost, so I have to take responsibility for calming the fire I caused, he said, looking at Feng Qingyan's rosy lips with intense eyes, then suddenly pressed her down forcefully. He wished he could swallow her whole right now. Xiao Minji, how can you say things that aren't true? Feng Qingyan was stunned. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. How can I not keep my word? I lost, so now I'll serve you, Xiao Minji said seriously. But he seemed to be right. It was hard to argue with him. Feng Qingyan lost and had to serve him. He lost and would serve her. Suddenly, she realized what was happening. She had spent so much effort trying to Xiao Minji, and in the end, she was the one to suffer. What was she thinking? Had her head been kicked by a donkey? Be good, lie down and let your husband serve you, Xiao Minji said, then didn't give her a chance to speak and kissed her lips. Feng Qingyan had already ignited his passion earlier, so he wouldn't let her go so easily. Their breaths tangled, their feelings intertwined. Feng Qingyan gradually became confused and enchanted by Xiao Minji's kiss, and she instinctively reached out to hold his neck in response. At this point, she had no energy left to argue about winning or losing. Xiao Minji had been holding back for a long time and finally couldn't resist anymore. The temperature in the room kept rising. Feng Qingyan's soft, kitten-like whimper filled the room. Moonlight shone through the window, casting a beautiful reflection on the bed. It was so captivating that it was hard to look away. Until late at night, Feng Qingyan felt like her bones were about to fall apart, and even her toes didn't want to move anymore. Only then did Xiao Minji finally let her go. She vowed never to challenge Xiao Minji on the bed again. Feng Qingyan was so exhausted that she didn't even want to open her eyes, letting Xiao Minji carry her to wash up. Xiao Minji seemed completely relaxed, still feeling refreshed. After both of them were cleaned up, he happily held her and peacefully went to sleep. The next morning, Xiao Minji woke up early. Seeing Feng Qingyan sleeping soundly beside him, he didn't want to wake her because she was really tired last night. He simply wrapped her up tightly and carried her onto the carriage. It wasn't until the sun was high that Feng Qingyan was awakened by hunger. "Yenna, you're awake? Are you hungry? I prepared bird's nest porridge for you, kept warm all night. Eat something first. Later, we'll find a restaurant and have a good meal." Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan open her eyes and immediately spoke. His preparations were very thorough, showing a caring and considerate side. Feng Qingyan yawned, just about to turn over and stretch, but she felt sore all over. She glared at Xiao Minji fiercely. If it weren't for his considerate attitude, she really wanted to give him a piece of her mind. "Are we on the road now?" Her voice was hoarse and rough as she spoke. Yes. I saw you sleeping so peacefully, so I didn't want to wake you. Who made me unable to wake up? My mistake. It's all because Yenner is too charming." Thinking about Feng Qingyan's bold behavior last night, Xiao Minji still felt a bit unfinished. Feng Qingyan glared at him and then snuggled back into the quilt. Waking up early and being wrapped in a quilt, then put into the carriage, anyone would know that last night probably wasn't a good night. It really damaged her image. What will become of her reputation in the Feng Guard? All this was Xiao Minji's fault. "All right, Yenner, don't be angry. I was wrong, isn't that enough? I know you're hungry, so get up quickly, wash up, and eat something." Xiao Minji lifted Feng Qingyan's blanket, leaned close to her face, and smiled gently as he comforted her. "I'm too tired," Feng Qingyan said lazily. Last night, that crazy man was desperately trying to bother her. She must have gone crazy to want to compete with him on the bed. "Just lie down, Yenner. I'll help you." Xiao Minji finished washing Feng Qingyan and personally fed her bird's nest soup. After eating the soup, Xiao Minji knew she was sore all over, so he used his inner strength to massage her, easing her fatigue. Is there a better husband than this, who is so caring? After finishing the bird's nest and the massage, Feng Qingyan felt comfortable and curled up in the quilt to sleep for a while. By noon, she woke up again and finally felt like she had come back to life. "Madam Ninth, ahead there is a forest and a small river, perfect for resting and having a meal. Why don't we take a break here and then continue to Manhwa Imperial City before dark?" Mu Qing observed the situation ahead. They still had some distance to the imperial city. This place was quite suitable for a rest. He asked Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan in the carriage. Xiao Minji looked up at Feng Qingyan, saw her nod, and then spoke to the outside. All right, let's do as you say. They had been sitting in the carriage for too long, so it was good to get out and stretch. Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan got out of the carriage and strolled along the small river. Mu Qing arranged for everyone to prepare lunch. Since tasting Feng Qingyan's homemade dishes, Mu Qing felt that everything he ate now tasted bland. He was really a foodie. He looked at Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji with a slight sigh. He really wanted to have another meal cooked by Feng Qingyan. But unfortunately, Xiao Minji loved Feng Qingyan so much that he didn't want her to do rough work or tiring chores. Unless Feng Qingyan was willing herself. Prince and Princess, look. Such a big fish. Mu Qing saw a large fish surfacing and blowing bubbles, and he excitedly shouted to Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji. The big fish wasn't particularly rare, but this guy seemed to have a different purpose.
Where?
Where? Hearing about the big fish, Feng Qingyan immediately became interested. She hurried over. It's right under that stone over there. Such a big one. Did you see, Princess? The princess was waiting here, and her subordinates immediately went into the water to catch fish for her. Mu Qing saw Feng Qingyan was interested and thought he shouldn't miss this good chance to show off. Offering help without being asked usually means there's some hidden purpose. And he was right. Mu Qing suddenly jumped into the water with a splash. Not only fish, even turtles were scared and ran away. He didn't catch any fish either. Xiao Minji looked at Mu Qing in the water. For food, he was really determined. Do you want to eat fish, Yenner? He turned to Feng Qingyan and asked. Relying on Mu Qing's clumsiness wasn't smart. He might as well catch the fish himself. Yes, that sounds good. Later, I'll make fish slices in hot water and pickled fish. Feng Qingyan hadn't eaten fish in a long time and was starting to miss that taste. She saw the fish in the water was probably a grass carp. Delicious meat, few bones, perfect for making fish slices and pickled fish. Then I'll find a suitable tool and help you catch some fish. Xiao Minji said he was going to look for a branch in the woods to make a spear for fishing. No need, I already have one. Feng Qingyan smiled lightly and took out a complete set of fishing tools from her space. She used to be a seasoned fishing enthusiast. You're amazing, Yenner. You can do everything. Xiao Minji had recently seen how powerful Feng Qingyan's space was. There was nothing she couldn't produce. Her supplies were beyond their imagination. She had everything they needed. Stop talking nonsense and come help. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly and handed the fishing gear to Xiao Minji. She looked at the water disturbed by Mu Qing and chose to stay away from him. Feng Qingyan found a calm spot on the water and threw some fish food into the river. Fishing, which required patience and effort, was naturally left to Xiao Minji. She briefly explained how to use the fishing rod, and Xiao Minji understood immediately. Soon, he was able to fish on his own. The fish in this ancient water didn't smell like the specially prepared fish food from modern times, so they were quickly attracted. In no time, Xiao Minji caught several big grass carp. Meanwhile, Mu Qing was chasing fish in the water, eager to enjoy a tasty meal. But even with good water skills, how could he catch up with the fish? He could only end in failure. Mu Qing surfaced sadly from the water. When he looked up, he saw Xiao Minji had caught another big fish. Next to him, Feng Qingyan was already angry and clearly preparing lunch. Mu Qing swallowed hard, his eyes shining, and dove into the water, swimming toward them. Xiao Minji threw the fish into a nearby basket and cast his fishing line again. He seemed very happy with this automatic fishing rod. As soon as the hook hit the water, the float sank. Xiao Minji suddenly pulled, but nothing moved. Could there really be such a big fish underwater? He pulled harder, and the rod bent at a 90-degree angle, but still, nothing moved. It seemed he wasn't actually catching a fish this time. At this moment, Mu Qing just swam over. Go underwater and see what's going on, Xiao Minji said quickly. He was busy fishing and felt annoyed. Feng Qingyan had just finished handling some fish. Hearing Xiao Minji, He looked at the river, but didn't pay much attention. It's common to catch other things while fishing. Mu Qing dove underwater and saw that the hook was caught on a bulging bag. Inside the bag, there seemed to be a box, tied with a rope connected to a big rock underwater. The bag should have been on the bottom of the water, but something must have pulled the rope loose, causing it to float to the middle of the water. "Madam, there's something below. It looks like a treasure chest." Mu Qing surfaced, changed his tone, and shouted towards Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan on the shore, looking very excited. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji exchanged glances. They were about to say something when Mu Qing had already turned around and wiped the water off again. Both of them were speechless. Since someone hid something underwater, it must be valuable. This guy just wants to fish it out without thinking, not afraid of causing trouble. But it's okay to look. At worst, they can just put it back. Mu Qing dove underwater again, drew his dagger from his ankle, and cut the rope. The bag immediately floated to the surface. He dragged the bag toward the shore. "Madam, sir, look quickly." "What is this?" Mu Qing opened the bag, revealing a carved wooden box decorated with dragons and phoenixes. Feng Qingyan took the wooden box, gently opened it, and found that the contents were wrapped in multiple layers of oil paper. When she unwrapped the oil paper, she saw a large, smooth, white jade stone. Seeing the jade, Feng Qingyan was immediately surprised. Its shape and design were not ordinary. This was definitely not an ordinary jade. Could this be the imperial seal of Manhwa? She picked up the jade and looked at the inscription on the bottom, then turned to Xiao Minji. Most royal seals from different countries look similar. Feng Qingyan had never seen a real seal before, but Xiao Minji should be familiar with them. Xiao Minji took the jade, examined it carefully, and slightly raised his eyebrows. This should be the imperial seal of Manhwa. But she didn't understand how it ended up outside the palace and was hidden underwater. What should we do with it? The Manhwa imperial seal was a hot potato. If someone found out, it would cause trouble. If they just put it back in the water and it got lost again, others might come looking for it. No matter what they decided, this was definitely a troublesome matter. Let's keep it first. We're heading to the imperial city, and we'll see what to do then. Maybe the seal will come in handy later. Feng Qingyan also thought this way. Having a seal in their hands gave them many options. They could act according to the situation. If they put it back and it got lost again, they wouldn't have a good explanation. That would be even more trouble. Although they weren't afraid of trouble, being watched by others could delay their plans. Feng Qingyan stored the seal carefully and threw it into her space. Xiao Minji asked Mu Qing to clean up the scene and destroy all evidence. After everything was tidied up, Feng Qingyan divided the pickled fish and boiled sliced meat among everyone. Mu Qing ate happily, praising the princess's cooking skills. They all agreed her cooking was excellent. After eating and drinking enough, the group continued their journey. As soon as Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji left, a man in black appeared nearby and hurried toward the riverbank. The man in black dove into the spot where Mu Qing had just submerged and found that the bundle underneath had vanished. His face changed instantly. He quickly surfaced and looked in the direction Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji had gone, slightly frowning. Could it be them? But aren't they merchants from the Great Summer? Why would they need the Southern Imperial Seal? Could they have other identities? The man in black went ashore, tidied himself up, and headed toward the direction where Feng Qingyan and the others were leaving. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji only arrived at the Southern Imperial City by evening. The Imperial City of Southern is quite busy, but most of the people here are foreign merchants. They occupy most of the area. No wonder merchants are treated so well in Southern. Without these merchants, many aspects of Southern might be affected. It's like modern economic sanctions. If they are too strict, they could seriously impact the country's survival. Since Feng Qingyan and her group are pretending to do silk business, they need to act properly. So, the first thing they did upon arriving at the Imperial City was to rent the largest shop on the busiest street. You might ask why they are so high-profile in finding a place? It's naturally to build connections. More people mean more information. And by showing their status openly, it's easier to do business, and less likely to attract suspicion. Also, Feng Qingyan paid close attention during their journey into the city. She realized that doing silk business in southern Yu could really be a good way to make money. From how people are dressed here, it's clear that their silk is unique. You won't find it anywhere else in southern Yu. Women make up a larger part of the population here. Everyone loves beautiful clothes, especially new styles they've never worn before. Once they produce finished products, they are sure to become popular. They don't know how long they will stay in southern Yu, but they will spend a lot on food, drink, and daily needs, and maybe make a big profit from silk business. Feng Qingyan was very interested but couldn't find a shop she liked after searching for a long time. Most shops were either too small or the layout didn't satisfy her. Just as she was about to give up and come back tomorrow, she saw a jewelry shop with a sign saying it was for sale. She looked inside. The layout and size were exactly what she was looking for. It was like finding something after searching everywhere, easy and unexpected. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji went into the shop. The shopkeeper was a woman around 40 years old. Seeing Feng Qingyan come in, she immediately greeted her with a smile. "Miss, our shop is about to be sold. If you need anything, we're selling everything cheaply." The shop owner suddenly said she was selling the shop at a low price, without giving her any warning. "It's a pity about the jewelry in this shop. Is your shop really for sale? I can also take these pieces of jewelry. Name a price." Feng Qingyan looked around the shop and became more and more pleased. Many of the jewelry pieces here are of high quality and craftsmanship. She also wanted to learn about the preferences of the people from Manhwa. They planned to do clothing, silk, and jewelry businesses, which would be perfect together. "Oh, miss, you have such good taste. All these jewelry pieces are top quality. If you keep them, you won't regret it." Hearing Feng Qingyan's words, the woman smiled happily. It seemed she had secured a buyer for her jewelry. "Name a price." Feng Qingyan smiled softly. The woman was eager to sell, which was obvious, so she didn't need to think too hard. "Miss, you seem straightforward. I'll sell everything for a total of 10,000 taels. Consider this shop's jewelry as sold at cost price." Seeing that Feng Qingyan was smart and quick, the woman wouldn't have any bad intentions. They finally found someone to take over, so she couldn't let her go. She made the decision quickly.
Deal.
"Have someone prepare the agreement, and let's sign the transfer papers now." Feng Qingyan was never one to suffer losses. She had already checked the market here. The woman was honest and didn't ask for an unreasonable price. The price was so good it was like a bargain. She wouldn't bother arguing over it. The shop was bought, with 2 floors in total. What pleased Feng Qingyan most was a small, beautiful courtyard behind the shop. It was perfect for her and Xiao Minji to live in. Feng Qingyan arranged for someone to tidy up the backyard, and she brought some daily furniture and supplies from her space. The small courtyard looked fresh and new. As for the front shop, she didn't need to do much, just clear some space to store silk fabrics. Additionally, Feng Qingyan spent a lot to hire a well-known local tailor. She wants to start by making a popular local clothing line to open up the southern Vietnam market. Xiao Minji watched Feng Qingyan seriously busy with her work. She was so absorbed that he almost forgot to look at her. Someone unfamiliar might think she was planning to settle down here. "Are you still busy, Yenner?" Someone looked at Feng Qingyan with a sad expression, like a neglected little wife. How can a wife think earning money is more important than him? "I'm waiting. It's quite urgent." "Almost done. We should be able to open officially in the next couple of days." Feng Qingyan didn't look up and kept working on her tasks. She always strives for perfection in her work, checking every detail herself. She didn't notice Xiao Minji's mood for a moment. "Oh, Yenner is really dedicated to this business." Xiao Minji slightly frowned. "Who asked about her business? Do you have any news about those men in black?" After finishing her work, Feng Qingyan looked back at Xiao Minji, noticing no movement behind her, and asked. Xiao Minji raised an eyebrow. His little wife still remembers she's here to find her father. "We have some clues. Those men in black are probably the secret guards of the Queen of Southern Vietnam. But finding the person we're looking for might be quite difficult." Xiao Minji spoke slowly. He had suspected from the start that these secret guards were not simple, and it turned out they belonged to the Queen of Southern Vietnam. To get close to them, He would have to deal with the queen herself. If the ruler of southern Vietnam were a man, he might have some options, but since it's a woman, it's a bit tricky.
What's so hard about that?
Just find a way to sneak into the palace and meet the queen of southern Vietnam, Phom Chinh Yen casually said. Does Yenna have any ideas? Xiao Minji raised an eyebrow again. Phom Chinh Yen's words made it sound like the southern Vietnam palace was just a marketplace. Anyone could go in if they wanted. The queen of southern Vietnam is just like a vendor. Buying some vegetables could get you to know her. But that palace is at least a royal place, and her little wife is not taking it seriously enough. Isn't opening this shop a perfect way? Phom Chinh Yen said proudly. Does she really think she's just earning money in southern Vietnam? Even if she's earning, she doesn't need to do it herself. Those men in black look very important and are probably working for the palace. The queen is also a woman, so it's natural for her to love beauty. She didn't believe it. With her thousands of clothing and jewelry designs stored on her computer, she still couldn't catch the queen's eye or win her over. Yen is quite perceptive. Xiao Minji immediately understood Phom Chinh Yen's meaning and thought her idea was good. If the queen of Manhwa took the initiative to come to them, no one would dare doubt their intentions. No, I must think of a way to quickly attract the attention of the Manhwa queen. Phom Chinh Yen's eyes flickered slightly. It seems she needs to prepare well for her opening, to make a big splash in the Manhwa royal city. The palace will naturally stir some excitement. Even if the Manhwa queen doesn't notice at first, as long as the business is booming, someone will surely flatter her. Phom Chinh Yen and Xiao Minji quickly sat down together to discuss the details of the shop's opening. Meanwhile, inside the Manhwa palace, Queen Nangong Jin, dressed in a bright yellow robe, leaned slightly on a noblewoman's chair, looking relaxed. She has fair skin, a curvy figure, and wears delicate makeup. In her 30s, it seems time has left no mark on her face. She is clearly a beautiful woman. At this moment, the palace, Gong Su, came to report that Yuan Jing was here to see her. Bring her in. Nangong Jin's long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes quickly regained clarity as she sat up straight. Yuan Jing hurried in and bowed to Nangong Jin. Your servant Yuan Jing greets your majesty. She looked a bit hesitant, unsure how to report to Nangong Jin. How is the matter going? Nangong Jin narrowed her eyes, her sharp gaze coldly fixed on Yuan Jing. As a legendary queen, her presence was formidable. It seemed she had some real skill. Reporting to your majesty, the person escaped. Yuan Jing lowered her head, too afraid to look at Nangong Jin. Although she is a military general, she fears Nangong Jin terribly. Everyone outside knows she is favored by Nangong, but they don't realize how terrifying Nangong Jin is behind the scenes. She is the one who keeps her in check, with her head always on the line. Nangong Jin angrily threw her teacup at Yuan Jing's head. Yuan Jing's head immediately bled, but she didn't have time to worry about it. She quickly knelt down to apologize. Your Majesty, please stay calm. I was careless. I will find that person as soon as possible. She trembled with fear, worried that Nangong Jin might harm her if she got angry, and kept promising to do better. Hurry up and get out of here. If you mess up again, watch your head. Nangong Jin clenched her forehead in frustration, on the verge of losing her temper. If Yuan Jing had not been useful, she would have been gone a long time ago. Yuan Jing scrambled to leave, crawling on the ground. The palace, Su Gonggong, saw this and hurried over to comfort her. Your Majesty, please stay calm. Don't let your health suffer. Otherwise, your old headache might come back worse. Su Gonggong was an old servant who knew Nangong Jin well and understood her temper. Are these palace doctors just wasting time? After so many years, they still can't cure a headache. Nangong Jin's headache was a long-standing problem. Besides the palace doctors, many famous outside doctors had tried to treat her, but nothing worked. Your Majesty, have some more of this medicine. It might help ease the pain. Su Gonggong brought a cup of dark medicine and handed it to Nangong Jin. It tastes terrible. Take it away. Nangong Jin looked at the medicine with a look of disgust and waved her hand to refuse. It seemed she had to drink this often. Su Gonggong didn't dare argue further, and took the medicine away. Nangong Jean rested her head on the desk for a moment, then looked up into the shadows and made a gesture. Her personal bodyguard, Yuing, immediately appeared. Your Majesty. How is the person in the secret chamber? Nangong Jean asked. The guard replied, the Imperial Doctor says she is no longer in danger and is out of the woods. With the pilgrimage festival coming soon, have someone keep a close watch on her. No mistakes allowed. Nangong Jean felt overwhelmed. Too many things had happened recently, and she found it hard to handle everything. Yes, I understand. Yuing nodded and disappeared in a flash. In the past few days, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji had been busy preparing for the shop's opening. Meanwhile, Mu Qing had been secretly watching the movements of the group of men in black. They are ultimately palace guards of Nangong Jean, so it's not easy to hear news about them outside the palace. Everything was ready, and the shop officially opened. Feng Qingyan named the shop Jin Xiuge, Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion. The signboard, decorated with gold paint, looked very upscale, especially with Feng Qingyan's unique design. The shop instantly felt more elegant and high-class. On the opening day, Feng Qingyan spent a lot of money to select dozens of beautiful young women for a fashion show. Before the show, there was a lively lion dance and dragon dance performance. A lion and dragon dance team, with banners saying Jin Xiuge Grand Opening, circled around the busiest street in the imperial city. Most importantly, Feng Qingyan arranged for 2 playful children to accompany the dance team. They followed the lion and dragon dancers, tossing red envelopes along the way. The red envelopes had advertisements for Jin Xiuge's opening, filled with small jewelry pieces Feng Qingyan brought from her space. Although these items are not valuable in modern times, to ancient people, their craftsmanship was exquisite and worth a lot. So, people scrambled to grab the red envelopes. Seeing the advertisements on the envelopes, everyone became curious about Jin Xiuge. The dance team promoted the shop on the busy street, making the entrance lively and bustling. Feng Qingyan specially prepared a batch of colorful fireworks, perfect for this joyful atmosphere. Of course, the main goal was to attract attention. As the fireworks shot into the sky, making loud noises and blooming into colorful flowers, they drew many onlookers. People hurried over to Jin Xiuge to see what was happening. At the same time, the fashion show at the shop's entrance officially began. Bright lights, beautiful music, and a fashion runway. These were things ancient people had never seen before. The show immediately caught everyone's eye. Most of the curious spectators initially came just to see what was happening. But when they saw the variety of costumes worn by the models, they were all stunned. The clothes were incredibly beautiful. Of course, the clothes were designed by Feng Qingyan herself, based on her sketches and made by skilled tailors. She also carefully coordinated jewelry and accessories from the shop. Additionally, the model's makeup was personally done by Feng Qingyan herself. The magic of modern makeup techniques is well known. They greatly enhance a person's appearance. The main idea is that a person looks beautiful and their clothes look even better. The women began to ask where their outfits were made, and many inquired about where they bought their jewelry, blush, and powder. When Feng Qingyan was doing their makeup, she knew this would happen, so she quickly added a makeup counter inside the shop. As the crowd grew, Feng Qingyan had someone deliver promotional flyers for Jin Xiuge to these women. After seeing the flyers, some women, even before finishing the fashion show, couldn't wait and went straight into Jin Xiuge. They tried on makeup, bought jewelry, and ordered custom clothes. Feng Qingyan stood in a private room on the 2nd floor, watching the continuous flow of people entering Jin Xiuge, and she smiled slightly. It seemed her promotional efforts were working well today. Madam, the shop is now crowded with customers, and the staff are overwhelmed. What should we do? Mu Qing was stunned. Their princess's promotional methods were truly impressive. But wherever they did business, it was a good start. That's not difficult. You can have some customers directed to the shop across the street. Feng Qingyan smiled gently. She had anticipated this situation and prepared for it. Across the street, Mu Qing looked confused at Xiao Minji. What's across? Why didn't he know? I've also arranged for that shop. Everything inside is clearly priced, and customers can choose and try items freely. You just need someone at the entrance to take payments based on the receipts. Feng Qingyan set up a business model similar to a supermarket, which also saved manpower and resources. One cashier could handle everything easily. Yes, I will go now. Mu Qing immediately became interested. Their princess always comes up with new ideas. He went downstairs and shouted to the crowded people at the entrance of Jin Xiuge. Dear customers, the shop across the street is also part of Jin Xiuge. Customers not in line can go there to choose items freely. As soon as he finished speaking, the people in line behind him hurriedly moved toward the shop across the street. Seeing the situation, Mu Qing quickly followed the main group and ran toward the opposite side. He took out the key and just opened the door when the people behind rushed in. As soon as Mu Qing entered, he saw shelves of various items, neatly organized by category. Each item had a price tag, which saved the trouble of bargaining. Customers could choose their products based on their budget and preferences. This way of shopping made people feel very comfortable. Soon, some customers had picked out what they liked and came to pay. Mu Qing personally acted as the cashier. Standing there and handling transactions felt quite nice. The customers who visited the shop praised the products one after another. Word spread quickly, and the shop was busy all day with customers coming and going. If you think that's all, you're wrong. Even if the shop's business is very popular, it's still hard to get the attention of the queen. The main event arranged by Feng Qingyan was still happening at night. As night fell, the streets of Manhwa remained lively. Manhwa was open-minded, and men and women mingled freely. Women were mostly bold. If they liked a man, they would pursue him confidently. If they couldn't win him over, they might use force or find other ways to get what they wanted. Basically, they just wanted to enjoy themselves first. On the streets, groups of men and women could be seen walking arm in arm, flirting and joking. In the dark corners where the lights didn't reach, couples could even be seen making love on the spot. Many women often visited entertainment venues to have fun. In the great summer, there were brothels for men to enjoy themselves, but in Manhwa, they were called pleasure houses. The men working there were handsome and charming, and many women visited just for fun and pleasure. If a woman liked a man, or if a worker was particularly skilled and caught the eye of a wealthy patron, it was common for her to be taken home for private enjoyment to satisfy her desires. This kind of decadent lifestyle in Manhwa was quite shocking. However, it was said that Manhwa wasn't always like this. The change was largely due to the current queen, Nangongjin. With women holding power, Nangongjin loved handsome men and indulged in pleasures. Her harem had 3,000 beauties, and anyone who caught her eye was taken for herself. As a result, influence spread from top to bottom, and Southern Yu gradually became what it is today. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji left the brocade pavilion, looking at the darkening night sky, feeling that the main event was about to begin. They planned to find a quiet, open rooftop to watch the show. But as soon as they sat down on the roof, a man and woman appeared in the dark alley below. "Young lady, slow down, you're hurting me," the man said, his voice changing tone, clearly caught by the woman. "You're so delicate. Be gentle. How do you expect me to enjoy myself if you're too rough? Hurry up and finish, or do you want me to do it myself?" The woman's impatient tone was surprisingly bold. Soon, the two of them were so eager that they lay down on the ground, wrapped in each other's arms. Even passers-by in the alley didn't stop them. Feng Qingyan was stunned, wide-eyed. Even in modern times, such openness was rare, wasn't it? Seeing Feng Qingyan's interested expression and her occasional attempts to peek, Xiao Minji quickly pulled her into his arms and wrapped her head tightly with his coat. "There's nothing interesting to see. Isn't that enough for her?" "Xiao Minji, what are you doing?" Feng Qingyan asked softly, trying to move in his arms, worried she might disturb the lovers below. Xiao Minji trembled suddenly, feeling the suppressed desire from the corner of the wall rising up. He lowered his head and suddenly bit her small ear softly, whispering,
"Doing."
"You." His voice was deep, husky, seductive, with a hint of charm. Feng Qingyan's heart trembled, and she gently bit her lip to stop her voice from escaping. She was speechless. This person was being flirtatious again. Xiao Minji, I can't breathe. Please let me go, she struggled, trying to free herself from his embrace. Though she was from modern times, she couldn't accept such wild behavior common in Southern Yu. She had no interest. Yenner, you're out of breath. Why don't I help you pass your energy? Xiao Minji said seriously, then kissed her lips. With his breathing technique, the more he pushed, the harder she found it to breathe. Feng Qingyan struggled to break free, her small hands randomly hitting his chest. But not only did it have no effect, it seemed to make some people even more determined. Xiao Minji suddenly pulled her into his arms. He made her sit face-to-face on his lap. His large hand moved along her waist and then gently stroked her back. Feng Qingyan's body sank down, and she could feel Xiao Minji's chest rising and falling through his clothes. Xiao Minji,
You.
please put me down. Could this guy be serious? They had only been here a few days, and his thoughts seemed to have been influenced by the people of Manhwa. Feng Qingyan struggled to get away from Xiao Minji, but he held her even tighter. Don't move. Let me hold you. If you keep moving around, I can't promise what might happen. Xiao Minji supported Feng Qingyan's waist and deliberately pressed her body closer to his, using just enough force to make her feel his intense feelings. His voice was hoarse and full of emotion, clearly showing he was moved. But he also knew his limits. He wouldn't do anything inappropriate in such a place. His little wife was unique and only belonged to him, and he intended to keep her that way. Feng Qingyan immediately stopped moving, not daring to make any sudden moves. This guy always used such things to threaten her. She had important things to do later and couldn't afford to provoke this hungry wolf again. Before long, the sounds of breathing in the alley gradually stopped. Xiao Minji held Feng Qingyan, sniffing her neck and shoulders, calming down. Then, the sound of a woman's voice came from the alley. Done so quickly? Such a waste of my feelings. She looks pretty, but I didn't expect that thing to be so useless. The woman was tidying herself up while cursing under her breath. The man didn't dare make a sound, and was also fixing his clothes. Soon, they both left quickly, each going their own way and looking for their own families. From now on, they probably wouldn't see each other again. It was more carefree than visiting a brothel.
Ha.
Ha ha ha. After they left, Feng Qingyan couldn't hold back her laughter. This woman from Nanhua was really interesting. The person was hurriedly pulled over, finished eating, and still complained that the technique wasn't good enough. Is Yenna now feeling very lucky to have found such a useful husband like me? Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with a mischievous smile. Feng Qingyan was a bit embarrassed and glanced at Xiao Minji's waist. He was too skilled. Xiao Minji noticed Feng Qingyan's gaze and proudly smiled. As long as his little wife liked it, that was enough. The time is almost right. You can let Mu Qing prepare to start. Feng Qingyan didn't want to discuss this anymore and quickly changed the subject. However, after today's events, she felt a bit more worried. She looked up at Xiao Minji's handsome face, feeling a desire to hide him away. No wonder Yuan Jing looked at Xiao Minji strangely that day. She had her own thoughts. His charming face was really eye-catching. No, I must find a way to cover him up later. If those old men see him like this, it would be trouble. She didn't want to spend her days arguing with the flirtatious women around him. What big event did Feng Qingyan prepare for tonight? With a loud bang, fireworks exploded in the sky like beautiful flowers blooming, colorful and dazzling. Suddenly, many people looked on in surprise. It was the first time they saw fireworks in different shapes lighting up the sky. The fireworks lasted for over half an hour. Almost everyone in Nanhua Imperial City saw it. Of course, the people in the palace also saw it. Nangong Jin sat outside his bedroom, leaning on a rocking chair, eating grapes and enjoying the fireworks. It seemed he had been watching for a while. Grandpa Su, do you know who set off those fireworks? Nangong Jin looked at him expectantly. He seemed very interested in the display. Reporting to Your Majesty, I heard it was a new shop in the Imperial City that sells ready-made clothes, fabrics, and jewelry, which just opened today. Because of its unique design, it attracted many people. To celebrate the grand opening, the owner specially arranged for fireworks, Grandpa Su reported the information he just received to Nangong Jin. This fireworks are quite new and interesting. Tomorrow, have someone find out where they come from. In the future, it might be nice to set off some during festivals. Nangong Jin likes to show off. Such beautiful things should be in the palace. It makes her look like a poor ruler. She must arrange for this. Servant, I will send someone to handle it tomorrow. These magnificent fireworks match Your Majesty's beautiful aura perfectly. Grandpa Su quickly agreed and couldn't help but flatter Nangong Jin. This isn't a difficult task. If she's happy, she might reward him with some good things. Grandpa Su stood nearby, watching the fireworks with Nangong Jin. Soon, a young, handsome man approached, holding a fine silk dress. Your Majesty, Huan found a stunning dress today. He thought it would make you even more beautiful.
He bought it for you.
Do you like it? The man's name is Huan, one of the new male companions in the Empress's harem. He used to be a servant in Qingfeng courtyard. Because he was good-looking and good at serving, Nangong Jin liked him and brought him into the palace. Huan is thoughtful. Why don't you help me try it on yourself? Nangong Jin looked at Huan and smiled lightly. Her words sounded playful, showing how much she enjoyed teasing her male companions. Yes, Your Majesty. Huan's face lit up with joy, and he happily ran to Nangong Jin. He immediately knelt at her feet, like a well-behaved pet, beginning to help her change clothes. Allowing these male companions close to her was the greatest favor she could give. Only with the Empress's favor could they live comfortably in this large harem. Grandpa Su was used to such things. Even if the Empress openly flirted with her male companions, he would pretend not to see. He wisely dismissed everyone and left with the others. Seeing this, Huan slightly smiled. His movements became bolder as he slipped into Nangong Jin's inner garment. Where are you touching? Am I too indulgent with you? Nangong Jin raised her eyes slightly, saying she didn't want him to, but her body betrayed her. Your Majesty, please stay calm. Huan is to blame. It's just that Your Majesty is too tempting. Huan couldn't control himself. Huan has served Nangong Jin for some time and naturally understands her temper. Nangong Jin is over 30 years old. No matter how well she maintains herself, she is not as delicate and tender as young girls in their teens. She just wants to hear praise from those who serve her to satisfy her vanity. Your little mouth is so sweet and eloquent, and you know how to serve people. Nangong Jin looked at Huan's red lips, with a charming smile on her face. Her legs, hanging on either side of the rocking chair, slightly lifted. Huan's throat moved. He suddenly realized that Nangong Jin was only wearing a bathrobe, practically in the... She was quite bold. His eyes warmed, and he leaned slightly forward. Nangong Jin gazed at the fireworks in the distant sky, looking very pleased. At that moment, the fireworks in the sky all disappeared, and then countless glowing dots appeared. These dots gradually formed into a large message. Jin Xiu Pavilion Grand Opening. Nangong Jin looked at the message in the sky, her eyes full of interest. This Jin Xiu Pavilion seems quite special, creating so many new things. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was a bit unsteady. Huan, I heard that Jin Xiu Pavilion will have a sky lantern show tonight. This should be it. Hearing Nangong Jin's words, Huan couldn't help but glance at the sky and casually said. It was also a chance for him to catch his breath. Nangong Jin was only focused on her own enjoyment, eager to keep him from escaping. What are you looking at? Keep going. Because of Huan's sudden departure, Nangong Jin was a bit displeased and scolded sharply. Huan could only continue, bowing his head, while Nangong Jin looked up and enjoyed the drone show. Soon, the drones changed formations, gradually shaping into a phoenix. This phoenix shimmered with golden light, stunning and magnificent, soaring in the sky. Gradually, the phoenix flew toward the palace, circling above it for a long time before disappearing. Nangong Jin was stunned by this scene. The phoenix is known as the king of all birds and symbolizes power. In Manhwa, she was like that soaring phoenix, overlooking everything. I have to say, Feng Qingyan's move was very much in line with Nangong Jin's taste. Nangong Jin was so excited that he completely forgot he was still enjoying himself. "The old servant is here. Your Majesty, what are your commands?" As soon as Steward Su entered, he saw the scene before him and immediately blushed, quickly lowering his head. He thought to himself, even if he's they shouldn't ignore him like that. He heard the noise from Steward Su and panicked, accidentally hurting Nangong Jin. Only then did Nangong Jin come back to his senses. But Steward Su was already there, and sending him away now would seem too obvious and awkward. "Steward Su, send someone to find out immediately. Who is the owner of the Jinxiu Pavilion? Tomorrow, bring the person to the palace," Nangong Jin said calmly, without blushing or flinching. "Yes, I obey." Steward Su, after receiving the order, didn't lift his head and quickly left. With no outsiders around, the performance was over. Nangong Jin focused entirely on enjoying He Huan's service. Honestly, He Huan was quite skilled in this area. After all, he used to make a living this way. Soon, Nangong Jin was panting and slumped comfortably into a rocking chair. A phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky, something the people of Manhwa had never seen before. Whether real or man-made, it was enough to amaze everyone. The phoenix is a symbol of good fortune, representing supreme power, and also meaning happiness, peace, and a bright future. This gave the people of Manhwa hope, and they looked forward to what was coming. It's just an impressive show. Why are they so excited? Feng Qingyan looked at the crowd below, who kept bowing toward the phoenix, and felt a bit confused. Most of those kneeling are ordinary people. They probably see the phoenix as a sign of good luck. Manhwa isn't as prosperous as the imperial city. You should have noticed on the way here, people are suffering. Many go hungry, are cold, and some even die on the streets, Xiao Minji slowly explained. Since arriving, he had roughly investigated Manhwa's situation. On the surface, Manhwa seems peaceful and prosperous, but in reality, it is full of wounds. The queen is indulgent and immoral, society is declining, morals are lost, people's hearts are untrustworthy, and the world is cold. To satisfy her own desires and enjoy pleasures, the taxes kept increasing year after year, making life very hard for the common people who had little income. So, they worshipped their faith. This queen of Manhwa and the emperor of Daxia are quite similar in strength. Feng Qingyan noticed these things when she arrived, but such situations were common in ancient times. Even during the most prosperous Tang dynasty, there were people struggling to make a living. If what Xiao Minji said is true, then this queen really has problems. In Daxia, with Xiao Minji, a hero fighting for the country and people, in charge, the people of Manhwa are not so lucky. No wonder the royal city of Manhwa is so chaotic. Manhwa has never been wealthy. Not long after Nangong Jin became emperor, he was tempted by pleasure and, encouraged by others, decided to expand territory by invading other countries. My father-in-law was also betrayed at that time. I feel that, besides Xiao Ju's schemes, Nangong Jin might also be involved. Maybe my mother's death was related to this. After Feng Zhan died, his body was never found. Soon after, Chu Qianxuan also disappeared. Now, there is someone who looks like Feng Zhan in Manhwa. Chu Qianxuan might also be there. Xiao Minji always feels there are many complicated connections here, possibly hiding a big conspiracy. But he has no clear clues right now. Then we will meet Nangong Jin properly. I will find out the truth and seek justice for my parents. Feng Qingyan narrowed her eyes. Even if Nangong Jin is the queen of Manhwa, so what? She has touched her. Sooner or later, she will expose her and make her fall from power. A queen like her is just a troublemaker. He believed there are many righteous people in Manhwa who want to overthrow her. Yes, let's wait for news from the palace. Yenner, don't rush. He believed that with Feng Qingyan's actions, Nangong Jin would come to find her soon. But since this is the royal city of Manhwa, once Feng Qingyan enters the palace, Xiao Minji will be limited in what he can do. He is worried about Feng Qingyan's safety. Don't worry, I will be careful, Feng Qingyan smiled. In her past life, she once sneaked into an enemy country's secret vault and returned unharmed. She wasn't afraid of a small Manhwa palace. The performance is over, and the night has grown deep. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow. Yenner, let's rest early tonight. Xiao Minji gently hugged Feng Qingyan, flew down from the roof, and headed straight to their small courtyard bedroom. They moved so quickly that only afterimages remained. Slow down, Xiao Minji, slow down. Feng Qingyan was so dizzy she could barely see, so she quickly used her hands and feet to hold onto Xiao Minji. She clung to him like a koala.
There's no need to rush, so much just to rest.
Is this person in such a hurry to be reborn? Noticing Feng Qingyan's movements, Xiao Minji slightly curved his lips. Rebirth is impossible. He's clearly eager to make a baby. Their little knight has been crying for over an hour. It seems he's really hungry. How can you be so slow? If you're slow, Yenner will say I'm useless like that man in the alley. As soon as Xiao Minji entered the bedroom, he couldn't wait and pressed her onto the bed, staring at her with a mischievous smile. Feng Qingyan punched his chest lightly. This dog man is still thinking about what happened earlier. After some playful teasing, the room returned to a peaceful atmosphere. The red candle flickered gently, and the moon hid behind the clouds, blushing. The next morning, Feng Qingyan slept until the sun was high. After washing up, Xiao Minji had already arranged the meal and personally brought it over. Someone from the palace came this morning, Xiao Minji said while helping Feng Qingyan serve food. Then why didn't you wake me? Feng Qingyan looked up and asked. I didn't want to disturb your rest. Xiao Minji finished serving her and also handed her a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge. His service was really attentive. Where is he? Why did you send him away? Feng Qingyan took a sip of porridge and looked at him, asking. She couldn't get up, and it's all his fault. He delayed something important. I told the old servant to go back first. I said you caught a cold last night, and if it worsened, it might affect Your Majesty. Once you're better, I will personally go to the palace to report. Xiao Minji spoke casually, not seeming to care. But the scene at that time was not like this. The Empress summoned him, and someone was actually making excuses. Publicly, Lord Su had to scold a few words to show his great authority. He is the favorite of Empress Dowager Nangong Jin. As for why he is favored, most likely because he is just as corrupt as Nangong Jin, with a dirty mind, good at flattering her, and understanding her thoughts. This is the Empress's order. Are you trying to disobey it? Lord Su wanted to speak confidently and show his power, but when he saw the pressure coming from Xiao Minji, he immediately hesitated and stammered. My wife is unwell. If she passes her illness to the Empress, you will bear the consequences. Xiao Minji looked at Lord Su coldly. In his world, his little wife's sleep is the most important. If his wife doesn't wake up, she will be grumpy, and if she's grumpy, she will complain about him for last night's matter. It might even affect his future benefits. So, for his own benefit, even if the King of Heaven himself came, Xiao Minji would send him away. I will report to Her Majesty immediately. Please wait for the news. Xiao Minji's gaze was too frightening. Even scarier than Nangong Jin when she's angry. Suddenly, Lord Su changed his attitude. The Empress was quite interested in the Phoenix matter. She also praised the dress sent by He Huan early in the morning. It seemed that the people from Jin Xiu Pavilion were quite capable. Lord Su definitely couldn't offend them or mess things up. He had to smooth things over and could only hurriedly return to the palace. In the Nianxin Hall, Nangong Jin, served by He Huan, had just finished her lunch. Nangong Jin always liked new things and disliked old ones. Her male companions were usually changed daily, and even if she liked someone, she wouldn't keep them overnight. Today, He Huan was still by her side, which showed Nangong Jin was very satisfied with his performance yesterday. Lord Su was quite surprised. It seemed that He Huan was indeed quite capable. Where's the person I asked for? Seeing Lord Su return alone, Nangong Jin, after eating some grapes offered by He Huan, asked. Public servant Su's caring attitude toward Nangong Jin showed both his loyalty and helped resolve Feng Qingyan's issue. He is truly clever and experienced, which explains why he is so successful under Nangong Jin. That's enough. You're thoughtful, but there's no rush now. You've been running around all morning. Go rest first. Indeed, Nangongjin not only didn't blame Su for not doing his job well, but also thought he handled things carefully. Serving the Empress is my duty. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. Su quickly thanked him with a smile. He was mainly good at flattering and obeying. That's enough. I don't want to eat anymore. I want to see Shout Eon for a while. You can help me change clothes. Nangongjin stood up and let He Huan help her get dressed. Finally, He Huan carried her to the inner room and laid her on the bed, beginning to massage her again. Nangongjin slowly closed her eyes, enjoying He Huan's service. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan listened to Xiao Minji's words but didn't say anything. Xiao Minji didn't let Feng Qingyan go into the palace with Su because he was worried about his own benefits being affected, but mainly because he cared about Feng Qingyan's safety. Before she entered the palace, he wanted to prepare some plans just in case. I had someone draw a map of the Manhwa Imperial Palace. Take a look first so you can adapt if needed. Also, keep this token. If you need help, you can find the chief in Qianqing Palace. Just show him the token, and he'll know what to do. When you go into the palace, I will also find a way to arrange someone to assist you. Xiao Minji explained everything to Feng Qingyan. It turns out he even has people inside the Nanhua Palace, showing his hidden strength. Besides being the war god prince of Daxia, Xiao Minji is also the owner of the No. 1 Tower. The number 1 tower has influence in many countries, so placing some people in the Nanhua Palace is normal. Xiao Minji, you're amazing. You even got the map of the Nanhua Palace, with all the secret passages marked clearly. Because Feng Qingyan has space magic, she rarely worries about her safety. She also has modern weapons and strong abilities, so her strength is obvious. But she still admires Xiao Minji. Having been married to Xiao Minji for so long, Feng Qingyan has always known that Xiao Minji is very powerful, but she only had a rough idea. She didn't expect him to have connections in other countries. He doesn't have the ambition to unify the world, or else the world might have already been in his hands. As for her, she seems to have some special advantage, but Xiao Minji truly relies on his own strength to succeed. There's no comparison. Actually, it's not hard to get these things. Nangongjin spends all day admiring handsome men and doesn't pay much attention to security. If she simply places a couple of good-looking men in her harem, she might not notice. Because it concerns the safety of Daxia, Xiao Minji has spies in neighboring countries. If there are big changes, he can get the news quickly. Xiao Minji was a bit shy when Feng Qingyan praised him, and he smiled as he rubbed his nose. For Feng Qingyan, everything seems easy for him. Even though he is respected by everyone and called the war god by the people of Daxia, he still feels he is not good enough in front of her. Is that really not hard? Besides my husband, who else in the world can do this? Feng Qingyan put down the map of Nanhua Palace and looked at Xiao Minji with admiration. She also realized that since marrying Xiao Minji, he has always followed her steps. He even ignores his own brilliance. Although Feng Qingyan is very talented, many things wouldn't go smoothly without Xiao Minji's full support behind the scenes. Undoubtedly, Xiao Minji has given a lot. Feng Qingyan has indeed overlooked this. She rarely gives him praise or recognition. But it's not entirely her fault. In her past life, she was very independent and had no one to rely on. From now on, she will depend more on Xiao Minji. Because sometimes, if a man is not needed for a long time, he might start to doubt himself and feel unloved. Yenner, your little mouth is so sweet today. Let your husband taste if you've been secretly eating honey. Xiao Minji smiled warmly and kissed Feng Qingyan on the lips. He even nibbled a little, as if tasting her flavor. Always so unruly. Feng Qingyan blushed and pushed him away. Yes, it's really sweet. When I face Yenner, I can't be serious at all. Xiao Minji hugged Feng Qingyan and grinned mischievously. The two of them argued and played around every day, which made their married life more fun. After lunch, Xiao Minji went to prepare for Feng Qingyan's trip to the palace, while Feng Qingyan went to the shop in front. Jinxiu Pavilion has been busy since it opened early in the morning, with many customers coming in. Many visitors heard about it from others and came to see for themselves. In short, the business is very lively. Madam, most of the items in the shop across the street sold out by noon. Will there be enough time to restock in the afternoon? Mu Qing collected money all morning and suddenly felt that following Feng Qingyan was very profitable. Seeing that the shelves were almost empty and about to run out of stock, he hurriedly asked when Feng Qingyan approached.
You don't need to worry about that.
Just focus on selling your goods. Feng Qingyan had predicted that the business would be very good before opening. She had already contacted some well-known local workshops and overnight produced several batches of products. Soon, some competitors whose businesses were already struggling might go bankrupt. She could completely monopolize part of the industry in Manhwa Imperial City step by step. Jin Xiu Pavilion's business kept growing, and its reputation spread widely, attracting many visitors from outside the city. Feng Qingyan earned a lot of money. In just a few days, people from the palace came again. Seeing Feng Qingyan, Grandpa Su was stunned. His first thought was that she looked very beautiful, and then he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Are you feeling better from your cold? The Empress is waiting to see you. Grandpa Su looked at Feng Qingyan and asked. He had naturally heard about how busy Jin Xiu Pavilion was, and he couldn't help but admire Feng Qingyan a little more. Thank you for your concern. I am fine now. Feng Qingyan smiled gently, acting elegant and proper, with a kind and graceful attitude, very different from Xiao Minji the other day. This made Grandpa Su relax. At this moment, Xiao Minji hurriedly came out, whispering something in Feng Qingyan's ear. Come with us quickly. The Empress is waiting. Grandpa Su saw Xiao Minji come out and hurriedly urged. He didn't want to face this formidable man again. Hearing Grandpa Su's urging, Xiao Minji slightly frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Feng Qingyan quickly tugged at his sleeve. She just needed to enter the palace without him. Moreover, with Nangong Jin's good looks, bringing him into the palace would only cause trouble. With Xiao Minji's handsome appearance, Nangong Jin, the old flirt, would definitely try to find a way to get inside. Wouldn't she then be so angry that she might destroy the palace? Thinking about the consequences is too frightening. Besides, it's not appropriate for her to bring family members into the palace on her first visit. Important matters are more urgent. I'm leaving now, don't worry. Feng Qingyan gently comforted Xiao Minji, lightly scratching his palm with her small hand. Only then did he reluctantly let go of her. Then I'll come to pick you up at the palace gate later. Since she couldn't go inside, it was fine for him to wait outside. Feng Qingyan had no choice but to agree, nodding slightly. Grandpa Su naturally didn't dare to say anything and took Feng Qingyan onto the palace carriage. Remember, the palace isn't like outside. Be careful with your words and actions, especially when you meet the Empress. As soon as Feng Qingyan got on the carriage, Grandpa Su started explaining palace rules, chattering all the way. Feng Qingyan didn't listen at all. She was too lazy to hear this old man's nagging, so she put on wireless Bluetooth headphones and listened to music. Feng Qingyan watched Grandpa Su's lips move non-stop, responding occasionally with a sound or a nod. Seeing her obedient, Grandpa Su was quite satisfied. When the carriage reached the palace gate, Grandpa Su directly searched Feng Qingyan at the security check before letting her in. It seemed Nangong Jin was quite afraid of death. This body search was useless against her. Even modern infrared security checks couldn't scan the contents of her smart space. After passing the security, Grandpa Su led Feng Qingyan straight to Nangong Jin's palace. As soon as they entered, Feng Qingyan was stunned by the luxurious scene before her. This was the Nangong Jin waiting for her, as Grandpa Su said. Nangong Jin was half-dressed, leaning on the noble consort's bed, surrounded by 5 or 6 male companions. Feeding, massaging. If someone served him well, Nangong Jin would flirt back. He really knew how to play. Hearing someone enter, Nangong Jin only slightly lifted his eyes, glanced at Feng Qingyan, and said, "Let someone wait in the side hall." Nangong Jin truly showed no shame at all, thinking there was nothing wrong with her actions. It was clear she was used to such things in her daily life. Even old servant Su was no longer surprised. He had seen worse. This was nothing to him. He took Feng Qingyan to a side hall, left her a simple command to wait quietly, and then went out. Feng Qingyan looked around the side hall, feeling that something was strange about this room. She sensed that something was off. In the main seat of the side hall, there was a carved chair decorated with dragons and phoenixes, probably where Nangong Jin usually sat. Behind the chair, there was a picture of a phoenix. But it was a phoenix with broken wings. The phoenix was pierced with arrows all over its body, covered in blood, and looked very miserable as it crawled on the ground. In front of her, there was a woman wearing a crown, looking down at the phoenix. Feng Qingyan felt that this picture seemed to have some special meaning. She wandered around the side hall and stepped on a floorboard. Her voice changed slightly. She crouched down and tapped the floor. Sure enough, it was hollow. This meant there was probably a secret room or something underneath. It seemed Nangong Jin had many secrets. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly heard knocking sounds from below. It wasn't very clear, but she thought she heard something. Just as she wanted to check further, footsteps came from outside. Feng Qingyan immediately stood up, as if nothing had happened. Nangong Jin slowly entered the room, looking like she had already washed up and changed into new clothes. Old servant Su helped her to sit on the chair. She didn't look up or glance at Feng Qingyan, standing proudly like a peacock. "Are you the owner of Jingxiu Pavilion?" Nangong Jin's words carried a hint of authority to show her status. Old servant Su gave Feng Qingyan a look, as if telling her to kneel quickly. Feng Qingyan simply ignored it. Nangong Jin hadn't said anything yet. What was she so proud of? "Yes, I am Jing Feng, the owner of Jingxiu Pavilion, and I am also a direct disciple of the Cloud Crane Immortal on Penglai Island." Feng Qingyan nodded slightly, calm and confident, standing straight. She clearly didn't plan to bow deeply to her. When Nangong Jin heard Feng Qingyan's self-introduction, she was suddenly shocked. She raised her head and looked directly at her. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then I was completely stunned by her appearance. "What's your name? Where are you from?" she asked excitedly, pointing at Feng Qingyan. "I'm Jing Feng, from Penglai Immortal Island," Feng Qingyan replied confidently. She had prepared for this moment. Penglai Immortal Island is a legendary place located at the border between Manhwa and Daxia, in a bay. It is said to be inhabited by immortals, and some have even seen a golden phoenix fly out from there. The real Crane Immortal is the master of Penglai Island. Whether or not these stories are true, people have always sought eternal life, especially queens. Naturally, they long for immortality. "Are you really a disciple of the Crane Immortal?" Nangong Jin looked at Feng Qingyan with mixed feelings. She looked very much like someone he knew. How could I dare lie to Her Majesty? "You probably saw the phoenix last night, right? That was a special magic technique taught by my master," Feng Qingyan said with a smile.
"I see.
"Such a wonder can only be created by an immortal. You must have truly inherited the real skills of a true immortal. It's a blessing for Nanyue." Nangong Jin suddenly understood, and this explained how the phoenix appeared. Ordinary people couldn't do that. If she was from Penglai Island, it would be easy for her to control such magic. Nangong Jin's eyes flickered slightly, and his tone became a bit more flattering. It seemed he was overthinking. Maybe they just looked alike. Since Jing Feng was from Penglai Island, she was extraordinary. She might even have a chance to visit the island and seek the true method of eternal life from the Crane Immortal. "Your Majesty is flattering me. Is there something you wanted to see me about?" Feng Qingyan smiled softly. It was clear that the idea of eternal youth was very tempting to every ruler. Nangong Jin was no exception. The more someone enjoyed pleasures, the more they longed for immortality. As for the story about Penglai Island and the Crane Immortal's disciple, it was all fabricated by Feng Qingyan. She had heard that Penglai Island was mysterious and no one really knew if it existed. Most stories were just hearsay, exaggerated by the world. No one knew what the Crane Immortal looked like, let alone his true disciple. Nangong Jin suspected her, but had no proof. Until her identity could be confirmed, naturally, she was treated as a divine being. She wanted Nangong Jin to believe her easily. She simply used some modern technology to create a distraction, making him think she had magical powers. Feng Qingyan heard that many people offer sacrifices to Penglai Immortal Island every year. She strongly suspects that the old man, Jinren Crane, is just a big con artist. Maybe he uses some tricks or illusions to hide himself on Penglai Island and pretend to be a fairy, tricking people out of their money. Why can't she also trick Nangong Jin? If he dares to expose her, he will face the destruction of his broken island. Somewhere in a palace on Penglai Island, an old man with a white beard sat cross-legged. Suddenly, he sneezed several times. Who dares to insult me? The old man with the white beard was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and glared. He didn't look like he had any fairy aura at all, especially his 2 toes sticking out from his shoes, which surprisingly caught attention. When Feng Qingyan revealed her identity, the nearby butler, Su Gonggong, no longer thought she was rude. Since she was a fairy from Penglai Island, it was natural not to bow to the queen. No wonder he always felt Feng Qingyan had such a strong presence, even stronger than their queen. If she was truly a descendant of Jinren Crane, everything would make sense. The fairy is modest. Being accepted as a disciple of Jinren Crane means she must be extraordinary. The main reason for summoning the fairy to the palace was to investigate the phoenix matter. I didn't expect to meet the fairy in person, and now I understand. Nangong Jin was genuinely surprised that the owner of Jinxiu Pavilion claimed to be from Penglai Island. At first, she just wanted to use the Phoenix event to have some crooked thoughts. After all, many people in Manhwa were beginning to be dissatisfied with her rule. She wanted them to believe she was the destined Phoenix Queen. Anyone who disobeyed her deserved death. Of course, Nangong Jin still had some doubts about Feng Qingyan. If she was truly who she claimed to be, that would be great. Even if she was fake, she would turn her into the real thing. I see. Feng Qingyan nodded and smiled. You don't understand anything at all. Does the fairy have any interest in becoming the national teacher of Manhwa? Nangong Jin's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at Feng Qingyan and spoke. Your Majesty, the Empress, does not know that my master has always taught me that cultivating should not be about seeking power or status, as it will harm my spiritual practice. I cannot accept this request. Of course, if your Majesty needs help, I will do my best to assist. Feng Qingyan almost laughed. Is the Southern Yu's royal teacher planning to gather handsome men for Nangong Jin? Wouldn't the common people be spitting at him for that? Of course, since she finally had a chance to get close to Nangong Jin, she couldn't refuse too openly. With the words of the fairy, I feel reassured. Today, the fairy will stay in the palace for a meal. I will have the kitchen prepare delicious dishes to entertain the fairy and find a few handsome men to keep her company. Nangong Jin was not insistent. As long as Feng Qingyan said she was willing, he was happy. Dining is fine, but no need for handsome men. To be honest with your Majesty, I am already married, and I worry my husband might not be pleased. Feng Qingyan was speechless. Does Nangong Jin really think all women in the world are as flirtatious as she is? She has no interest in handsome men at all. If Xiao Minji, that jealous man, found out, he would surely cause trouble for her. If he's unhappy, he can just divorce. A husband who doesn't appreciate a beautiful woman like me would be a shame. Nangong Jin was unfazed. In his mind, women are naturally meant to be pampered, and men are born to serve women. Few people agreed with this view. My master said indulging desires can affect cultivation, so your Majesty understands. Feng Qingyan shook her head with a smile, looking regretful. This is a universal excuse. Whenever Nangong Jin mentions something she doesn't want to do, he always claims it will affect her cultivation. That's really a pity. With your beauty and talent, there are countless handsome men you could have. Nangong Jin shook his head, looking regretful for Feng Qingyan. My ambition lies elsewhere. Feng Qingyan could only smile and reply. So, with her talent and beauty, she should find more men? She really couldn't understand this way of thinking. Moreover, her prince has such looks, such a figure, and such strength, she wouldn't trade him for 100 handsome men. Fairy, you truly are different from ordinary people. Not everyone can compare to you. Seeing Feng Qingyan like this, Nangong Jin seemed to see a true cultivator. He flattered her a few more times. "Your Majesty, please just call me by my name. I only learned a little from my master, and don't deserve such a title. Also, my master taught us that once we leave Penglai Immortal Island, we must not be arrogant or boastful, pretending to be immortals, or it will ruin Penglai's reputation." Listening to Nangong Jin call her a fairy, Feng Qingyan felt very awkward, as if she were about to become a fairy herself. All right. From now on, I will call you Jingfeng," Nangong Jin replied. This way of calling her sounded more friendly, and she wanted to earn his trust quickly so he could use her for his own purposes. Nangong Jin wanted Feng Qingyan to stay in the palace for a meal, and she naturally wouldn't refuse. The more she spent time with Nangong Jin, the easier it would be to find the person she was looking for. Today, she discovered a secret underground room in Nangong Jin's side hall, and she felt a voice in her mind guiding her to explore it. Perhaps the answers she sought were hidden inside that underground room. Nangong Jin asked the kitchen to prepare a meal, and she wandered around with Feng Qingyan. As they walked, they arrived near a fake mountain hot spring pool in the backyard. "The meal will be ready soon. Why don't Jingfeng and I relax in the hot spring to unwind? I heard that the immortal crane master has a special skill called duckwater technique, which allows one to breathe underwater like a fish. Do you think you can learn it?" Nangong Jin asked with a smile. "Of course I can," Feng Qingyan replied with a light laugh. Nangong Jin was testing her. Penglai Island is located in the middle of the sea, and learning the duckwater technique is essential. Feng Qingyan didn't refuse and followed Nangong Jin to the changing room. When Nangong Jin came out, she saw Feng Qingyan wearing a beautiful strapless swimsuit. The bottom was designed like a short skirt. It was but not revealing. Feng Qingyan's figure was already attractive, and wearing such minimal clothing, especially a tight-fitting outfit, highlighted her curves even more. "Jingfeng, what kind of clothes are you wearing?" Nangong Jin, a woman, looked at Feng Qingyan's figure with some envy. She had never seen such a unique design before. It was very tempting. If the men saw her like this, they would go crazy. Of course, she also wanted one. "Does the Empress like it? This is my own design for a swimsuit. It can also be worn as lingerie. If the Empress likes it, I can design a unique set for you someday." Feng Qingyan smiled and replied. But she was thinking to herself, why does this old pervert still want to wear lingerie? Spending all day with male companions, wouldn't it be more convenient not to wear anything? However, it can't be said that way. Just like many people buy romantic lingerie today, the main idea is to excite. "Then I thank you, Jingfeng. You truly are a rare talent, good at everything. The clothes you designed are very unique and eye-catching. The wide-sleeved fairy dress you recently sold to me is comfortable to wear and looks beautiful. I like it very much." Nangong Jin smiled happily. It's not just flattery for Feng Qingyan, she really appreciates her. Especially now, Feng Qingyan is wearing a swimsuit, which makes her even more interested. "Your Majesty, you are too kind. Let me design a new, special set of underwear for you, which will make your figure even more alluring." Feng Qingyan saw Nangong Jin staring at her chest and glancing at herself, and she immediately understood. Ancient underwear didn't have support, so it couldn't highlight full, upright. Feng Qingyan's figure is naturally curvy, and Nangong Jin is envious. This is easy to fix. Later, she will give her some special lingerie that emphasizes key areas. She guarantees she will like it even more. "You understand my thoughts well." Nangong Jin openly showed his feelings. The more he looked at Feng Qingyan, the more he liked her. They chatted and laughed as they went to the hot spring pool. Was Nangong Jin just wanting to see Feng Qingyan swim? That's easy. In her past life, she broke the World Guinness record for holding her breath underwater. She could stay submerged for a long time without any problem. If she still felt it wasn't enough, she could wear an oxygen mask and stay underwater as long as she wanted. Nangong Jin's hot spring pool is very large. As soon as Feng Qingyan entered the water, she looked like a happy fish, swimming freely. Soon, she dove underwater and stayed there for a long time without coming up for air. Nangong Jin watched the water surface and nodded with satisfaction. It seems Feng Qingyan's words are true. Feng Qingyan sank to the bottom and took out a diving mask from her space to wear. She explored underwater for a while. Nangong Jin knew this hot spring was natural. If she guessed correctly, the spring's source should be connected to the outside. Just as Feng Qingyan was about to surface, she noticed a special spot on a rock wall underwater. It looked like a stone door. She dove down and looked at the symbols carved on the door, which seemed somewhat familiar. I couldn't remember where I had seen this before. Feng Qingyan looked at the symbols and reached out to touch a small bump on top. Suddenly, a hole about the size of a well appeared in the stone wall. Feng Qingyan was startled and curious about where this hole led. It was her first time in the Southern Yu Palace, yet she had already discovered so many secrets. She became very interested. It seemed that the Southern Yu Palace was worth exploring thoroughly. Maybe she could uncover some hidden secrets about Nangong Jin. Feng Qingyan took a deep breath and slipped into the hole. She swam a short distance, but the direction of the hole changed, angling upward. No water was rushing in anymore. The space inside had become much larger. She could stand upright inside the tunnel. Feng Qingyan looked around at the stone walls. If she guessed correctly, this was probably inside the fake mountain next to the hot spring pool. After walking a bit, the tunnel continued downward. The hole was deep and dark, and she didn't know where it led. Whoever dug this secret passage hid the entrance beneath the hot spring, cleverly using the fake mountain to avoid the water. Very smart. Just as Feng Qingyan hesitated about whether to go further into the tunnel, she heard Nangong Jin's voice from above. Jingfeng, come out quickly. I've seen your water magic. It's really amazing. Feng Qingyan had been underwater for so long that ordinary people couldn't do that. Did Nangong Jin still doubt her? Hearing his voice, Feng Qingyan decided to turn back the way she came. Your Majesty, this hot spring is so comfortable. I almost don't want to leave, she said, removing her diving mask and surfacing, joking with Nangong Jin. Her calm appearance made Nangong Jin even more certain that Feng Qingyan really knew water magic. If Jingfeng likes it, she can come often. Nangong Jin wanted to find more chances to get closer to Jingfeng. Your Majesty, I am always ready to serve, she replied, sharing the same intention. She wanted to find out more about the secret chamber in the side hall and the tunnel beneath the hot spring. After soaking for a while longer, they changed clothes and went to eat. Nangong Jin was truly extravagant. If not a full imperial banquet, it was close enough. There are even more people serving around me. There are about 4 or 5 male companions. They are truly foolish and wasteful, living without restraint. It seems a man is essential for her survival. I really don't understand how she can eat and drink with so many people around. Especially those male companions who compete for her favor by trying to Nangong Jin. They act as if she doesn't exist, feeding Nangong Jin directly in front of her. It shows that this has become a common thing for them. Everyone, you can leave now. I have matters to discuss with Feng. Nangong Jin noticed Feng Qingyan's gaze and finally understood to hold back. The male companions looked at Feng with slight dissatisfaction, reluctantly stepping back. Their expressions seemed as if Feng had stolen their favor. But among them, there was one cold-looking male companion who was an exception. He had tried to flatter Nangong Jin and even seemed a bit distant. His gaze kept flickering towards Feng Qingyan. But it wasn't an offense, more like a signal. Feng Qingyan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. And when she looked closer, she realized this man was clearly Xiao Minji in disguise. As for the male companion he had transformed into, he was probably someone Xiao Minji had placed beside Nangong Jin. Feng Qingyan watched Xiao Minji swallow hard. This guy said he was waiting for her at the palace gate. So, how did he manage to sneak into the palace? This was probably because Nangong Jin had too many male companions, and he even took Feng Qingyan to soak in a hot spring. He was worried Feng Qingyan might be corrupted by Nangong Jin, so he came to check on her. Now he's satisfied. His little wife only has him in her heart, and she's not interested in these handsome men at all. Before leaving, Xiao Minji cast a secret flirtatious glance at Feng Qingyan and blew her a kiss. Then he turned and strode away. Feng Qingyan almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Jing Feng, what are you laughing at? Nangong Jin saw Feng Qingyan smiling and asked curiously. I laughed because the Empress had chased everyone away. They looked at me as if they wanted to eat me, as if I had stolen their favor. They truly love the Empress with deep affection, with sincere hearts. Feng Qingyan quickly looked away, finding an excuse to change the subject. She also took the opportunity to flatter Nangong Jin. Don't mind them. They just like to compete for favor and get jealous. I'm used to it. Nangong Jin smiled proudly, as if she was very proud of herself. She probably doesn't even remember the names of all her many male companions, but she is truly sincere and affectionate. Would such deep affection be disliked by even dogs? The male companions had all left, leaving only 2 palace maids to serve. Feng Qingyan finally could enjoy her meal peacefully. Nangong Jin, who loved pleasure, had skilled chefs in the kitchen, so Feng Qingyan ate quite happily. After finishing her meal, it was getting dark. Nangong Jin still wanted to keep Feng Qingyan in the palace to watch her perform the amazing Flying Phoenix trick, but Feng Qingyan refused. Performing the Flying Phoenix takes too much spiritual energy. I hope your majesty will understand. Xiao Minji had just arrived at the palace, so she couldn't stay. She didn't want to watch the phoenix flying. She wondered who she thought she was, just wanting to see it? Of course, good things should be kept intriguing. After seeing many amazing things, they no longer seem so special. There will be many opportunities in the future for Nangong Jin to find her again. She has plenty of chances to enter the palace. All right then, I will have Uncle Su personally send you back. Nangong Jin looked a bit disappointed. But she understood. Such extraordinary feats beyond normal people's reach are not easy to accomplish. This also made her more certain that Feng Qingyan was truly a direct disciple of the immortal Crane Master. Thank you, Uncle Su. Feng Qingyan smiled and said to Uncle Su, You're too kind. It's an honor to the fairy. Uncle Su looked flattered. You're too modest, Uncle Su. Feng Qingyan smiled lightly and said indifferently. She had her reasons for showing respect to Uncle Su. Uncle Su was a close confidant of Nangong Jin. Having served her for so long, he surely knew her secrets. If she wanted to learn more about Nangong Jin, Uncle Su was the best person to ask. A little persuasion might even help her in the future. Of course. Uncle Su was very pleased to see Feng Qingyan so approachable. He thought maybe he could benefit from her favor someday. Feng Qingyan followed Su out of the palace and saw Xiao Minji's carriage waiting outside. Hubby has come to pick me up, so there's no need for you to follow anymore, she said. That's good. Be careful on your way, fairy, Su replied, glancing at Xiao Minji, then quickly lowering his head. No wonder he could win over the fairy. He's truly extraordinary. Feng Qingyan got into the carriage, but felt something was strange. She looked at Xiao Minji and saw him staring at her with wide eyes, not blinking. What's wrong? Feng Qingyan was surprised. He had been fine in the palace just now. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Yenner, you've been surrounded by handsome men all day in the palace. You must have had a lot of fun, he said. He waited outside the palace for a long time, but saw no sign of her. Instead, he received news that Feng Qingyan was relaxing in a hot spring with Nangong Jin. Nangong Jin, a woman who can't live without her male companions, was actually taking her to a hot spring. Does that mean she's being served by her male friends? So Xiao Minji hurriedly entered the palace, found her male companion placed with Nangong Jin, disguised himself as him, used silver to build connections, and finally saw Nangong Jin and Feng Qingyan together. He saw Nangong Jin being fed by several male friends, fighting to serve her. Fortunately, his little wife was pure and had no male friends around. I'm just doing my duty. You saw it too. I haven't had any contact with those handsome men. Feng Qingyan smiled. It seemed this jealous man had lost his temper again. She could only coax him gently. Otherwise, she'd be the one suffering in the end. Yes, remember to stay away from them when you go into the palace next time. They serve Nangong Jin all day, and she's so indulgent. Who knows if she's caught any diseases? Xiao Minji rambled on. He explained in detail, giving examples, as if afraid she wouldn't believe him. Got it, Feng Qingyan said helplessly. Xiao Minji's words were just to remind her to keep her distance from those handsome men. He didn't mean to insult them all as worthless or unworthy. But in the palace, besides those who were forced, there probably weren't many good ones. When Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji returned to the Imperial City Street, it was already completely dark. They took another walk around Jin Xiu Pavilion and only went back to their residence after the shop closed. At this moment, in Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji's room, a person in black searched everywhere but couldn't find what they were looking for. Strange, why isn't it here? The person in black stood by the window, feeling puzzled. It was impossible for such a large item to be hidden on them. Could they have misunderstood? But besides them, he couldn't think of anyone else who might be involved. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji sensed something was wrong upon returning and rushed inside immediately. But they were a bit too late. The person in black had already jumped out of the window. Feng Qingyan wanted to chase after him through the window, but Xiao Minji stopped her directly. Yenner, there's no need to chase. This person's light skills are better than mine, and it's unlikely you'll catch him. Let's see if he's lost anything. What could he have lost? All the valuable items are in my space. It seems he's looking for something. Feng Qingyan examined the room and saw many places that had been disturbed. However, all the items were still there and in place. Most likely, this person was after the Jade Seal. It looks like we've been watched. Xiao Minji frowned slightly. He wasn't sure about this person's identity. Even if someone suspects we took the Jade Seal, they won't find proof. This person probably isn't from Nangong Jin's group. Maybe she has a grudge against him, but she might not be an enemy. Feng Qingyan put the Jade Seal into her space, making it impossible for anyone to find.
There was no need to worry about that.
And clearly, the other person didn't want to fight them and probably wasn't sure the Jade Seal was in their possession. Yes, anyway, we need to be more careful in the future. That person probably won't give up easily. Xiao Minji stopped thinking about it and ordered someone to prepare bath water. Feng Qingyan had just soaked in the hot spring at the palace and rinsed quickly before coming out. Xiao Minji wanted to share a bath with her, but before anything happened, it didn't work out. Feng Qingyan returned to her room, thinking that Nangong Jin had asked her to enter the palace tomorrow and bring her 2 sets of underwear. She casually pulled out a few pieces from her space. This one looks good, and this one seems nice too. Feng Qingyan smiled mischievously, imagining Nangong Jin wearing them and being surrounded by a group of admirers vying for his attention. She even had the urge to record the scene and show it to everyone, to let them see how ridiculous their empress could be. Feng Qingyan got lost in her thoughts, not noticing when Xiao Minji quietly stood behind her. He looked at the items in her hands, and his throat moved nervously. Their little princess was eager to come out, just to prepare these, perhaps to give him a special gift? Seeing Feng Qingyan hesitating and unable to decide, Xiao Minji couldn't wait any longer. I think this one looks good. He reached out and picked a bright red lace lingerie, holding it up against Feng Qingyan. The red color made it look more alluring and, making her already fair skin appear even more delicate. This red lace lingerie was boldly designed, with all parts made of see-through material. So, when worn, it was almost like not wearing anything at all. Well, not exactly nothing, but it gave a much stronger visual impact. Feng Qingyan was startled by Xiao Minji's sudden action. "WH, what are you doing?" She quickly snatched the item from his hand and hid it behind her. She hadn't even heard any noise just now. How could Xiao Minji see this? And she didn't want him to think anything strange. "Yenner, there's no need to be shy. I know you prepared this for me. When you wear it, you'll look very beautiful." Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with a passionate, self-loving expression.
I don't want to wear it.
"It's not for you." Feng Qingyan blushed. She didn't expect Xiao Minji to misunderstand. "Not for me? Then who are you planning to wear it for?" Xiao Minji's expression changed slightly, and a pang of jealousy and discomfort surged inside him. Such a private item. And she said it wasn't for him? "Xiao Minji, listen to me.
Don't misunderstand.
I didn't wear this. Nangong Jin, that old lecher, asked for it." Seeing Xiao Minji's face change, she hurried to explain. If this jealous man thought she was going to wear lingerie for someone else, she would be in big trouble. After hearing Feng Qingyan's words, Xiao Minji's eyes lit up with happiness. That's how it is. But husband also wants to see you wear it. Would you mind showing it to him? Xiao Minji quickly moved closer and gently coaxed her. Feng Qingyan immediately refused. This thing was too embarrassing. The little fabric of the lingerie was not meant to hide, but to reveal more. She definitely didn't want to wear it. Yenner, husband really wants to see. If you wear it, you'll look very beautiful. Xiao Minji embraced Feng Qingyan, whispering softly in her ear with a charming, magnetic voice, full of temptation. Then, gentle kisses fell like rain. Feng Qingyan felt a shiver all over her body, and her nightgown was pulled off onto the ground. She gradually lost herself in Xiao Minji's kisses. While kissing Feng Qingyan, Xiao Minji also started examining the red lingerie beside him, trying to figure out how to put it on. By the time Feng Qingyan noticed what was happening, Xiao Minji had already made significant progress. Xiao Minji, you. Feng Qingyan looked at the awkwardly hanging red lace lingerie on her body, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. This was just too provocative. Yenner, be good. Don't move. You look really beautiful in it. Let husband enjoy and appreciate it. In the end, under Xiao Minji's handsome charm and gentle persuasion, Feng Qingyan had no choice but to compromise. She had already put it on. Was she supposed to let him take it off again? Xiao Minji was not the type to give up easily, especially in situations like this. If she couldn't resist, she might as well enjoy it. However, soon Feng Qingyan started to regret her decision. Xiao Minji was like a hungry wolf that couldn't be satisfied. Feng Qingyan felt as if she was being roasted over a fire. The candlelight in her eyes flickered, making her vision blurry. She felt as if she was lost in a dream. Xiao Minji, you beast. Feng Qingyan was extremely ashamed and angry, but inside, she also felt a strange pleasure. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Minji became even more energetic. Yenner has already said so. How can husband disappoint your expectations? What do you think of this one? He grinned mischievously. The red dress Feng Qingyan was wearing was already ruined, so he picked another from the styles she had just shown him. Feng Qingyan turned her face away, not wanting to pay attention to this beast. This is even more excessive. They even skipped the decorative cutouts. It really made things easier for someone. Yenner, you are so beautiful. Yenner, I love you. Yenner, call me husband. Yenner. The candle in the dorm burned all night until the sky turned white, and only then did it gradually calm down. I want to sleep. Sleep. Feng Qingyan was really exhausted, using her last strength to shout at Xiao Minji. Her whole body felt like it was falling apart. Why doesn't this man ever get tired? Okay, sleep. Xiao Minji looked at the last piece of unwearable underwear in his hand, regretfully tossing it aside. It seems he can only enjoy its beauty next time when it blooms on Yenner. His little princess really looks worn out. Feng Qingyan fell asleep immediately. Xiao Minji gently held her in his arms, looked at her blushing face, and softly kissed her forehead. His little princess is so beautiful. No matter how much he loves her, it's never enough. The next day, the two of them slept until the sun was high. Nangong Jin finished his morning court and sent old servant Su to invite Feng Qingyan to the palace. But he was told she was still resting. Your Majesty the Empress requests an audience. Please be understanding. Old servant Su said again. Master is resting. She doesn't like to be disturbed. Luo Tian coldly refused at the door. Old servant Su was taken aback. Even the young servant at the gate was so arrogant. But thinking that Feng Qingyan was a direct disciple of the Crane Immortal, he could only endure. Old servant Su waited for a long time, but no one came to serve him tea or water. When had he ever been treated like this? But besides enduring, what else could he do? Just as old servant Su was about to fall asleep, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji finally got up. Your Majesty the Empress has issued an order. Invite Miss Qingfeng into the palace. Old servant Su, trembling, looked at Xiao Minji's unfriendly gaze and spoke hesitantly. He really couldn't understand why the fairy had chosen such a cold person. It seemed he still cared about her quite a bit. Xiao Minji naturally wasn't happy. Feng Qingyan had just returned from the palace yesterday, and she was beautiful and relaxing in hot springs. Nangong Jin even asked her to prepare some playful lingerie. What business do you have in the palace? Lord Su, the Empress has asked me to prepare some things, but I haven't finished yet. Maybe you should go back first. Once I'm ready, I will go in on my own. Feng Qingyan saw Xiao Minji's expression and knew what he was thinking. She didn't want to do this either. But Nangong Jin is so fond of this. That's fine too. Lord Su didn't know what Nangong Jin asked Feng Qingyan to do, so he could only agree. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to report back and Nangong Jin might say he didn't do his job well. Plus, Feng Qingyan still had someone watching her closely. After Lord Su left, Xiao Minji sent someone to bring food. They only got up now, so they skipped breakfast. While eating, Xiao Minji kept glancing at Feng Qingyan. Speak quickly and say what you need to. Feng Qingyan grew a bit impatient under his gaze and asked him, Did Nangong Jin ask you to come into the palace just to deliver those playful lingerie? Xiao Minji looked up, a little unhappy, and asked, Yes, so what? Feng Qingyan replied, It's just delivering some things. What's he making a fuss about? As a ruler, you should think about how to develop the country and benefit the people. Instead, your mind is full of these inappropriate things. How shameless. Xiao Minji was full of righteous anger, making it seem like he was a citizen of Manhwa. It's just 2 pieces of playful lingerie. Do you need to make such a big deal? Do you think this is the first time you've heard of Nangong Jin's identity? Feng Qingyan rolled her eyes at him. Last night, he seemed quite interested in that lingerie. Why does it become inappropriate when it's with someone else? Such double standards. Of course, she only dared to think this in her mind. Her back still ached from earlier. What if Yenna gets influenced by her? Xiao Minji didn't care about Nangong Jin at all. The main thing was, Feng Qingyan would be in contact with Nangong Jin often in the future, and she would inevitably deal with her male followers. Thinking about this, Xiao Minji felt uncomfortable. He trusted Feng Qingyan's character, but he didn't trust those flirtatious followers. His little wife was beautiful and talented, so some people would try to get close to her. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Feng Qingyan was speechless and glared at him. She wouldn't have agreed to marry Xiao Minji if she had that kind of mind from the start. Isn't it better to enjoy life alone and happily? Yenner, I trust you. I believe in you. It's not that I don't trust others. You're so beautiful and capable. Nangong Jin still values you so much, so some people might have bad intentions. So, Yenner, you. Xiao Minji started his usual talk about protecting her from danger. He spoke very convincingly. He didn't blame Feng Qingyan at all, only thinking about her safety. Stop. I understand. Xiao Minji was still waiting for her there. Basically, he just wanted her to stay away from troublemakers. She really doubted that every time she entered the palace, Xiao Minji would give her instructions. After Xiao Minji's caring advice, Feng Qingyan picked out a few bold, playful outfits for Nangong Jin. Xiao Minji personally took her to the palace gate. By the way, you might not know, but there's a secret passage under Nangong Jin's hot spring pool. No one knows where it leads. Also, her side hall in her palace is full of strange signs. I want to go and check it out. Feng Qingyan was very interested. How did Nangong Jin, so wild and unruly, manage to become the queen of Manhwa? There must be many secrets behind it. She felt that this matter was probably connected to the investigation they were doing. Yes, Yenner, be very careful. Your safety comes first. Xiao Minji knew Feng Qingyan had her own plans. He just needed to cooperate with her. When Feng Qingyan entered the palace, someone immediately led her and reported to Granduncle Su. These servants were experienced and knew how to read people. In the imperial study, a man in black was standing in front of Nangong Jin, reporting something. Granduncle Su and Feng Qingyan just arrived at the door when they heard the man in black speak. Your Majesty, she has woken up. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black sent someone at the door and stopped talking. Your Majesty, Miss Jingfeng has arrived. Granduncle Su knocked on the door and said inside. Let her in. Nangong Jin replied. waving to the man in black to show she understood, and told him to step back. The man in black slightly bowed, then turned and headed toward the door. As Feng Qingyan entered with Lord Su, she just brushed past a man in black. The two of them looked at each other, and both sensed danger in each other's eyes. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect that there was such a powerful expert hiding near Nangong Jin. And this person's outfit was exactly the same as the black-clad figure described by Feng Lin in the southern border. It seems those people are indeed Nangong Jin's secret guards. But if the person Lord Bailing saw was really Feng Zhan, then how did he become Nangong Jin's secret guard? And where is he now? It's really hard to understand. But now she has finally seen one of Nangong Jin's secret guards alive, and there will be chances to see others too. The man in black was even more surprised. This young woman had such a strong presence. He couldn't even sense her martial arts skill. When did Nangong Jin get to know this person? Your Majesty, I have brought Miss Jingfeng here. I will wait outside. Call me if you need anything. Lord Su knew Nangong Jin had something to discuss with Feng Qingyan, so he quickly stepped back politely. Jingfeng, come and sit. Nangong Jin looked at Feng Qingyan and gently patted the seat beside him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Qingyan naturally wouldn't be polite. She sat down right next to him. She also took a moment to observe the layout of the imperial study. Did you bring the things I asked for yesterday? Nangong Jin looked at the bundle on Feng Qingyan's back and asked. Feng Qingyan smiled. The imperial seal of China was lost, yet Nangong Jin still calmly asked her about swimwear. She really admired him. Great. Let me see. Nangong Jin looked at Feng Qingyan with eager eyes. I don't know what the Empress prefers, so I brought a few different ones. Keep the ones you like, and if you don't like any, just handle them casually. Feng Qingyan took out her small bag and started pulling out items one by one. Jingfeng prepared these, so they must be excellent. Nangong Jin loved the outfits Feng Qingyan designed. These kinds of undergarments were especially unique. Of course, he liked them very much. These are swimsuits. Usually, Your Majesty can wear them when you go to hot springs. Also, these are for Your Majesty's bedtime. Feng Qingyan leaned close to Nangong Jin's ear and whispered with a gentle smile. She gave him a look that said, I understand. Nangong Jin's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect Feng Qingyan to understand his thoughts so well. She first put away the few flirtatious lingerie Feng Qingyan mentioned, then picked up the swimsuits to compare. I like these swimsuits very much. Just today, I had the maids pick fresh flower petals. Maybe I can wear one of these for a flower petal bath. Nangong Jin found a simple bikini and tried it on, then looked at Feng Qingyan with excitement. I'm glad you like it, Your Majesty. Seeing how eager Nangong Jin was, Feng Qingyan wondered even more how she became the Empress. Feng Qingyan and Nangong Jin went to the hot spring pool, and she also taught him the correct way to wear different styles of bikinis. In the end, Nangong Jin wore a bright pink lace-up bikini. She was not young anymore, and her figure had slightly changed. Especially her chest. Whether from being played with by men too often or from loose skin, it sagged noticeably. This bikini had padded cups that pushed her together, instantly making her bust look 2 sizes bigger and more lifted. Seeing her own figure suddenly enhanced, Nangong Jin was very excited. The effect was amazing. It looked very pleasing to the eye. She couldn't wait for others with better figures to see her. She was proud of her own body too. This vanity. Nangong Jin looked at herself in the mirror, admiring herself narcissistically for a long time. Then she remembered Feng Qingyan was still nearby and asked shyly, Jingfeng, why aren't you changing into a swimsuit? I think I won't bother the Empress anymore, so I won't disturb your enjoyment. Feng Qingyan replied thoughtfully. If she left, Nangong Jin wouldn't have her male companions to play with. There's no disturbance at all. How could they compare to you, Jingfeng? I asked you to come to the palace, so I shouldn't leave you alone to enjoy the hot spring. I also have some things I want to talk to you about. Nangong Jin immediately understood Feng Qingyan's meaning and smiled slightly. There's no need to worry about me, Your Majesty. Please enjoy yourself. I'll just take a walk nearby. After His Majesty finishes his bath, just call me anytime. Feng Qingyan naturally has her own tasks in the palace. She is not here to keep company with Nangong Jin in the hot springs. That's fine. I will ask Granduncle Su to show you around the palace. Nangong Jin is eager to show off his figure to those male companions. So, Feng Qingyan allowed him to do so. Granduncle Su took Feng Qingyan to the Imperial Garden. After walking around, she didn't find anything particularly interesting.
I'm tired.
Granduncle Su, you don't need to accompany me anymore. Could you help me find a place to rest? Feng Qingyan sat down in a pavilion and spoke to Granduncle Su behind her. All right. I will arrange a place for Miss Jingfeng to rest. Granduncle Su was quite old. Feng Qingyan deliberately quickened her steps, and he was already panting behind her. He didn't want to keep walking anymore. Granduncle Su led Feng Qingyan to a sleeping hall. She then spoke again. Granduncle Su, you must be tired too. I didn't rest well last night, so I might sleep for a while. You don't need to serve me here. You should go and wait by the Empress. If His Majesty can't find you, it might cause trouble. Feng Qingyan yawned in front of Granduncle Su, looking very sleepy. All right then. You rest here. I will send 2 palace maids to guard you. Don't worry, they won't disturb you. When the Empress is done bathing in the hot springs, I will come back to find you. Granduncle Su definitely wouldn't leave Feng Qingyan alone. He replied, Thank you, Granduncle. Feng Qingyan didn't refuse either. Anyway, whether someone guards her or not doesn't matter much to her. After Granduncle Su left, Feng Qingyan entered the sleeping hall and closed the door. Then she slipped out through the back window, following the map of the Southern Yu Palace in her memory, heading toward the Yangxin Hall. She wanted to explore the side hall of the Yangxin Hall again. Feng Qingyan walked along the small path, avoiding all guards, and sneaked into the side hall she visited last time. Since there might be underground secret chambers inside, there must be mechanisms. She looked at the various decorations inside the hall and the wall ornaments, imagining where the hidden mechanisms could be. She examined all the paintings on the walls, but didn't find any switches. Finally, she approached the broken-winged phoenix statue. Feng Qingyan looked into the sad eyes of the phoenix and felt a strange sense of pity. She reached out to touch the blood-stained wound on the phoenix's body, but her hand came away sticky. Is this real blood? Feng Qingyan raised her hand to smell it and realized it was indeed fresh human blood. Nangong Jin really is a pervert. It was clear that this underground secret room was hiding someone she hated deeply. When upset, they would bring the person out for punishment. Could it be the man she couldn't have? Was he really that desperate? Feng Qingyan didn't find any traps in front of the winged phoenix painting. Then she looked again at the chair nearby. The chair was finely crafted. If Nangong Jin usually sat there to punish someone, the trap was probably in this chair. But when she first entered, she checked the chair carefully and found nothing unusual. Feng Qingyan's eyes shifted slightly. She approached the chair, imagining Nangong Jin sitting there, and then sat down naturally. Suddenly, there was a crisp click from beneath the chair. It was clearly triggered by a mechanism. Immediately after, Feng Qingyan saw the painting of the winged phoenix on the opposite side change slightly. Its eyes bulged a little, shining with a bright golden light. It seemed that this was the location of the trap. Just as Feng Qingyan was about to press the button, she heard footsteps outside. Then she heard Yuan Jing's voice. Your Majesty isn't soaking in the hot spring. Who's inside? It turned out Yuan Jing came to find Nangong Jin, but was told she was in the hot spring, so she waited in the Palace of Rest. As soon as she entered, she sensed some movement inside and asked the guiding her. Feng Qingyan stayed in the space for a while, but Yuan Jing still had no intention of leaving. It seemed she had some important matter to report to Nangong Jin. Feng Qingyan couldn't stay long. Soon Nangong Jin would finish his bath. She used her space ability to quickly teleport out of the Palace of Rest and Healing, right under Yuan Jing's watchful eyes. What's that? What was that? Yuan Jing felt as if her vision blurred for a moment, as if something had flown past her. Is something wrong, sir? The guards outside asked repeatedly. Did you see anything come out of the room just now? Yuan Jing looked around but saw nothing. She asked again. No, I didn't see anything. Did something happen, sir? The guard at the door asked with confusion. Yuan Jing thought she might have been mistaken, but she clearly felt a gust of air moving, gently ruffling her hair at the side. The speed was too fast to be normal. It was definitely beyond what an ordinary person could do. She became uncertain again. Feng Qingyan teleported back to her resting room using her space ability. 2 palace maids were still standing guard at the door. Feng Qingyan slipped in through the back window, then opened the front door and stepped out. Miss, you're awake? We will go inform Lord Su right away. The 2 maids hurriedly bowed. Lord Su had specifically instructed that Feng Qingyan was a distinguished guest of Her Majesty the Queen, and she must be treated with utmost respect. No need, I can go myself. Feng Qingyan, having entered the Southern Yu Palace twice, naturally wanted to learn more. She hummed a little tune as she looked around, walking openly and confidently. Passing by the Imperial Garden, Feng Qingyan saw the lotus pond with beautiful koi fish. She casually took out a packet of fish food from her space and sprinkled it into the water. The fish food was modern, high quality, well balanced in nutrition, high in protein, and tasted excellent. Soon, a group of koi fish, attracted by the smell, swam over to her. They were quite charming. Feng Qingyan took out a baby bottle filled with fish food from her space and squatted down to feed the koi. At that moment, a 5- or 6-year-old child ran along the corridor nearby. I was chasing after him, calling out repeatedly, "Oh, little prince, please don't run, don't run. What if you fall?" The Empress Queen might have to punish the servant. The young wanted to chase after him quickly, but was afraid of rushing too fast and causing the little prince to fall. As the child ran closer to Feng Qingyan's position, he suddenly stopped.
Wow, so many koi fish.
Sister, how do you make them like you so much? He eagerly ran toward Feng Qingyan and saw the koi fish all rushing to her, nibbling at the milk bottle in her hand. Usually these koi in the lotus pond are a bit shy around people. When someone approaches, they swim to the middle of the pond. Even when fed, they don't usually come so close. Feng Qingyan turned her head and saw a cute little boy with bright lips and white teeth, looking at her with admiration. He looked really adorable. She had just heard the official call him the little prince, so he was probably the son of Nangong Jin. It's a pity such a well-behaved child has such a mother. These fish like people. Just hold this and feed them, Feng Qingyan said with a smile, handing him the milk bottle. Even though this child was Nangong Jin's, Feng Qingyan had no prejudice against him. No one can choose their background. It's not that the parents are bad. Children often grow up differently from their parents. Thinking about Nangong Jin's behavior, she wondered if it might affect the child's mind and body. "Thank you, sister," the boy said clearly and loudly, sounding very pleasant. He smiled at Feng Qingyan, his chubby face turning red from running so fast, looking very cute. Just then, the Li, who was chasing after the boy, hurried over. Seeing how close he was to Feng Qingyan and not knowing her identity, he felt a bit worried. The Empress Queen had repeatedly told him not to let the little prince contact strangers. "The little prince, the lotus pond, is too dangerous. You can't play here. If the Empress Queen finds out, she will scold you," he said quickly, trying to stop the boy from feeding the koi. The little prince looked upset, clutching Feng Qingyan's clothes, with tears already forming in his eyes. Feng Qingyan felt a strange pain in her heart. Based on the tone of Lord Li, Nangong Jin is usually strict with children and rarely cares for him. It's okay to let the child play a little. Just watch carefully. As for the queen, I will help you speak to her. Feng Qingyan stopped Lord Li's actions and said a bit regretfully. Seeing Feng Qingyan's cold gaze, Lord Li paused slightly. This girl has a strong presence. Hearing her tone, he guessed she has a good relationship with the queen, so he didn't stop her further. "Thank you, sister." When the little prince saw Lord Li no longer blocking him, he immediately smiled and thanked Feng Qingyan. Then he happily fed the koi fish. "May I ask, who is this young lady?" Lord Li still felt a bit uneasy and asked again. "Jingfeng Pavilion, Qingfeng." Feng Qingyan didn't even lift her head and spoke slowly, continuing to carefully feed the koi fish with the child. For some reason, when she first saw this child, she felt an inexplicable liking. So, it's Miss Qingfeng. I apologize for the rudeness. Although Lord Li had never heard of the name Qingfeng, he knew about Jingxiu Pavilion, which had been the talk of the town recently. The queen was also very interested in Jingxiu Pavilion. This girl from Jingxiu Pavilion appeared in the palace, so she must have been summoned by the queen. Feng Qingyan ignored Lord Li and turned to chat with the little prince while feeding the koi fish. What is your name? Nangong Li. And you, sister? Nangong Li blinked his big, watery eyes at Feng Qingyan, feeling that this sister was very kind. So you're Li's younger brother. You can call me Jingfeng's sister. Feng Qingyan replied, feeling no problem with the sibling-like address. Jingfeng's sister is so nice. Can I play with you in the future? No one in the palace plays with Ali. Nangong Li also liked Feng Qingyan very much. Usually, Nangong Li was surrounded by eunuchs, which was very boring. Nangong Jin also didn't allow him to contact strangers. This was the first time he saw such a beautiful and kind older sister like Feng Qingyan. He naturally wanted to see her again.
Sure.
Where do you live, Ali? Next time I come to the palace, I can visit you. I opened a Jingxiu Pavilion on the Imperial City's commercial street. If Ali can leave the palace, he can also come to visit the sister at Jingxiu Pavilion. Alalai has never left the palace, so she probably can't visit her sister. Her sister remembers to find Alalai when she enters the palace. When talking about leaving the palace, Nangong Li's eyes are full of longing, but also mixed with despair. Still, he feels happy because today he met Feng Qingyan, who promised to visit him next time she comes to the palace. It's okay. Alalai can't leave the palace, but your sister will come to see you here. When there's a chance, she will take you out. Hearing Nangong Li's words, Feng Qingyan feels a sudden ache in her heart. She doesn't know why she cares so much about this child, but she just feels sorry for him. Really? Sister won't lie to me, right? Let's make a promise. Nangong Li looks at Feng Qingyan excitedly and holds out his small hand. Okay, let's make a promise. It's a deal. After they shake hands, Feng Qingyan gets up and prepares to leave. Before leaving, she gives Nangong Li a bottle of fish food for the koi and leaves a big bag of fish feed for him. She tells him to come feed the koi by the lotus pond whenever he has free time and reminds him to stay safe. Nangong Li watches Feng Qingyan's back as she leaves, waving goodbye reluctantly. He really wishes he had such a big sister. Little prince, Miss Jingfeng has already left. We should go back. Old Li hurriedly urges. They have been out for too long, and if the Empress finds out, she will be angry. If you want to go back, go yourself. I don't want to go back. Nangong Li immediately changes his expression, picks up some mud from the ground, throws it at Old Li, and runs away. This mischievous look is completely different from the obedient one he showed in front of Feng Qingyan. Little prince you. Old Li quickly brushes the mud off his face and rushes after Nangong Li. It seems he's used to this. So, was Nangong Li just pretending to be pitiful in front of Feng Qingyan to gain sympathy? He really is clever for his age. Feng Qingyan and Nangong Li part ways and head toward the hot spring pool. It's been so long. Nangong Jin shouldn't still be soaking in the hot spring, right? Just as Feng Qingyan is about to walk toward the palace of the hot spring, she hears a blush-inducing sound from inside. Through the palace door, Feng Qingyan sees 4 or 5 male attendants surrounding Nangong Jin, all trying to get close. Nangong Jin leaned against a stone by the hot spring pool, her eyes dreamy, and she looked very relaxed. This scene was very intense. It was like a modern short film. Feng Qingyan didn't have the habit of eavesdropping in corners, but she found it too shocking and quickly turned to leave. As she turned, she unexpectedly met Yuan Jing coming toward her. Why are you sneaking around here? Yuan Jing saw Feng Qingyan look a little surprised and noticed her expression, so she thought she had done something bad. Their last encounter at the inn had been unpleasant, and Yuan Jing didn't plan to let Feng Qingyan go easily. Why can't I come here? If General Yuan can. Feng Qingyan's expression instantly returned to normal, and she said irritably to Yuan Jing. How dare you talk to me like that? Yuan Jing saw Feng Qingyan's beautiful yet bold face and remembered she had a stunning husband, which made her very angry. This woman was really ungrateful. Last time at the inn, she was also very arrogant. The more Yuan Jing thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and she realized she had been played by a woman who seemed helpless. General Yuan, such high authority. I am a guest invited by the queen herself. The queen has never looked down on me. Are you more important than the queen? Feng Qingyan didn't bother to respond. She was just a loyal dog around Nangong Jin. Nangong Jin probably valued her because she was not very smart, just following orders. When needed, she could also take the blame. Yuan Jing was taken aback. No wonder Feng Qingyan was so arrogant. She was invited by the queen. Recently, Yuan Jing had been overwhelmed by the black-clad people and didn't know about the affairs of Jinxiu Pavilion. Plus, she was vicious and full of evil deeds, so few of her subordinates dared to communicate with her. Recently, Yuan Jing's work had been poor, and Nangong Jin was very dissatisfied with her. Hearing that Feng Qingyan was invited by Nangong Jin, she didn't dare to argue anymore. Advice to General Yuan: don't go in now. Disturbing the queen's pleasure is not something you can fix, even with 10 heads, Feng Qingyan said with a teasing smile, then turned and continued to walk away. Yuan Jing was impulsive and couldn't resist her provocation. Feng Qingyan clearly did it on purpose. Was she trying to humiliate her? She didn't want to listen to her. So, Yuan Jing hurriedly rushed in. But as soon as she entered, she regretted it. How did she know that Nangong Jin was inside enjoying water-based fun with her male companions? The sensual scene was very stimulating, especially the few male companions around Nangong Jin, strong, handsome, and fair-skinned. Very eye-catching. Yuan Jing swallowed hard and couldn't help but glance a few more times. This empress really knows how to enjoy herself. Yuan Jing, how bold of you. Who told you to come in? What are you looking at? Do you believe I will gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs? Nangong Jin was in a good mood. Seeing her male companions acting strangely, she immediately became a bit annoyed. She looked up and saw Yuan Jing staring obsessively at her male companions. Is this person trying to die? She dared to covet her things. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't mean to offend. I just have an urgent report. I was in a hurry and didn't know you had important matters. Yuan Jing snapped out of it, realizing what a foolish thing she had done, and immediately knelt to apologize. But her eyes still secretly glanced at the handsome men. Get out quickly. Go find Lord Su, and be prepared to receive 50 strokes. Nangong Jin noticed Yuan Jing's expression and immediately changed her face. Although she got tired of these male companions after a couple of days, everyone has a strong possessiveness. She could dislike them, but she didn't want others to covet them. She thought she was quite generous. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. When Yuan Jing heard about the punishment, she finally snapped out of her daze. There was no way she could focus on her important task if she was beaten. Get out. Lord Su, don't let anyone take her away to be punished. You personally oversee the punishment, and no favoritism is allowed. Nangong Jin was angry and didn't care about anything else. She was determined to punish Yuan Jing. Who dared to have such audacity and covet her people? Yuan Jing was used to showing off, so some people might have been afraid of her and let her get away with things. Grandpa Su didn't expect that just going to the toilet would give Yuan Jing a chance to take advantage of the situation. Honestly, Yuan Jing is really lucky. Yuan Jing didn't dare to anger Nangong Jin again, so she had to leave and accept her punishment. Feng Qingyan didn't go far. She was still waiting to see Yuan Jing's trouble. Seeing Yuan Jing come out looking embarrassed, she knew Nangong Jin must have been harsh on her. When Yuan Jing saw Feng Qingyan walking toward her, she glared at her angrily. This woman had just done it on purpose. But now it was too late to say anything. She could only obediently accept her punishment. Grandpa Su, what happened to Lady Yuan Jing? She doesn't look happy, Feng Qingyan asked, pretending to be curious, looking in the direction Yuan Jing left. She upset the Empress. The Empress ordered her to be punished with a beating. Grandpa Su didn't hide anything. Yuan Jing had no sense of awareness, but luckily, the Empress didn't blame him. Otherwise, he would be in trouble too.
I see.
Where will General Yu Wenjing be punished? Will Grandpa Su go with her? Feng Qingyan asked again. She wanted to join the fun, after all. Nangong Jin still didn't seem to be finished with his fun. The Emperor wants to supervise personally. Grandpa Su didn't dare to slack off. Otherwise, Nangong Jin might punish him for poor work again, which wouldn't be worth it. Beating must hurt a lot, right? I heard it can cause injuries if severe. I know some medical skills, so maybe I can go with Grandpa Su. If needed, I can help. Feng Qingyan looked kind and worried about Yu Wenjing. That's good. Miss Jingfeng is truly a disciple of the Crane Immortal. She has the appearance of an immortal and a kind heart. Grandpa Su thought it was quite amusing. He had to follow the Empress's orders, but he didn't want to offend Yu Wenjing either. After all, she was a great general, and the Emperor was angry now. If Yu Wenjing bore a grudge, it would be bad. Now that Feng Qingyan was with him, he felt he had made peace with Yu Wenjing. But honestly, Grandpa Su, you're really clever but ended up shooting yourself in the foot.
Grandpa Su, ore flattering me. Fenggingan chuckled softly.
She wasn't that kind-hearted. Grandpa Su took Feng Qingyan to the place where Yu Wenjing was being punished. The executioners had already started. As expected, they were letting Yu Wenjing off lightly. The punishment had already been halfway through, and Yu Wenjing was lying there without showing any signs of pain. Yuan, your backside really can take a beating. Do you have some kind of special protection? You're so tough, Feng Qingyan said with a raised eyebrow, pretending to be curious. She almost implied that something was wrong. Mind your own business. Yu Wenjing looked up at Feng Qingyan with a sharp glare. She frowned deeply. Why does this woman always get involved in her affairs? And every time she meets her, she ends up in trouble. General Yuan, what are you doing? Miss Jingfeng is a guest of Her Majesty the Queen. I was just worried you might get hurt showing kindness. If Her Majesty finds out you're treating Miss Jingfeng this way, it might not end well for you. Feng Qingyan's deliberate reminder made the two executioners become more cautious. Grandpa Su was clever and strict. He immediately saw what was going on. He was warning Yu Wenjing to behave herself. Does she really think no one will know what she did today? Is she not afraid it will reach Nangong Jin's ears? If that happens, he might also get into trouble. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Jingfeng, Yu Wenjing said through clenched teeth, furious. Feng Qingyan wouldn't care about her. She was just here to watch the show. But Yu Wenjing didn't dare say much now, since she had done something wrong. She didn't expect Grandpa Su to be so biased toward Feng Qingyan. It seemed this woman really had some skill. She had caught the attention of the Queen. The Queen ordered me to supervise your punishment personally. Don't try to cheat or be lazy. If the Queen finds out, don't say I didn't warn you, Grandpa Su said coldly, glancing at the executioners but not exposing them. After saying this, he took Feng Qingyan to the side to drink tea. He believed that after his words, they would understand his meaning. They wouldn't dare to let Yu Wenjing do as she pleased anymore. Otherwise, they might be the next ones to get whipped. The two young soldiers, who were being punished, heard this and were afraid they would be punished further, so they dared not hold back anymore. Feng Qingyan and Uncle Su had just finished brewing tea when they heard Yu Wenjing crying loudly outside. Shouting so loudly, and you're a general? Such a small pain and you can't handle it? That's embarrassing for a general. Uncle Su didn't really like Yu Wenjing either. He often relied on the Empress's favor and bossed him around. But he was just a servant, with no power or influence, so he only felt annoyed inside and occasionally complained. Isn't General Yuan supposed to have divine powers to protect him? Why does he suddenly feel so much pain? Feng Qingyan looked surprised. Yu Wenjing getting whipped shouldn't have caused such loud crying, but Feng Qingyan had just added some powder to her when she was close to her. She had sprinkled a colorless, tasteless powder on Yu Wenjing's back. The powder was somewhat corrosive, but not as strong as sulfuric acid. Even if Yu Wenjing wouldn't normally be hurt by the beating, her skin would be corroded by the powder, causing open wounds and bleeding. Most importantly, the intense itching and pain were unbearable for most people. Humph, what divine powers. She's just a foolish person full of brute strength. If she wants to cheat, she should hide it better. Uncle Sue said disdainfully. So obvious. Does he think no one can see through it? Uncle Sue doesn't seem to like General Yuan much. Do they have some kind of grudge? Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. It seemed Yuan Jing had made quite a few enemies.
Well,
No, I just didn't like her attitude toward Miss Jingfeng earlier. Uncle Sue suddenly realized he had said too much and quickly explained. Jingfeng thanks Uncle Sue for his care. Speaking of General Yuan, she and I also have some issues. Feng Qingyan smiled lightly. Since Uncle Sue had a grudge against Yuan Jing, she could use this to learn more about her. Grandpa Sue, upon hearing that Feng Qingyan did not get along with Yuan Jing, no longer had any worries. He began to talk freely about Yuan Jing to Feng Qingyan. He recounted all the foolish things Yuan Jing had done in the past, clearly and in detail. He also told Feng Qingyan that Yuan Jing was very rough-looking and fierce, so much so that many men in Manhwa disliked him and kept their distance, fearing he might take over their homes or harm them. Last year, Yuan Jing set his sights on a newly successful scholar who was very handsome and delicate. Yuan Jing wanted to use his position to get close to him. One sunny afternoon, Yuan Jing arranged to meet the scholar on a decorated boat for official business. He had the boat rowed to the middle of the lake and secretly drugged the scholar, planning to take advantage of him. But the scholar saw through Yuan Jing's trick and swapped their drinks. When Yuan Jing's drug took effect and he became excited, the scholar jumped into the lake and escaped. This led to the story of General Yuan's boat dance, which became famous in Manhwa. During that time, it was the perfect season for outings. Many people went boating and enjoying the spring. The lakeside was crowded. You can imagine how shocking that scene was, so much so that even I couldn't look directly. That wasn't a woman. She had more chest and armpit hair than a man, and her flesh was as small as a green bean cake. Her waist was thicker than a water bucket. I heard she even had 2 black spots on her buttocks. Who could find any interest in her? Because of that scene, Yuan Jing was watched by many people, and it became a popular topic among the residents of Nanyue's imperial city. The memory was so vivid that even now, just seeing Yuan Jing made people think of that day. It was truly unforgettable. The men of Nanyue would rather die than serve Yuan Jing. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Sue's storytelling was so lively that Feng Qingyan almost burst out laughing. She never expected Yuan Jing to have such a scandalous moment. No wonder he was so close to Nangongjin. Indeed, people tend to gather with those like themselves. Nanyue's strange stories are endless. Just then a soldier came in to report. Grandpa Sue, the punishment for General Yuan has been carried out. 50 strikes, and it's enough. The soldier looked at Grandpa Sue carefully, afraid he might be displeased. Understood. Go arrange for someone to send General Yuan back to rest. Grandpa Sue waved his hand, indicating they shouldn't try any tricks this time. Is Lord Yuan okay? Should we go check on him? Feng Qingyan guessed that Yuan Jing's backside was probably quite sore right now. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. It's common for soldiers to get a slap on the back. If they can't handle 50 slaps, how can they be generals? Grandpa Sue said casually. Most soldiers had been hit a few times. Yuan Jing was tough and thick-skinned, so he wouldn't be seriously hurt. Grandpa Sue is right. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. This time, Yuan Jing was definitely going to have a tough time. He probably wouldn't be able to come out and move around for a while. The wounds caused by the medicinal powder looked similar to bruises from being hit, but healing was very difficult. Anyway, Yuan Jing had plenty of flesh on his backside, so losing a little wouldn't matter much. As Feng Qingyan and Grandpa Sue left, they met Nangongjin sending someone to call them to the Palace of Restful Heart. The hot spring was definitely relaxing now. When Feng Qingyan entered the Palace of Restful Heart, she saw Nangongjin leaning tiredly on the noble consort's bed, being fed by a favorite attendant. It seemed the attendant had just pleased Nangongjin very much. Seeing Feng Qingyan, Nangongjin signaled his people to leave. Let Jingfeng not mind. Nangongjin had just heard Feng Qingyan's voice outside the hot spring, so he guessed she knew everything and pretended to look a bit embarrassed. Understanding. Food, pleasure, and nature. These are human needs. Your Majesty is truly favored by heaven, and it's natural to have personal preferences. Jingfeng understands. Feng Qingyan kindly gave a lofty explanation. You're truly insightful, Jingfeng. With a unique perspective, Nan Gongjin immediately thought Feng Qingyan was a true enlightened immortal, capable of such special insights. Unlike the stiff old ministers in court, who only wanted to criticize her all day. Your Majesty is too kind. Feng Qingyan smiled. She was just trying to lighten the mood and give Nan Gongjin an excuse. He really took it seriously. People really are shameless and fearless. By the way, I really like the swimsuit you gave me today. What reward would you like to give? Nan Gongjin asked happily. Because Feng Qingyan's swimsuit seemed to rekindle the enthusiasm of those male admirers. They were much more eager than usual. It's all part of what Jingfeng should do. Your Majesty need not be so polite. Feng Qingyan's eyes shifted slightly. Of course, rewards shouldn't be refused, but she hadn't yet decided what she wanted. Jingfeng, there's no need to be so formal with me. You must accept a reward. Quickly, think about what you want. People are often kind when they are generous, but quick to regret when they are too eager to give. Feng Qingyan didn't want a reward. How could Nan Gongjin ask her to help with something next time? Since Your Majesty is so kind, Jingfeng dares to make a request. Feng Qingyan suddenly remembered Nan Gongli, who had been bored by the lotus pond earlier. Just one request, or even 10, I will do my best to fulfill it. Just tell me what you want. Nan Gongjin thought Feng Qingyan might ask for gold, silver, or jewelry, but surprisingly, her request was to take Nan Gongli out of the palace for a trip. Your Majesty, today while wandering in the royal garden, Jingfeng met Prince A Li. We fed the koi fish together, and he seemed to get along well with me. When it was time to leave, he begged me to take him out of the palace for a walk. I felt soft-hearted and couldn't refuse the child. But later, I thought it might not be proper, yet I didn't want to break my promise to him. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. Feng Qingyan didn't know Nan Gongjin's attitude toward Nan Gongli, so she spoke cautiously. She was curious to see how he would react. Nan Gongli? Nan Gongjin slightly frowned. Feng Qingyan almost forgot about this child if she didn't mention his name. The child had been kept in Chang'an Palace for several years. Usually, she only heard reports from the old servant attending him once a month. Later, she grew tired of it, and the reports stopped coming, all sent by old servant Su. Thinking back now, the child should be about 5 or 6 years old. From Nan Gongjin's expression, Feng Qingyan could tell she had never cared much about Nan Gongli. Deep down, she felt quite resentful. Nan Gongli was truly a pitiful child. If Your Majesty truly finds it difficult, just pretend Jingfeng didn't say anything. Feng Qingyan didn't know why, but she genuinely didn't want Nan Gongli to be disappointed in her. If she lied to him too, that innocent, young heart would suffer a great. How can I trust people in the future? Even if she steals, Feng Qingyan will steal her out of the palace to satisfy his small request. That Jingfeng, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. Nan Gongjin saw Feng Qingyan's unhappy expression and quickly explained. Does His Majesty the Empress agree to let Jingfeng take Li out? Feng Qingyan immediately pretended to be very happy and looked at Nan Gongjin. Since she said that, Nan Gongjin naturally couldn't refuse anymore. Why does Jingfeng insist on taking him out? Nan Gongjin didn't look directly at Feng Qingyan and asked back. She thought about Nan Gongli's background, looked at Feng Qingyan's face, and frowned slightly. Could such a coincidence really happen in the world? Ali told Jingfeng that he has never left the palace and hasn't seen his mother for a long time. Jingfeng felt a bit sad and agreed. Jingfeng doesn't want to break his promise to the child. Feng Qingyan slowly spoke. Besides saying that Nan Gongli hadn't seen his mother for a long time, this was a test for Nan Gongjin. The rest was also mostly true. I see. Nan Gongjin nodded slightly, his brow furrowing deeper. There is something Jingfeng doesn't know whether to say or not. Feng Qingyan looked at Nan Gongjin's expression and continued to test. Jingfeng, if you have something to say, just say it. Nan Gongjin remained calm on the surface but was actually observing Feng Qingyan closely. She always felt that Feng Qingyan was too enthusiastic about Nan Gongli. Just from a single encounter, she was willing to take him out of the palace and even give up her rewards. That seems a bit unreasonable. But sometimes fate is so wonderful. Feng Qingyan always follows her heart. Then I will be straightforward. I hope Your Majesty the Empress will forgive me if I say anything wrong. I know that Your Majesty is busy with many affairs and doesn't have much time to care for Ali, but he is still young and longs for his mother's company. Ali really misses his mother. While saying this, Feng Qingyan kept her eyes on Nan Gongjin. She didn't see a trace of tenderness in his eyes. At first, she suspected that Nan Gongli's father was of low status, which made Nan Gongjin dislike him. But she had previously discreetly asked Su about it, and Nan Gongjin only has Ali as his child. Even if his father's status and position are not very high, it shouldn't be so harsh on his only child. She even suspects that Nan Gongli might not be her biological son. Not her biological son? Feng Qingyan suddenly remembers something. She quickly opens the space intelligence system and performs a full-body scan on Nan Gongjin. The results shock Feng Qingyan greatly. Inside Nan Gongjin's body, there are actually 2 complete reproductive systems, which means she is intersex. Although she appears to have developed as a woman externally, genetically, she is actually a man. No wonder her needs in that area are so strong. Based on what Feng Qingyan has observed, it means that no matter how many male companions Nan Gongjin has, she cannot get pregnant. Feng Qingyan lets out a small breath. It turns out that Ali is not Nan Gongjin's biological child. Who is his real parent? Why did Nan Gongjin imprison him in the Manhwa palace? Jingfeng said that because of disagreements with a child's father, I indeed neglected that child too much. Nan Gongjin can tell that Feng Qingyan is simply feeling sorry for the child and is pretending to be helpless. It was Jingfeng's fault for speaking out of turn. Feng Qingyan naturally knows Nan Gongjin is lying and doesn't expose her. She sincerely apologizes. It's not Jingfeng's fault. Since the child wants to leave the palace, Jingfeng can take him out when she has the chance. I will also find time to spend more with him. Nan Gongjin looks remorseful. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. Jingfeng promises to protect the little prince well and won't let him be harmed in any way. Feng Qingyan doesn't care what she is thinking and agrees to let her take Nan Gongli out of the palace. Since Nan Gongjin has agreed, she doesn't need to take unnecessary risks or cause trouble. As for Nan Gongjin's identity, she can only investigate it slowly. The secrets hidden in the Manhwa palace are becoming more and more numerous. Yes, Jingfeng, there's no need to worry. I will have 2 guards protect you both. Although Nan Gongjin agreed to let Feng Qingyan take Nan Gongli out of the palace, she still feels uneasy and plans to have her own people watch over them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Qingyan doesn't mind. Even if Nan Gongjin sends people to follow them, she has plenty of ways to shake them off. Moreover, her outing with Nan Gongli outside the palace was purely for fun, and it didn't matter whether anyone was watching. Nan Gongjin spent the afternoon in the hot spring with her male companions. Because of concerns about Nan Gongli, she was distracted and felt a bit overwhelmed. Her old headache was starting to come back again. She dismissed Feng Qingyan and called the imperial doctor. After some treatment, she gradually regained her clarity. Then she remembered she had called Feng Qingyan into the palace, but forgot to do the important things. But she wasn't in a hurry. There was plenty of time. Feeling tired, Nan Gongjin went to rest early. Meanwhile, Yuan Jing was suffering too much. Oh, my bottom. Be gentle, please. Yuan Jing lay on the bed, letting her close maid, Shirlu, apply medicine. She was in pain, biting her lip, with beads of sweat on her forehead. It was clear she had been through a lot. General, your wound is too serious. You should ask a doctor to check it. Shirlu looked at the terrible, mangled state of her behind, which was a sight too horrible to bear. She was a bit scared. Yuan Jing had been whipped before, but her injury wasn't this bad. Stop asking for a doctor. Just apply the medicine properly, Yuan Jing shouted angrily. Her injury was on her backside, and everyone knew about the large black patches on her skin. She didn't want to lose face again because of that. But the whipping had indeed hurt a lot, and she could only endure it. Once she recovered, she vowed to punish the two who had beaten her severely. Yuan Jing's condition worsened instead of improving, and she developed a high fever. At this point, even though she didn't want anyone to see her ugly backside, she had no choice but to look. Shirlu, find someone to bring a female healer quickly. Yuan Jing was truly unable to bear it anymore. She had endured great pain for so long, but her condition didn't improve. It got worse. It was a pointless suffering. She felt deep regret. Shirlu found a famous female doctor from the capital, Zhou Yinu. When Zhou Yinu arrived at Yuan Jing's bed, she lifted the quilt and immediately smelled a foul, rotten odor. If she weren't an experienced healer, she probably would have vomited long ago. Healer Zhou quickly took a cloth from her medicine box and covered her face with it. Yuan Jing saw this and slightly frowned. Normally, if a healer disliked her like this, she might have angrily killed her. But now, she was in so much pain she couldn't stand it. She felt as if her bottom was almost no longer hers. General Yuan, is this injury really just from a beating? Healer Zhou carefully examined Yuan Jing and then asked doubtfully. Yes, is there a problem? Yuan Jing also felt that this time, the beating was different from usual and asked. I just think this wound has not healed after so long, and instead, it's starting to rot. It's strange, like it's poisoned in a way that makes flesh decay. Healer Zhou also seemed unsure. If it was poisoned, the wound should have turned black and pus by now, but the flesh was still red. Only the smell had changed. Yuan Jing's eyes flickered as she recalled what happened. She remembered a person named Qing Feng who had come close to her. Could she be the one causing trouble? Respectfully, Lord Yuan, I am not a skilled healer and cannot be sure if it's poisoned. Healer Zhou dared not speak carelessly. If she said the wrong thing, it could be dangerous. Do you have a way to treat it? Yuan Jing no longer cared about the details. Whether it was poisoned or not, she had no proof. The most important thing now was to treat her injury. It was too painful. It can be treated, but... Healer Zhou looked hesitant, unsure how to say it. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Yuan Jing rolled her eyes. Could it be that her bottom might not be saved? It's just that if Lord Yuan wants to fully heal this injury, the dead tissue on top might need to be removed. So, Healer Zhou didn't continue, but her meaning was clear. In other words, her bottom could be saved, but the top half of the flesh might have to be taken away. The once prominent mound might become flat. For women with a curvy backside, this would be more upsetting than losing her life. However, for a strong and rough person like Yuan Jing, who has no sense of femininity, it didn't seem to matter much. Pick. Do it now. Yuan Jing didn't hesitate at all, and immediately said. She didn't care about how it looked or whether it was pretty. Besides, it wasn't pretty to begin with. Right now, she just wanted to stop the pain in her as quickly as possible. Lord Yuan, you should be prepared. Removing the dead tissue might be very painful, and you can't use anesthetic because the wound is too large, or it might affect healing. The female doctor took the necessary tools from her medical box while explaining to Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing clenched her teeth. Anyway, she had endured the pain these past few days. How painful could removing the dead tissue be? The doctor was experienced. She took out a shiny knife and cut into Yuan Jing's flesh without mercy. Her knife skills were very fast and precise. Each piece of flesh she cut away was the same size, almost perfectly uniform. At first, Yuan Jing could bear it, but as the process went deeper, the pain grew stronger. It hurts. Be gentle. Yuan Jing finally couldn't hold it anymore and shouted out loud. Her whole body trembled from the pain, and she no longer cared about her dignity or appearance. General Yuan, you must not move randomly. If the wrong area is picked, the consequences could be serious, and it might affect your ability to walk normally. The doctor was not trying to scare her. She had seen cases where accidentally injuring the muscles in that area caused paralysis. I understand, Yuan Jing said through gritted teeth. A large bead of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her forehead veins bulged. She tried her best to hold back her trembling body. She couldn't afford to become disabled. Besides her martial skills, she had nothing else. If she became disabled, Nangong Jin would no longer trust her. It took more than half an hour for the doctor to clean all the dead tissue from Yuan Jing's buttocks. Finally, after bandaging the wound, Yuan Jing was too exhausted and fainted. The doctor gave her medicine, handed it to her personal maid, Shirlu, and explained how to take it before leaving. In the past 2 days, Feng Qingyan had also been busy. The business at Jinxiu Pavilion was growing bigger and bigger, and they had even acquired several rival shops. Several colleagues wanted to cause trouble at the shop, but they were quickly beaten so badly they didn't recognize their own parents. In the end, someone reported them to the authorities, hoping to have them arrested. However, instead of arresting the troublemakers, the officials caught the person who reported them and put them in jail. Soon after, the imperial gold plaque awarded to Nangong Jin was delivered to Jinxiu Pavilion. It must be said that Nangong Jin is quite good at handling affairs in some ways. Jinxiu Pavilion is under the protection of Empress Nangong Jin, so who would dare to act recklessly now? With this official gold plaque, the shop is considered a royal business. Jinxiu Pavilion's business was already booming. Some people knew that Feng Qingyan and Nangong Jin had a special relationship, and many officials wanted to get close to her. So, the wives and daughters of officials often came to visit Jinxiu Pavilion. Of course, besides having powerful backing, the shop's products were also of high quality, which made them very popular. In the past few days, Feng Qingyan finished her work at the shop and went to the palace again. She planned to keep her promise to Nangong Li and take him out of the palace. When Nangong Li saw Feng Qingyan, he couldn't believe his eyes. Because the little eunuchs often lied to him to trick him, he no longer trusted them. So, he didn't fully believe what Feng Qingyan said that day. But every time he fed the koi at the lotus pond, he would remember that moment. "Big sister, are you really going to take me out of the palace?" Nangong Li looked at Feng Qingyan with bright eyes, full of hope. "Yes, I promised you, and I will do it." Feng Qingyan squatted down and gently patted Nangong Li's little head. He was such a cute child, but unfortunately, he was trapped in the palace like in a prison by Nangong Jin. She didn't know how worried his real parents might be. If this were modern times, Nangong Jin would be considered a heinous human trafficker, deserving of punishment. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Jingfeng." Nangong Li excitedly hugged Feng Qingyan. He had never expected a stranger to be so kind to him. He had grown up without ever seeing his biological mother, and she wouldn't come to care for him either. Feng Qingyan had someone notify Nangong Jin and then took Nangong Li out of the palace. "Your Majesty, aren't you worried?" The secret guard who had brushed past Feng Qingyan in the palace looked at Nangong Jin and asked. "He is Nangong Jin's personal secret guard, named Wu Ying." Thinking about the scene when he met Feng Qingyan last time, he always felt that Feng Qingyan was not simple. There's nothing to worry about. So many years have passed, who would still remember? Besides, I have already sent secret guards to follow them, so it will be fine. How is the investigation going? Have you found any clues? Nangong Jin always speaks confidently. As the ruler of a country, who could be more powerful than her? There's nothing to worry about. Because Yuan Jing claimed to be ill, Nangong Jin had Wu Ying investigate Yuan Jing's original work. Surprisingly, he did find some information. The subordinate found out that a few days ago, that person went to Jinxiu Pavilion. Wu Ying thought about who owned Jinxiu Pavilion and became even more certain that Feng Qingyan was not simple. Associating with this person, Nangong Jin probably wouldn't benefit. Why did he go to Jinxiu Pavilion? Nangong Jin was slightly surprised. As a ruler, Nangong Jin might indulge in pleasures, but she was definitely not foolish. She had long sent people to investigate Feng Qingyan and their background. It was true that Feng Qingyan said they came from Penglai Immortal Island. It seems he went to Jinxiu Pavilion to find something. Wu Ying was also a bit puzzled. He really couldn't understand the purpose of that person going to Jinxiu Pavilion. Isn't the imperial seal in his hands? What is he looking for at Jinxiu Pavilion? Nangong Jin's eyes flickered, momentarily confused. I don't know either. I only know that Jin Xiu Pavilion seemed to have lost something important the next day. Wu Ying had investigated the whole story thoroughly before. Of course, the information he could find was only what Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji wanted him to know. Something important. Nangong Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of insight. Could it be that that person was also after the phoenix flying sky? The reason Feng Feng could fly to the sky seemed to be related to some treasure she possessed, according to her investigation. She knew that to approach and flatter Feng Qingyan, it was not difficult for the black-clad people to find out Feng Feng's identity. If that was the case, it made sense. Does Your Majesty have any ideas? Wu Ying saw Nangong Jin lost in thought and spoke softly. Jing Feng has a precious treasure. It is said that the phoenix flying to the sky that day is related to it. The person who went to the splendid pavilion might have been trying to get this treasure. Now, the imperial seal is in his hands. If he gets the phoenix flying to the sky again, it will be very bad for me. Continue to send people to find out where he is and also send some to watch the splendid pavilion. Nangong Jin briefly told Wu Ying about his plans. Wu Ying immediately accepted the order and left. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan took Nangong Li out of the palace and headed straight to the busiest street in the imperial city. Wow, this place is so lively. As soon as Nangong Li got out of the carriage, he was amazed by the lively street and felt very excited. It was his first time seeing such a scene. In the palace, he only heard the eunuchs mention it sometimes, and he could only imagine it in his mind. He never thought he would see it today. Come on, Sister Jingfeng will take you around to see if there's anything you like. Whatever you want today, Sister Jingfeng will do her best to get it for you. Seeing how happy Nangong Li was, Feng Qingyan felt more confident that bringing him out was the right choice. She held Nangong Li's small hand and walked into the busy street. Nangong Li felt his small hand being held by a warm big hand, something he had never felt before. Thank you, Sister Jingfeng. You're so kind. Ali really wants Sister Jingfeng to be his sister forever. Is that okay? Nangong Li's thoughts were expressed openly to Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan paused slightly. They didn't know how long they would stay in Nanyu, and Nangong Li's identity was still unknown. This made her feel a bit troubled. If she promised him but couldn't follow through, the little boy would be very sad. Sister Jingfeng also thinks Ali is not naughty, just a little trouble. Seeing Feng Qingyan hesitate, Nangong Li's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he looked very disappointed. Feng Qingyan looked into Nangong Li's sad eyes and felt a sharp pain in her heart. She knew that the child must have heard others say things like that. Her young heart didn't know what he had been through. Ali is so cute and well-behaved. How could he be trouble? Sister Jingfeng promises you, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be her good little brother. Feng Qingyan gently stroked Ali's small head and smiled to comfort him. Since Nangong Li is not Nangong Jin's biological child, and Nangong Jin keeps him locked in the palace, there must be some grudge with his real parents. Feng Qingyan wants to find his real parents as soon as possible and help him leave the palace prison. If that doesn't work, she can also send them to the southern border. In short, she just wants to get away from Nangong Jin's control. That's great. That's great. I have an older sister now. I have an older sister, still a young child. Upon hearing Feng Qingyan agree, immediately forgets the gloom in his heart and starts jumping with excitement. Nangong Li doesn't know why, but from the first time he saw Feng Qingyan, he felt an incredible sense of closeness and couldn't help but want to get closer to her. Especially because Feng Qingyan kept her promise to him, making him trust her even more. Okay, let's go. Sister Jingfeng will take you to buy something delicious. Seeing Nangong Li's innocent smile, Feng Qingyan feels that everything she has done is worth it. Feng Qingyan takes Nangong Li through the busy, lively streets, eating, drinking, playing, and everywhere they go, their laughter can be heard. Sister, I want a candied hawthorn. Ali still wants to eat candied hawthorn. Nangong Li saw a stall selling candied hawthorn and immediately pointed to it, speaking to Feng Qingyan. Okay, wait patiently. Sister will buy it for you now. Feng Qingyan went to the small stall and bought the candied hawthorn from the shopkeeper. At this moment, a child's kicked ball rolled past Nangong Li's feet, and the child behind asked him to help kick it back. Nangongli took a few steps forward, kicked the ball for the child, and just as he was about to find Feng Qingyan, a middle-aged man walked past him. Seeing Ali's face, he was suddenly startled. Noticing no one around, he crouched slightly and spoke softly. "Little friend, what's your name? Why are you running around alone? Where is your family?" The man's voice was very gentle. Nangongli had never met outsiders before. He only felt that the man was very kind, just like Feng Qingyan, gentle and warm. Unconsciously, he lowered his guard. "My name is Ali, sister is right over there." Nangongli pointed in the direction where Feng Qingyan was buying candied hawthorn and spoke. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? "You and—" The man was about to ask what Nangongli was doing, but suddenly sensed someone watching them from the shadows, someone coming closer. He quickly stood up and left. Before leaving, he also handed Nangongli a good luck charm. You're really strange." He stopped asking halfway and turned to walk away. They didn't know each other, and he had no reason to give him a good luck charm. Nangongli watched the man leave, muttering to himself. "Ali, why did you come here? What were you just looking at?" Feng Qingyan finished buying candied hawthorn and turned around to see Nangongli standing nearby. She hurried over. The shop owner who sold masks recognized Feng Qingyan as the owner of Jinxiu Pavilion and warmly insisted on giving her a mask. She didn't notice Nangongli leaving or anyone approaching him. The man had strong internal strength and deliberately concealed his presence. The street was noisy, so Feng Qingyan found it hard to notice. "Just now, a strange uncle gave me a good luck charm." Nangongli looked away and showed Feng Qingyan the charm in his hand. "Ali, be good. Remember not to trust strangers easily in the future." Feng Qingyan looked around and naturally sensed the person in the shadows. Knowing it was sent by Nangong, she didn't bother to care. But who gave this good luck charm? Could it be a relative of Ali? But why didn't they come out to meet him? Are they afraid Nangong people will find out? While Feng Qingyan was lost in thought, she was interrupted by Nangongli's voice. "Big sister, don't be angry. Ali will listen. Next time, I won't talk to strangers. And I won't keep this good luck charm." Seeing Feng Qingyan's unhappy expression, he thought she was upset about what just happened and quickly said so. He even planned to throw away the charm, but Feng Qingyan stopped him. "Big sister was just thinking about something, not angry. You can keep this good luck charm. Wear it close to your body. I believe it will keep you safe and healthy." Since the person gave Nangongli the charm, they probably wanted him to be safe, with no bad intentions. What if they are a relative of Ali?
Nangon minut darrapatadli.
Now, whatever Feng Qingyan said, he would obediently listen. Feng Qingyan is the first person in this world to truly understand and care for him. He treasures her very much. Feng Qingyan took Nangongli for a walk for a long time. When Nangongli got tired and it was lunchtime, she brought him back to Jinxiu Pavilion. "This is my sister's Jinxiu Pavilion. If you ever need help, Ali can come here to find her sister." Since Nangongli is still young, Feng Qingyan thought the chances were small, but she still wanted to tell him. From now on, she will be his support. Feng Qingyan brought a child to Jinxiu Pavilion. The child's chubby face looked a bit like Feng Qingyan, which drew a lot of attention. "Is that our future little master?" "No way. I heard that the young master's wife doesn't have children yet, and she's so young. How could she have such a big child?" "Maybe." The shop assistants whispered and discussed quietly, and many customers in the shop were curious. Feng Qingyan took Nangongli to their courtyard and turned to ask him. "Ali, what do you want for lunch?" "Sister will cook it herself, okay?" She hadn't cooked herself in a long time and was craving a hot pot today. Ali isn't picky. Whatever sister makes will be delicious. Nangongli smiled and said, "You little flatterer, wait patiently. Sister will make hot pot chicken for you. There are many toys in that room. You can take them out and play in the yard." Feng Qingyan looked at Nangong affectionately. She had secretly taken many educational toys from her space and placed them in the room, enough for him to play for a while. Xiao Minji had just finished his work and returned. He overheard people in Jinxiu Pavilion talking about a child. He was confused and asked around before learning that Feng Qingyan had brought a child back. Xiao Minji didn't say anything and went straight to the back courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw a well-behaved child playing with toys in the yard. The child's round face carried a gentle smile, and he occasionally talked to Feng Qingyan, who was busy in the kitchen. Xiao Minji continued walking forward. His ears twitched slightly as he looked up at the roof opposite the child. He saw a person in black lying on the roof, staring intently at the child in the yard. The man in black sensed Xiao Minji's gaze and immediately turned around and ran without thinking. Xiao Minji went into the kitchen, told Feng Qingyan about what just happened, and asked about Nangong Li's background. That man in black is the same person who came to Jin Xiu Pavilion last time. If Nangong Li isn't Nangong Jin's child, he's probably connected to that man in black. Although Xiao Minji didn't fight him, he could tell they were the same person just by their scent and figure. He also noticed that when he saw the man in black, he kept looking at Nangong Li carefully, and there was no killing intent on him. That man in black from last time? What does he have to do with this child? Feng Qingyan looked a little surprised. It seemed Nangong Li's background was not simple. Things were getting more complicated. The man in black came last time for the Jade Seal. If he's also involved in the child's background, then this child probably has some connection to the Manhwa royal family. The royal family would do anything to fight for the throne, even using children as threats was common. But according to our investigation, Nangong Jin doesn't have any close siblings, and her only sister died many years ago. Feng Qingyan and others had already looked into Nangong Jin before. Nangong Jin became empress purely by luck. Her mother, the previous empress, preferred Nangong Jin's younger sister, Nangong Ling, to take her place. Nangong Ling was better in every way and gained more support from the court. Later, it was said that Nangong Ling died from a strange illness, and no one fought for the throne anymore. But her death was suspicious. Those fighting for the throne aren't necessarily from the royal family. Nangong Jin is reckless and immoral, and many in Manhwa already dislike her. Based on his investigation of Manhwa's royal family, Xiao Minji couldn't find anyone who fit the description. However, the court in Manhwa was unstable, and they wanted to remove Nangong Jin from power. But they couldn't find a suitable candidate for the throne. This stalemate had lasted for many years. Nangong Jin really should step down. Manhwa is doomed if she stays in power. Feng Qingyan had been in contact with Nangong Jin for a long time and found her truly shocking. The more he knew, the more he thought Nangong Jin was not just indulgent and unruly, but truly hated by both humans and gods. Someone like him being made a ruler is simply a disaster. Yes, a ruler who does nothing will cause the country to fall apart, and in the end, the common people suffer the most. Xiao Minji sighed. Isn't the great Xia also like this? And Xiao Ju is not much better than Nangong Jin. Talking about Xiao Ju, right now in the Great Xia Palace, his face is darker than a pot bottom. This is impossible. Why aren't they coming back? Are they planning to rebel? It turns out Xiao Ju found out about Beiliang's situation and summoned Xiao Minji back to the capital. But as expected, Xiao Minji refused directly, saying his wounds had healed and he would stay in his territory to share hardships with the soldiers. Since Xiao Minji didn't return and Feng Qingyan also left, Xiao Ju couldn't do anything about them, so he decided to target Feng Baiting instead. He urgently summoned Feng Baiting back to the capital. Feng Baiting is now eager to find his son. The person who framed Feng Zhan is the evil emperor, and he hates him so much he wishes to lead troops to the capital and kill him. How could he listen to him now? So, he directly tore his relationship with Xiao Ju and replied that he wanted to resign and retire in the southern border. Xiao Ju was furious when he heard this. One Xiao Minji is in the north and one Feng Baiting is in the south. Both hold powerful armies. They are both his son-in-law and father-in-law. And they both hold grudges against him. He is caught between them. What a perfect target for slaughter. Your Majesty, please calm down and don't let your health suffer. Mei Nyang hurried forward to comfort him. Xiao Ju's illness is worsening, and she also needs to find a way out for herself. Mei Nyang looked at her own efforts to the emperor every day, but her belly remained flat, and she frowned slightly. This woman's ambition is really big. Even now, she still dreams of bearing a dragon's child. She doesn't really think that if she bears a dragon's child, the emperor will pass the throne to the baby in her belly, does she? Even if the emperor did pass the throne to her child, does she have the strength to hold on to it? No wonder they say the more foolish a woman is, the more she dreams. That's enough. You may leave now. I want to rest, Xiao Ju said, truly exhausted. Xiao Minji and Feng Biting didn't return to the capital, and the crown prince's estate was restless. He dared not act rashly, and it was giving him a headache. The imprisoned Xinliuli's health has improved a lot recently thanks to Wu Ming's care. She received news that Xiao Minji and Feng Biling are not returning to the capital, and she laughed out loud. Really, even heaven is helping me. Wu Ming, tell Ir and my father to prepare for action at any time. Your Majesty, please be very careful, Wu Ming said, frowning slightly at Xinliuli's confident words. Even if the emperor is foolish and weak, he's not as simple as she thinks. Wu Ming is a bit worried. Understood. Also, find a way to bring that charming lady who is close to the emperor to me. Xinliuli's eyes flickered with a strange thought, but Wu Ming knew he couldn't stop her, so he obediently did as she asked. Back at the Jin Xiu Pavilion in Manhwa, Feng Qingyan's spicy chicken was ready. We can only investigate this slowly. Let's eat first, she said. Xiao Minji nodded slightly and skillfully helped serve the food. The mighty war god prince seems to do this kind of thing quite often. Ollie, stop playing and come inside to eat, Feng Qingyan called out, glancing at Nangong Li outside. I'm coming right away. I just need to solve this puzzle, he replied. Nangong Li was very interested in these brain-teasing toys, so much so that he didn't notice Xiao Minji arriving earlier. Hurry up, or it will get cold and won't taste good. Feng Qingyan smiled and carried a big plate of spicy chicken into the inner room. When she was young, she also liked these toys because they could help develop both hands-on skills and intelligence. Nangong Li finally solved another toy, feeling a sense of achievement. He quickly got up, washed his hands, and prepared to eat inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Minji and paused slightly. Xiao Minji's aura was now more restrained, but to a child, it still felt a bit intimidating. Ollie, come here. I want to introduce you. This is your sister's husband. You can call him brother-in-law, Feng Qingyan said with a smile, inviting him over. In modern times, with her relationship to Xiao Minji, Nangong Li should call him brother-in-law. But in ancient times, she couldn't quite remember what to call him. Some dynasties also used the term brother-in-law for such relationships. Feng Qingyan didn't mind. It was just a title. Hello, brother-in-law, Nangong Li said politely. Nangong Li politely spoke. He didn't stop because he was scared by the pressure from the person in front of him. He was surprised to see someone suddenly appear here, especially someone who looked very powerful and skilled. He felt respect. Since he was young, he admired brave and strong generals. Now that he knew Xiao Minji was Feng Qingyan's husband, he admired him even more. He thought only someone as strong as Xiao Minji could be a good match for his sister, Feng Qingyan. Come over and sit. Feng Qingyan quickly invited him to sit and serve him food. Thank you, sister, Nangong Li said. In the palace, Nangong Li was a mischievous and playful child. But when he was with Feng Qingyan, he became obedient and sensible. Maybe this is the power of love. Xiao Minji watched the scene and thought, if he and Feng Qingyan had a child, it would probably be a warm and happy scene like this. But after trying so hard, why hasn't his little wife's belly moved yet? What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Feng Qingyan noticed Xiao Minji's gaze and glared at him. They were in front of the child. Where could he be looking? Xiao Minji felt awkward. Could he at least give him some face in front of the child? Nangong Li watched their interaction while eating, feeling warm inside. If they were really his family, how wonderful that would be. He had hardly ever seen his own mother, didn't know who his father was, and no one had ever cared about him. At first, he had some hope for Nangong Jin, but now he had given up. He realized he had been abandoned. Who would love a child who was abandoned? Until he met Feng Qingyan, a person he had only met once, but who kept her promises, respected his feelings, and genuinely cared for him. That was something he had never dared to dream of. What's wrong? Is the food not good? Feng Qingyan asked when she saw Nangong Jin looked upset. Not at all, sister. The food is too delicious. Nangong Li lowered his head, trying to hold back tears that were welling up. Eat more if it's delicious. Eating more meat will help you grow tall and strong. Feng Qingyan seemed to realize something. She looked at Xiao Minji, quickly pretending not to notice, and helped him serve food into his bowl. Nangong Li gradually calmed down. During the meal, the three of them talked and laughed happily. Feng Qingyan was surprised to find that Xiao Minji seemed to like Nangong Li quite a bit. Or rather, Xiao Minji probably liked children very much. It seemed it was time for her to start thinking about having a baby. After eating, Feng Qingyan tidied up the dishes, and Xiao Minji took Nangong Li outside to play. Brother-in-law, your martial arts must be very good. Can you teach a Li? Nangong Li looked at Xiao Minji with admiration. Practicing martial arts is hard. It takes strong willpower and long-term effort. Xiao Minji didn't say yes or no. A Li isn't afraid of hardship. A Li can persevere. A Li wants to become a brave and great general. Despite his young age, Nangong Li looked very determined. He didn't know why, but it felt like a voice from deep inside kept telling him he had to become that kind of hero. Are you really not afraid of hardship? Xiao Minji examined him from head to toe. Although the boy was still small, his build looked like he had the potential to practice martial arts. Nangong Li nodded firmly again. Good. First, show me a horse stance. I want to see if you're suitable for martial arts. If you can meet my requirements, I will teach you. Xiao Minji wanted to see if this kid was just acting on impulse or truly determined to learn martial arts. Nangong Li immediately assumed a perfect horse stance. He had wanted to learn martial arts since he was little, but Nangong Jin didn't agree to let him find a teacher. Once, he accidentally found out that there was a secret guard in the palace trained by Nangong Jin. He sneaked to watch them, but he was caught after just a few tries. Still, he learned the basic horse stance, and he practiced secretly whenever he had free time. Not bad. Xiao Minji looked at Nangong Li, who was holding the stance well, and smiled. Although he was praising, he didn't hold back. Seeing that his steps were a bit narrow, he reached out and kicked his leg gently. Most people know that horse stance is a basic exercise that also helps build willpower. The steadier and more correct the stance, the more it benefits future training in any skill. Nangong Li is still a child. When Xiao Minji kicked him, he almost lost his balance, but he quickly adjusted himself and reset his stance according to Xiao Minji's standards. His eyes showed stubborn determination not to give up. Xiao Minji smiled with satisfaction. He's quite ambitious. At this moment, Mu Qing came to the backyard, apparently looking for Xiao Minji. Xiao Minji walked over, and Mu Qing briefly told him about the progress of his investigation. After discussing the matter, Mu Qing looked at Nangong Li, who was practicing his stance in the yard, and said, "Does the prince think this child looks a bit like the princess?" Earlier, Mu Qing overheard someone in the front yard talking about Feng Qingyan bringing back a child who looked very much like her. At first, he didn't pay much attention. But just now, when he saw the child for the first time, he really thought there was a resemblance to Feng Qingyan. Hearing this, Xiao Minji also looked toward Nangong Li. Now that you mention it, he does look somewhat similar. He initially felt a sense of familiarity with the child because his face looked somewhat familiar. He didn't think about Feng Qingyan at first. But now, besides the chubby cheeks with natural baby fat, the overall face shape really does resemble Feng Qingyan. Especially those eyes, they are exactly the same. Could he be the long-lost brother of the princess? Mu Qing joked with a smile. Actually, he was about to say, could he be Feng Qingyan's son? He was worried that Xiao Minji might get angry if he heard that, so he quickly changed his words. Stop talking nonsense. Go and tell those outside to be quiet. This matter must not be mentioned to outsiders. Xiao Minji said seriously. This child might be related to the Manhwa royal family, and his biological parents are unknown. If rumors spread that he looks like Feng Qingyan, it could cause trouble. Yes, I will handle it immediately. Mu Qing saw Xiao Minji so serious and didn't dare to joke anymore. He guessed that the child's identity was not simple. After Mu Qing left, Xiao Minji turned back to Nangongli. Are you still not tired? Mu Qing and Xiao Minji talked for quite a while. Nangongli held a horse stance for a while. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and his legs started to shake. But Xiao Minji didn't let him stop. He was determined that he must not stop. No matter how tired he was, he had to keep going. He finally found a chance to learn martial arts, and he couldn't give up easily. Nangongli stubbornly said, I can hold on a little longer. He believed he could keep going a bit more. When Feng Qingyan came out, she saw Nangongli standing stubbornly in a horse stance. She thought Nangongli had done something wrong and that Xiao Minji was punishing him. Maybe he hadn't practiced for a while and was feeling itchy to train again? He's just a kid. If he makes a mistake, just tell him. Why punish him? Feng Qingyan quickly stepped forward to mediate. Xiao Minji saw his wife coming and felt a little guilty. He originally wanted Nangongli to give up, since they might not have many chances to meet in the future. But he didn't expect the boy to be so stubborn. Just as Xiao Minji was about to explain, Nangongli spoke first. Jingfeng's sister, brother-in-law, isn't punishing me. He's teaching me martial arts. Nangongli gritted his teeth and kept trying to keep his stance perfect. That's right, that's right. Ali wants to learn martial arts. I'm testing his basic skills, Xiao Minji said with a smile as he looked at Nangongli. He thought this kid was clever. Just for that, he didn't mind guiding him a little. Honestly, Nangongli did have some perseverance. With proper training, he could become very talented in the future. But his identity was unclear, so they could only take one step at a time. Brother-in-law, are you agreeing to teach me? Nangongli blinked, seeming to see an opportunity, and quickly asked Xiao Minji with a smile. He seemed to have discovered a big secret. Brother-in-law is afraid of his wife. Seeing Nangongli's proud expression, Xiao Minji slightly frowned. You little brat, we'll see about that. Xiao Minji turned and smiled at Feng Qingyan, who immediately nodded in agreement. Is Ali qualified now? Can he get up? Feng Qingyan didn't smile playfully. She could see through his little thoughts. Yes, yes, Xiao Minji said with a little embarrassment. Nothing escaped her sharp eyes. May I ask when your husband plans to start teaching Ali? Feng Qingyan quickly picked up Nangongli and looked at Xiao Minji, questioning him. She must keep her promise to the child. Today, Nangongli heard her say she would take him out, but he looked surprised and unsure. It seemed he didn't really believe she would take him out that day. Maybe, deep down, he had already stopped expecting anything. She finally gained a little trust from him, and she couldn't let Xiao Minji ruin it. Teach now, she warned him with a serious look. Xiao Minji didn't dare to ignore her warning. He wanted to say that boys shouldn't be spoiled so much, but then he thought, if it were his own child with Feng Qingyan, he wouldn't want to see him suffer even a little. Hearing Xiao Minji's words, Nangongli immediately smiled. Kids are often so easy to satisfy. Go ahead, go ahead. Come on, Ali, keep it up. Sister believes you'll do great. Feng Qingyan also smiled happily, patted Nangongli's head, and let him go. Meanwhile, a man in black had just left Jinxiu Pavilion when he ran into two secret guards following Feng Qingyan and Nangongli. He recognized their clothing immediately. They were Nangong Jin's guards. Why would Nangong Jin's guards be with them? Could that child be from the palace? The man in black didn't care about that anymore. Anyway, he was sure these guards weren't good people. He suddenly appeared and blocked their way.
Who are you?
Why are you stopping us? Do you know who we are? Move aside if you know what's good for you. One of the guards looked at him with disdain, a fierce and arrogant expression. I'm here to kill you. The man in black frowned, annoyed, and looked up at them. Such strong killing intent. The two guards slightly stepped back, clearly scared. You're so talkative. Before he finished speaking, the man in black drew his sword and cut off their heads. His martial skills were truly extraordinary. No wonder Xiao Minji told Feng Qingyan not to chase after them that day. This place is not far from the splendid pavilion. After the big commotion, Mu Qing naturally received the news. However, when he arrived, the black-clad men had already disappeared without a trace. He had just learned about Nangong Li's identity. The two dead guards were probably sent by the palace. He wasn't sure if this would affect their princess, so he had to hurry and report to their lord and lady. In the backyard of the splendid pavilion, Xiao Minji taught Nangong Li some simple basic moves. To his surprise, Nangong Li learned quickly and grasped the key points in a short time. Gradually, he also started teaching him a few self-defense moves, which Nangong Li learned very fast. Finally, Xiao Minji gave him a beginner martial arts manual to practice when he returned to the palace. Nangong Li treasured it greatly and carefully hid the manual in his arms. Additionally, Feng Qingyan packed a big box of educational toys for Nangong Li, so he wouldn't be bored. Nangong Li really didn't want to leave, but as it grew darker, he had to return to the palace. Be good, go back and study hard and practice martial arts. Maybe next time, I can take you out again, okay? Seeing Nangong Li's sad eyes, Feng Qingyan felt a little heartache and comforted him softly. Yes, okay. Although reluctant, Nangong Li could only nod in agreement. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji prepared to send Nangong Li back to the old palace. As soon as they stepped out, they met Mu Qing rushing over. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Minji glanced at him and saw Mu Qing's gaze fall on Nangong Li. It seemed the matter was related to him. Ali, you go over there and play with the Rubik's Cube for a while. Wait for us, okay? Nangong Li obediently went to play with the cube. From Mu Qing's expression, he knew that what Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji wanted to say was definitely about him. He really wished he never had to go back to that palace again. After Nangong Li left, Mu Qing explained everything that had just happened outside to Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji. What? Those two guards are dead? Who did it? Xiao Minji frowned slightly. He had already noticed those two guards and had been keeping an eye on them. As long as they didn't do anything harmful, there was no need to interfere. I never thought I would be killed so easily. If our men didn't see wrong, it was still that man in black from last time. Mu Qing only saw a figure from behind. That person moved very quickly. When he heard the noise, he rushed over, but was still a moment too late. You don't need to get involved anymore. Just erase all traces of our people. Even if the palace people investigate, it has nothing to do with us. Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan exchanged a look. The more they interfered, the more doubt it would cause for Nangong Jin. It was better to pretend they didn't know about the secret guards incident at all. Yes, I will handle it immediately. Mu Qing went to deal with this matter. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji went together to send Nangong Li back to the palace. On the way, Nangong Li kept looking at Feng Qingyan and then at Xiao Minji. Ali, do you have something to say? Feng Qingyan asked him kindly. Did Ali cause trouble for sister and brother-in-law? Nangong Li asked timidly. He grew up in the palace, often causing trouble because he was not favored, and the eunuchs and maids all saw him as a troublemaker. No, how could you think that? We like you very much. Feng Qingyan's heart moved slightly. She took Nangong Li's hand and said, this child was too sensitive. Any little change in the wind or grass could be noticed by him, and he would even take the blame for mistakes himself. It showed how much his young heart had been hurt over the years. Hearing Feng Qingyan say this, Nangong Li still didn't believe it. He looked up again and looked at Xiao Minji. Seeing Nangong Li's gaze, Feng Qingyan touched Xiao Minji's arm and looked at him. Say something, will you? The child is waiting. Yes, Sister Jingfeng and I both like Ali very much. How could he think he's a troublemaker? Xiao Minji didn't want to make the child sad either, so he followed Feng Qingyan's words. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ali's presence might indeed bring them some trouble. But as long as his little princess liked him, trouble or not, they would handle it. That's what matters. After hearing Xiao Minji, a smile finally appeared on Nangong Li's face. He was really afraid that he had caused trouble again. If Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji didn't like him anymore, he would be very sad. In the palace's heart-nourishing hall, when two secret guards had an accident, Nangong Jin immediately received the news. What exactly happened? Nangong Jin's eyes darkened. Surely no one was really targeting Nangong Li, right? He didn't need to say the name. He could guess who it was. Since he has appeared again, Why haven't you caught him yet? Nangong Jin said angrily. Why did these subordinates always become useless when they encountered him? Our men are incompetent. He got away again. Wu Ying also looked helpless. Although he didn't want to admit it, that person's martial skills were truly mysterious. Even if they fought him, they might not be able to catch him. Then why are you still standing here? Go find him. Nangong Jin was about to lose his temper. What a bunch of fools. As a ruler of a country, she couldn't even catch a person. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji sent Nangong Li to the palace gate, and someone from inside came to pick him up. It seemed that they had learned about the secret guard's death. Nangong Li reluctantly waved goodbye to Feng Qingyan and the others. Although Feng Qingyan repeatedly told him on the way that he hadn't caused them trouble, how could he believe that now, seeing the people in the palace? He finally realized that Feng Qingyan truly cared for him. He was the one causing trouble for her, yet she kept it hidden. Nangong Li felt that meeting Feng Qingyan was the greatest luck of his life. If possible, he wouldn't cause her any more trouble. Feng Qingyan looked at the small figure, and from his eyes, she seemed to understand something. This child was so sensible that Feng Qingyan felt a pang of heartache. He has his own path to walk. Forcing her way and might not be a good idea. Xiao Minji saw Feng Qingyan looking a bit down and comforted her repeatedly. Yes, I understand. Feng Qingyan nodded. She had no close relationship with Nangong Li and couldn't make decisions for him. Moreover, he was at least safe now. If she forcibly interfered in his life, it might break the peace and put him in danger. Then don't think about it. Everyone has their own fate. We just do our best and let things take their course. Xiao Minji held Feng Qingyan in his arms, gently patting her back, and kissed her forehead. He knew that Feng Qingyan wanted to help Nangong Li because she seemed to see her own shadow in him. They had been in Manhwa for some time, but there was still no news about Feng Zhan. Gradually, he even began to doubt whether such a person really existed. Although Feng Qingyan didn't say anything, he could see the loneliness in her eyes. When Nangong Li returned to the palace, unexpectedly, Nangong Jin appeared in his private chamber. He looked at Nangong Jin nervously, feeling a bit overwhelmed. The person he had been waiting for day and night was now standing in front of him, yet he felt so unfamiliar. Lear, come here quickly. I am your mother. Don't you recognize your mother? Nangong Jin smiled and waved at Nangong Li. This fake friendliness made it hard for anyone to feel close to her. Your Majesty, please pay respects to your mother. Nangong Li did not step forward but respectfully bowed to Nangong Jin. His attitude was clearly distant. He looked at Nangong Jin from afar, unsure why she suddenly changed her attitude today. He vaguely felt it might be related to what happened today. Your mother knows she has neglected you all these years, and she should be blamed. Nangong Jin looked very sad. If Nangong Li hadn't known Feng Qingyan before, he might have been fooled by her act. After all, she was his biological mother, and it was false to say he didn't want to be close to her. But after meeting Feng Qingyan, seeing Nangong Jin's act, he felt it was all pretentious. Your mother is busy with many affairs. Your Highness, you shouldn't trouble her with caring for you. Nangong Li spoke clearly, giving Nangong Jin a perfect excuse. Nangong Jin didn't expect that at such a young age, Nangong Li would be so hard to coax. You child, still so polite to your mother. Would it be okay if your mother visits you every day in the future? Her face showed a slight awkwardness, then she smiled as if she hadn't heard him and stepped forward to try to take his hand. Your mother doesn't need to do that. Your Highness understands your mother's difficulties, so there's no need for her to worry so much. Nangong Li kept stepping back, avoiding Nangong Jin's outstretched hand, and spoke nonsense seriously. He didn't know why, but he felt very uncomfortable with Nangong Jin's deliberate closeness. Nangong Jin's hand missed, hanging in the air awkwardly. She slightly frowned. This stubborn child was so ungrateful. If he weren't still useful, she really wanted to kick him away. Nangong Jin's face showed a fierce expression, and after much effort, she finally calmed down. Child, I know you can't forgive me right now, but I will try to become a good mother empress. She gently wiped her eyes with a handkerchief, though there were no real tears. The more Nangong Jin acted like this, the more Nangongli felt she was being fake and pretentious. "Thank you for your kindness, Mother Empress. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. I've been busy all day and haven't finished my lessons." Nangongli didn't even bother to look at Nangongjin and went into the house alone. Usually, the mischievous child sat quietly in the study, not moving at all. He didn't read a single word from the book in his hand. Did he hold a grudge against Nangongjin? Probably yes. A mother living with you for so many years, never once visiting her child, and now suddenly pretending to care. Who could accept that? Nangongli longed for family affection, but inexplicably felt a deep rejection of Nangongjin. Nangongjin watched Nangongli's cold back, feeling angry and frustrated. She could only turn and leave. It seemed she had to think of another plan. Thinking about Qingfeng's words and Nangongli's dependence on her, she decided she needed to visit the palace again tomorrow. She also wanted to see how he would react to today's events. The next morning, more people arrived at the palace. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan, about to speak, but she immediately kissed him passionately, silencing him completely. "Be good and wait patiently at home for me to return." After the kiss, she playfully stroked his face and smiled. Xiao Minji touched his cheek, still warm from Feng Qingyan's lips, and nodded. "So, our war god prince is quite easy to please." But just as Feng Qingyan left, Xiao Minji changed into new clothes, put on a mask, and went out with her. As Xiao Minji arrived near the palace, he immediately encountered Wu Ying, who was out on an errand. The two of them looked at each other with a tense, threatening air. "Are you the owner of the first tower, Mo Yuan?" Wu Ying stammered a little as he spoke. One man in black was already enough to trouble him, and now another appeared. The owner of the first tower was mysterious and unpredictable. Normally, he was so elusive that no shadow of him could be seen. But now he was standing right in front of him. Xiao Minji looked at him with a blank stare. It really shows that the master has good followers.
No.
"I can't," he thought. "I can't afford to offend him. He had important matters to attend to and didn't want to cause trouble." Just because he didn't want trouble didn't mean trouble wouldn't find him. Wu Ying received a message and found the figure of that person deep in a dense forest on the east side of the palace. So he led his men to follow. Xiao Minji was curious about this black-clad man who kept appearing, so he changed into Mo Yuan's disguise to investigate further. When Wu Ying reached the deep forest, he saw Xiao Minji ahead.
Was he lucky or what?
He had run into Minji twice in a short time. It seemed he was here looking for Lung Yuan. It turned out that the black-clad man's name was Lung Yuan. Lung Yuan sensed the situation outside and saw two figures, one on each side, approaching him. When did the owner of the first tower start associating with those pests in the palace? He sneered contemptuously. He used to admire the young and talented owner of the first tower, but now he saw that he was no different from others. If it had just been him, he might have had a chance to win, but with two of them, victory was impossible. It looked like a tough fight was coming. "I'm not with him. I'm just here to watch the show," Xiao Minji said, crossing his arms and holding his sword. His meaning was clear. "You fight your battle, I'll just watch. Looks like those pests in the palace are unwelcome everywhere," Lung Yuan said with a raised eyebrow and a smile, changing his attitude toward Xiao Minji. The owner of the first tower didn't seem so bad after all. "Who are you calling pests?" Shadow immediately became anxious. Because of Lung Yuan, Shadow had already been punished by Nangongjin many times. This time, he absolutely could not let him escape again. "Just tell me what's wrong. You're hesitating like a girl. Are you going to fight or not? If not, then get out of here now," Lung Yuan said disdainfully. Shadow clearly wanted to delay. His people should be nearby. If Shadow didn't make a move now, he would be humiliated and forced into a corner. He quickly drew his sword and attacked Lung Yuan. Lung Yuan's expression darkened, his eyes deep and like the sea, seeming to see through everything about Lung Yuan. Just as Shadow's sword was about to hit him, he swiftly drew a long sword from his waist, waved lightly, as if creating an invisible ripple in the air. While blocking Shadow's attack, the sword aimed directly at his vital point. His movements were very fast, like a flash of lightning through the air. Shadow dodged instantly, but was still cut by his sword energy, tearing his clothes. Shadow's face showed anger, and he attacked Lung Yuan again. Their figures intertwined. Leaves around them were cut off by sword energy, flying like snowflakes everywhere. It blurred the view. Xiao Minji narrowed his eyes, keeping his gaze fixed on Lung Yuan. Such strong sword energy. After several rounds of fighting, the battle became more intense. Shadow's breath grew hurried. He was clearly losing. But from Xiao Minji's observation, Lung Yuan hadn't yet used his full strength. He was indeed a rare master. Just then, Shadow's allies finally arrived. "Why are you just standing there? Why don't you make a move?" Shadow immediately relaxed, thinking that if he fought any longer, his life might be at risk. A group of dark guards quickly surrounded them. These dark guards were specially trained killers close to Nangong Jin, with extraordinary martial skills. Even if Lung Yuan was very skilled, fighting alone against many, he wouldn't have a chance to win. Moreover, he had just fought Shadow. Lung Yuan's expression changed. The sword in his hand hummed suddenly, caused by his internal energy. It seemed he was about to go all out. The dark guards attacked together. Lung Yuan showed no fear, charging straight into the circle of black-clad men. Suddenly, in the forest, blades flashed, sand and stones flew, and chaos erupted. After a fierce fight, at first Lung Yuan was still able to handle himself easily. But as time went on, waves of dark guards took turns attacking, offensive attacks and sneak attacks. He couldn't keep up with the pace. Gradually, the continuous battles drained his stamina, and his movements became less quick and smooth than at the start. During one of the dark guards' attacks, he was caught off guard and injured his left arm. Soon after, he made a mistake in defending himself, revealing his weakness. "Lung Yuan, today you won't escape even if you grow wings. Just surrender peacefully." Wu Ying saw Lung Yuan being attacked repeatedly by the guards and retreating step by step. He was very happy and started to boast. Lung Yuan coldly glanced at Wu Ying and continued fighting. These days, are people so disrespectful of the rules? I can't even watch a show peacefully? How annoying. Oh, I almost forgot. You seem to be from the palace, right? Xiao Minji turned to look at Wu Ying, who was watching nearby, and said disdainfully, "This is a matter between us and Lung Yuan. We hope Lord Emo won't interfere. Otherwise, if the Empress finds out, your number 1 tower can't bear the consequences." Wu Ying suddenly remembered there was an outsider present and quickly used Nangong Jin to intimidate Xiao Minji. He hoped Xiao Minji would be sensible. He finally had a chance to catch Lung Yuan, and he couldn't afford any accidents. Otherwise, Nangong Jin wouldn't know how to punish him. "But what if I insist on interfering?" Xiao Minji's expression darkened as he coldly looked at Wu Ying. He hated being threatened the most. He was hesitating whether to act, but now Wu Ying's words gave him his answer. "Then Lord Emo, don't blame us for being rude." Wu Ying, confident because they had more people, grew bolder and directly challenged Xiao Minji. He was determined to bring Lung Yuan back today no matter what. "Oh, I really want to see how rude you can be. Come on, make your move." Xiao Minji challenged Wu Ying with a teasing look. "Are you not afraid the Empress will blame you and hold your tower responsible?" Wu Ying felt a bit guilty and could only use Nangong Jin again. He had just wanted to talk big, not expecting Minji to really want to fight him. "I have never been afraid of anyone." Xiao Minji chuckled arrogantly. If Nangong Jin dared to attack the number 1 tower in the world, he would flatten her palace. You, this was too bold." Wu Ying realized he had caused trouble this time, and it was too late to turn back. Xiao Minji drew his sword and attacked him.
"Come at me," he said.
Wu Ying could only go along with it. The two quickly started fighting. As soon as Wu Ying made a move, he knew he had already lost. If Lung Yuan's skills were deep and mysterious, Xiao Minji's skills were even more advanced. Faster, fiercer, with no flaws. He had no chance to resist. Xiao Minji's moves were clever and fierce. In just a few exchanges, Wu Ying was already struggling and was wounded in several places by Xiao Minji's sword. If this continued, he would surely die at Xiao Minji's hands. Before he could think further, Wu Ying was stabbed in the left shoulder by Xiao Minji, who then kicked him hard, sending him several meters away. Wu Ying spat blood and awkwardly collapsed to the ground, looking badly hurt. But Xiao Minji showed no intention of stopping. Mo Yuan, I am the personal bodyguard of the Empress. Are you really going to oppose her? Wu Ying was truly scared now. Xiao Minji was fearless and reckless. He couldn't fight him head-on anymore. So what? Xiao Minji sneered, raising his sword and slowly approaching him.
I
am the Empress's personal bodyguard. Killing me won't do you any good. Why not let me go? If the #1 tower needs help in the future, I will gladly assist. He was trying to be soft and persuasive. As the personal bodyguard of the Empress, he thought he could at least bargain. You're just a useless fool. What can you do? Why does this tower need you? Xiao Minji didn't even look at him. He thought this useless person was a nuisance even if he asked him to clean the stables. From Xiao Minji's attitude, it was clear he was determined to kill him. Mo Yuan, you're going too far.
Guards.
Come and stop him. Wu Ying saw Xiao Minji was unyielding and hurriedly shouted to the guards attacking Leng Yuan. Cold Yuan's side was clearly close to breaking down. At this point, dispersing some of their forces might ruin all their efforts. But Wu Ying couldn't care less now. Saving his life was the most important. Soon after, half of the dark guards rushed toward Wu Ying and blocked in front of Xiao Minji. Wu Ying finally felt relieved, supported by 2 dark guards as they helped him up from the ground. Because half of the dark guards had been diverted to attack, Cold Yuan's pressure eased a lot. He glanced at Xiao Minji and the others with a complicated look in his eyes. The first tower in the world, and the palace probably had no grudges. Xiao Minji's recent deliberate provocation of Wu Ying was clearly helping him. But now he couldn't think about that. He had to focus on solving the current problem first. With some of the pressure diverted, Cold Yuan quickly turned the tide. One by one, the dark guards around him fell. Meanwhile, Xiao Minji faced a group of dark guards with ease, easily defeating them and making them retreat in fear. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Wu Ying also ignored Cold Yuan and quietly chose to escape. When the dark guards saw their leader fleeing, they lost the will to fight and also tried to run away. In the end, most were killed or wounded. Soon, the entire force was wiped out. Cold Yuan, after the fierce battle, was a bit disheveled. His clothes were torn, and he had several wounds, some deep enough to see the bone, blood staining his garments. He still stood straight, with sharp eyes, not looking at all defeated. Thank you, Lord Mo, for your help today. If you need anything in the future, please take this token to the coffin shop at the northwest corner of the Imperial City Main Street. I will definitely help. Cold Yuan spoke calmly and respectfully, approaching Xiao Minji, nodding slightly in thanks, and handed him a token. At this moment, the black mask on his face was blown off by the wind, revealing his true face. General Feng. Xiao Minji looked at his face and blurted out in surprise. Lord Mo is calling me? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Until we meet again. Cold Yuan smiled, handed him the token, bowed slightly, and then disappeared before him. Mistaken. Mistaken someone? Xiao Minji stared at Cold Yuan's retreating figure, stunned. But he knew he wouldn't mistake that face. However, when he just called him, Leng Yuan's first reaction didn't seem to be acting. Xiao Minji no longer thought about it. Anyway, there would be another chance to meet in the future. Now she wanted to share this good news with Feng Qingyan. Xiao Minji was truly glad he had saved Leng Yuan today, or he would have regretted it forever. After Leng Yuan left, his face still showed some change. A few years ago, he was seriously injured and, upon waking, couldn't remember his past. Nangong Jin told him he was her carefully trained secret guard, Leng Yuan, and that he had lost his memory because he was injured during a mission. Once his injuries healed, he continued to serve Nangong Jin. But after learning more about Nangong Jin, he gradually became very dissatisfied with her ways. Nangong Jin was indulgent and unpredictable, lacking the dignity of a ruler. How could he follow such a master? So Leng Yuan started to think about leaving. But Nangong Jin was a ruler. Could he leave just like that? To make her secret guards loyal, Nangong Jin had long given them poison to control them. They had to take an antidote she provided every month on time. Until one day, he accidentally discovered a secret room in an underground prison of Nangong Jin. There, he met a woman. "Please help me, I beg you." The woman was trapped in the secret room, her hands and feet chained. Her belly was swollen, and judging by her pain, she was about to give birth. Seeing Lung Feng, she seemed to see a lifeline. Even knowing he was Nangong Jin's secret guard, she still asked him for help.
Can you
do something for me?" Lung Feng, whether out of compassion or something else, couldn't bear to ignore her. He didn't know why, but he had no memory of her, yet she seemed familiar. "I'm about to give birth. Can you find some things I need for delivery?" Lung Feng covered his face, so the woman couldn't see his expression. But his deep eyes were exactly like the person she thought about day and night. She believed he wasn't a bad person. But she couldn't understand why he stayed with someone like Nangong Jin, doing things for her. The woman's eyes were full of tears, but her gaze was strong. She was weak by nature, but a mother's strength made her resilient. Lung Feng was visibly moved. Nangong Jin is unpredictable and temperamental. He accidentally entered this place, and if she finds out, the consequences could be serious. "Do you want to escape from Nangong Jin? I know he has put a poison on you and the others to control you. This poison not only changes your voice and appearance, but also controls your nerves. When it acts up, the pain is unbearable. If you don't take the antidote within 8 hours, you will surely die. I can tell you the formula for the antidote." Seeing Cold Yuan hesitate, she continued. She couldn't care less about anything else now. Her only hope was that the baby would be born safely. Cold Yuan agreed, without hesitation. He didn't know why, but he trusted this stranger so easily. Maybe he was also eager to get the antidote. So, Cold Yuan followed her instructions and found what she needed for childbirth. While Cold Yuan was gathering supplies, she secretly wrote down the formula for the antidote. He took the formula, put it in his pocket, and looked at her. "Do you need any other help?" Uncertain whether it was out of sympathy or something else, Cold Yuan asked again. "Can you stay nearby and watch over me? If anything happens, even if I have to deliver the baby by surgery, please help me save this child. Everyone who has given birth knows how dangerous and painful it is." The woman seemed to have prepared for the worst. When it comes to a life-and-death situation, she was willing to sacrifice herself to save her child. "You are still young, and you can have more children." Hearing this, Cold Yuan was shocked. He wanted to persuade her, but she interrupted him directly. "I have made up my mind. If I die, could you please help me send the child back to the Daxia General's residence and tell them the father is Feng Zhan? The General's residence values loyalty and will surely thank you." She seemed to be giving her last words. She knew her request was too much. She didn't even know Cold Yuan's identity, but she had no other choice now. She had to protect this child of the Feng family. If it weren't for her, the Feng family wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. She was about to kneel before Cold Yuan, but he stopped her immediately. "Please don't do this." Cold Yuan hesitated. Such a trust was not something he could accept lightly. At that moment, the woman's labor pains grew worse. Lung Yuan's expression changed. He didn't hesitate and quickly took the bedsheets and blankets beside her, wrapping her inside. The woman looked very pained, sweat beads constantly rolling down her forehead. Most people find childbirth extremely painful, but she endured the pain bravely to deliver her baby herself. During this time, she didn't make a sound at all, which even impressed Lung Yuan with her strong will. Finally, with the cry of a baby, the child was born safely and smoothly. The woman, weak, held her newborn son tightly, tears of sadness streaming down her face. "My poor child, you must grow up safe and sound, like your father, to become a brave general." The baby's cry soon attracted people outside. The woman's heart suddenly fluttered with worry. Lung Yuan's expression also changed slightly. He knew he couldn't stay any longer. The consequences would be serious. "Today, I am grateful for your kindness. If there is a future, I will repay you with my loyalty. The woman bowed deeply to Lung Yuan, holding her child. She really wanted him to help her take the baby away. If the child stayed with her, she might not survive much longer. But in this situation, she couldn't force him. It might endanger him and even threaten the child's life. Someone is coming. I must leave now. Lung Yuan understood her concerns and felt his heart waver. But now was not the right time. Later, Lung Yuan used the secret medicine formula the woman gave him and successfully removed the poison from his body. Whether out of sympathy or gratitude for her remedy, he didn't leave the palace immediately. Instead, he found a chance to visit the secret chamber in the dungeon. This time, he only saw the woman. The child was not with her. The woman looked somewhat dazed. Any mother who loses her child would feel heartbroken like this. Lung Yuan silently watched her for a long time, unsure how to comfort her, and dared not ask about the child. He even felt a bit guilty. If he had taken the child away that day, things might have turned out differently. But life has no what if. Do you want to leave this place? Lung Yuan asked her with some guilt, feeling helpless. This is the palace, and although he is somewhat familiar with it, his ability to do anything alone is very limited. Even if he asks this question, he is not fully confident he can take the woman out. The woman finally reacts. She looks up at Lung Yuan, and although her face is still covered, she recognizes him at a glance. After a long while, the woman seems to think of something, her face showing pain. She shakes her head at Lung Yuan. They remain silent for a long time. The woman does not want to leave, and he cannot do anything about it. Just as he turns to leave, the woman suddenly speaks again. Can you help me find someone? He might also be imprisoned in the palace. If it's convenient, could you help him? He wouldn't be easily trapped. If you help him, he will definitely be able to save himself. The woman tremblingly takes out a portrait from her and hands it to Lung Yuan. She has always believed in Feng Zhan's ability. Without hesitation, Lung Yuan agrees immediately. Finding someone and helping out is not a difficult task for him. Also, in the northwest corner of the palace's lotus pond in the royal garden, under a large willow tree, there is a treasure chest buried. If you find him, could you please give it to him? If you can't find him, just take the chest out of the palace and go to the coffin shop on the northwest street of the imperial city. Talk to the owner. He knows what to do. The woman, looking somewhat absent-minded, calmly explains everything to Lung Yuan. For some reason, Lung Yuan feels that although the woman is in a difficult situation, she still has the demeanor of someone in high position. After taking note of everything, Lung Yuan leaves the underground secret chamber. Following her instructions, he finds the treasure box. But when he sees the portrait the woman gave him, he is stunned. The person in the portrait looks almost exactly like him. He desperately wants to go back and ask the woman for clarification, but when he steps into that secret chamber again, the woman is no longer there. He is also blocked inside by Nangong Jin's people. Lung Yuan fights desperately to break free, escaping badly injured to the coffin shop on the street in the imperial city, and from then on, he leaves the palace. He becomes the target of Nangong Jin's pursuit. From the shop owner Zhou Ko, he learns that the woman is actually Nangong Jin's biological sister, Nangong Ling. Years ago, Nangong Jin betrayed her for the throne. Surprisingly, Nangong Ling was lucky and did not die. Zhou Jin was an old subordinate of Nangong Ling. She asked Lung Yuan to find someone, but he didn't know who. After Nangong Ling died, there was no news of her for many years. No one knew what had happened to her or what she had experienced. Through Nangong Ling's few words and her trust during childbirth, Lung Yuan guessed that she probably went to Daxia during those years. He also heard she married Feng Zhan from the general's residence. But what is his connection to Feng Zhan? Why do they look so much alike? Later, Lung Yuan secretly visited the palace several times, but never saw Nangong Ling again. Nangong Jin was well prepared, strengthening the palace's defenses and issuing a nationwide bounty to hunt him down. Over the years, his old subordinates carefully planned to overthrow Nangong Jin's rule and rescue Nangong Ling. The treasure box Nangong Ling gave him contained the imperial seal of Manhwa. No wonder Nangong Jin was so eager to chase after him. Recently, Nangong Jin kept going to the southern border, but no one knew what he was planning. Lung Yuan was very familiar with Nangong Jin's secret guards. He disguised himself as one of them and infiltrated their group. He wanted to find out Nangong Jin's purpose and also see the place where Feng Zhan once lived. He always felt that something there was pulling him. Over the years, he became very curious about Feng Zhan's identity. Since seeing his portrait, Lung Yuan had been gathering information about him. Learning about his experiences, Lung Yuan couldn't help but feel sympathy. He followed Nangong Jin's secret guards to the southern border but accidentally lost the pendant he always wore for safety. When he went back to look for it, he met an old man who seemed to be waiting for him on purpose. For some reason, seeing the old man's hopeful eyes made him feel a strange pain in his heart. He knew he couldn't stay long, or the secret guards would soon notice. Then the events that followed happened. He was discovered and chased by Nangong Jin's men, so he hid in an inn and met Feng Qingyan, who looked very much like Nangong Ling. She not only saved him but also fearlessly dealt with Yuan Jing, the great general of Manhwa. Later, when the imperial seal was lost, he kept tracking them. He gradually realized they seemed to be deliberately trying to attract Nangong Jin's attention. After Feng Qingyan smoothly entered the palace, she quickly gained the trust of Nangong Jin. He thought that saving Nangong Ling might be a good way to find a breakthrough. But he still couldn't understand their true purpose. Until the day he saw Feng Qingyan leading Nangong Li out of the palace, and Nangong Li's appearance shocked him greatly. If their similar looks were just a coincidence, then how could there be so many such coincidences? He felt that gradually, the truth was starting to be revealed. A casual remark from Xiao Minji about Feng General seemed to help him find the answer. But his current identity and situation were a big problem. He hadn't yet figured out how to deal with it. Lien Yuan's thoughts slowly pulled back from his memories, and his eyes became clearer. Could he really be the Feng Zhan they talked about? If all this was true, how could he accept that he had watched Nangong Ling risk her life to give birth to his child, yet failed to protect them?
Who am I really?
Who am I? Lien Yuan felt a terrible headache, as if he was falling into a bottomless black hole. Meanwhile, Xiao Minji returned to his residence, wanting to tell Feng Qingyan immediately, but found she hadn't come back yet. At this moment, Feng Qingyan was in the palace, accompanying Nangong Jin. No, to be precise, she was playing with Nangong Li. Feng Qingyan didn't know what kind of mood Nangong Jin was in, but she was asked to come to the palace specifically to keep Nangong Li company. She was even personally entertaining him. Most importantly, Nangong Jin had asked her for advice on how to soothe children. He looked like he had changed for the better. That day, after listening to your words, I felt ashamed and realized that continuing like this was not right. After all, the child's father and the child are unrelated. The child no longer has a close relationship with me, and I really don't know what to do, so I thought of you. Nangong Jin saw Feng Qingyan looking at him like that, and immediately felt guilty. It's better not to explain, because the more he explained, the more Feng Qingyan felt that Nangong Jin was hiding something. From her words, actions, and expressions, it was clear she didn't genuinely want to be kind to Nangong Li. After all, he wasn't her biological child, and most likely, he was the child of an enemy. Even if he was pretending, he wasn't sincere. Could something have happened yesterday, when they left the palace, that they didn't know about? Your Majesty, there's no need to worry so much. As long as you're willing to put in effort, children are easy to please. They're very thoughtful and know exactly who treats them well. Feng Qingyan comforted herself on the outside, but was secretly criticizing herself. Does she really think that pretending a little is enough? Nangong Li is very clever and sharp. Feng Qingyan doesn't know exactly what Nangong Jin plans to do, but she guesses that she wants to use Nangong Li. It's probably because something unusual happened with Nangong Li's parents, which is why she is acting like this. So, Nangong Li probably won't be in danger for now. When Feng Qingyan first saw Nangong Li and learned that he was not Nangong Jin's biological son, she sent people to investigate. At that time, Nangong Jin had handled this matter very carefully. The investigation confirmed that the child was indeed born from her after 10 months of pregnancy. The child's father was a young man from Qingfeng Garden. Not long after the child was born, Nangong Jin's male companions in the back courtyard, jealous and competitive, caused harm to the child. Nangong Jin already disliked men's status, so she didn't say anything. Because of this, after she gave birth, she ignored the child and simply left him in the most inconspicuous palace in the imperial city, with some servants assigned randomly. It seemed like she wanted him to fend for himself. However, Nangong Li was very resilient and survived by drinking millet porridge fed by a few eunuchs. Later, Nangong Jin seemed to have come to terms with it and stopped mistreating Nangong Li. But she still kept her distance and never even visited him once. Nangong Li has only seen Nangong Jin a few times in his life, fewer than 10. It's no wonder they are not close. Yes, I understand. I will do my best to make it up to Ali. Nangong Jin smiled on the outside, but her mind was filled with more and more vicious thoughts. Since she was young, her mother favored Nangong Ling because she looked better and was more talented. Once, she accidentally overheard her mother talking with Nangong Ling. It turned out her mother preferred Nangong Ling to be the empress. She was mad with jealousy. Why could Nangong Ling be the empress just because she was her mother's daughter, but she couldn't? She pretended to be calm every day, but secretly added tasteless, slow-acting poison to her mother's meals. Finally, when her mother fell seriously ill, she seized an opportunity and arranged for someone to secretly harm Nangong Ling as well. In the end, she achieved her wish and became the empress. I never expected that after many years, I would accidentally discover that Nangong Ling, who is supposed to be dead, is actually alive and living well under the name Chu Qianxuan in Daxia. She even got married and had a child, marrying the great General Feng Zhan, the war god of Daxia. Their family lives happily and peacefully. After Nangong Jin's mother, the empress, died, she was left alone. She was naturally ordinary in talent and not favored by the court officials. Being the empress was also not easy for her. She had 3,000 beautiful men in her harem, but she never managed to have a child. Why can Nangong Ling find happiness while I am left all alone? Jealousy can sometimes turn people into monsters. So, Nangong Jin used the Emperor of Daxia's suspicion to set a trap for Feng Zhan. That's how Feng Zhan was defeated and left with no remains. It was all Nangong Jin's secret plotting. At that time, Chu Qianxuan, who was Nangong Ling, received the news that Feng Zhan had died. She was heartbroken. Feng Zhan's death seemed suspicious, and she quickly sensed something was wrong. She realized she was the one who caused his death. The Emperor of Daxia then, Xiao Ju, also had ill intentions toward her, so she thought of faking her death to escape. No matter what, she had to go to Manhwa to save Feng Zhan. When she arrived in Manhwa, she sneaked into the palace alone at night. Having grown up in the palace, Nangong Ling was very familiar with all the secret passages. But she still couldn't find Feng Zhan. She could only seize the opportunity to steal the Manhwa jade seal, hoping to exchange it with Nangong Jin. Nangong Jin, if you still want the Manhwa imperial jade seal, then release Feng Zhan. Nangong Ling stood tall and firm, showing no fear even in front of Nangong Jin's many soldiers. Feng Zhan? You mean your husband in Daxia? Wasn't he killed in battle? How would I know where he is? Hand over the jade seal, or face death. Nangong Jin was not afraid of Nangong Ling's threats. She was now the ruler of a country. What is Nangong Ling? She dared to threaten her? You really don't know? My sister knows. If the officials find out I didn't die, what do you think will happen? Nangong Ling knew very well where Nangong Jin's pain lay, and she threatened her. You dare to threaten me? Indeed, Nangong Jin's face turned red with anger. She was furious at Nangong Ling's provocation and gradually lost her composure. I have no interest in the throne of Manhwa. Sister, if you release Feng Zhan, I swear I will never set foot in Manhwa again. Nangong Ling was not very interested in the throne of Manhwa. Otherwise, with her intelligence, how could she have fallen into her trap? She simply went along with the plan. Her goal was not this. She had also told their mother the same thing back then. However, Nangong Jin did not hear the end of it. Later, as Nangong Jin's ambition grew, their mother, unwilling to see her daughters fight each other, revealed Nangong Ling's thoughts to Nangong Jin. They thought Nangong Jin knew she would happily sit on the throne, and everything would be peaceful. But she had long been intoxicated by power. To her, Nangong Ling's generosity was a form of insult. Nangong Jin intensified her efforts for the throne, even poisoning their mother and attacking Nangong Ling. That led to what happened later. "Alright, deal," Nangong Jin said with a gentle smile. She was still very wary of Nangong Ling, especially since 80% of the court supported Nangong Ling back then. Unexpectedly, Nangong Jin already knew Nangong Ling would come, so she deliberately had someone pretend to be Feng Zhan to lure her in. In the end, Nangong Ling fell into her trap and was locked in a secret dungeon. Nangong Jin tortured her in many ways, but Nangong Ling never revealed any information about the Jade Seal until she met Leng Yuan. Perhaps it was fate's blessing that lovers, after suffering many hardships, could reunite. Yes, Leng Yuan was actually Feng Zhan, who was taken back to Manhwa by Nangong Jin. Because of a severe injury, Feng Zhan lost his memory after waking up. Nangong Jin used her plan, knowing Feng Zhan's exceptional abilities, and gave him poison to control the dark guards, keeping him close to her for her own use. She also kept an eye on him. Maybe only in this way, watching their love remain unfulfilled, with one tortured and willing to die for her, could she feel satisfied. But she never expected that even without his memory, Feng Zhan was still difficult to tame. He even ruined her big plan. To this day, the Jade Seal was still in his hands, and her people had not caught him. Nangong Jin's memory ended, and she looked fiercely at Nangong Li nearby. "Nangong Ling, if Feng Zhan knew your son was alive, what would happen?" "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Feng Qingyan saw Nangong Jin's cold gaze on Nangong Li and frowned slightly. She had a faint bad feeling.
"Ah?
"It's nothing, really." Nangong Jin immediately showed a kind smile, so quickly that it was almost like a Sichuan opera actor changing masks. Soon after, someone came over and whispered something into Nangong Jin's ear. His face instantly turned very grim, as if something bad had happened. Nangong Jin exchanged a few words with Feng Qingyan, then hurriedly left. Nangong Li watched his back disappear and sneered disdainfully. "What is Ali laughing at?" Feng Qingyan asked worriedly. After all, in Nangong Li's eyes, Nangong Jin was still his biological mother. Ali is laughing because some people, even when acting, don't know how to be sincere. They are just afraid others won't see through them. Although Nangong Li was young, he was already mature in such a complicated palace environment. Especially those palace servants, knowing he was not favored, dared not act openly but often schemed secretly. So, Nangong Li saw through their false kindness better than anyone. Because he saw through them, he might not feel so hurt. Or perhaps, he had long been full of disappointment, which turned into despair. Ali, Feng Qingyan felt a little heartache. She even hesitated, wanting to tell him the truth. "Big sister, you don't need to comfort me."
Ali understands. Nangong Li smiled indifferently.
A child of just a few years old, even more open-minded than adults. It's hard to say whether we should be glad for him or feel sorry. Yes, Ali only needs to remember that in this world, love is mutual. Blood relations don't mean much. You only need to care about those who care about you. Those who don't care about you don't deserve your love. Feng Qingyan wasn't sure how much Nangong Li could understand, so she could only say this much. Ali will remember. Ali knows that Sister Jingfeng loves him most, and he loves Sister Jingfeng too. Nangong Li coquettishly leaned on Feng Qingyan, gently snuggling into her embrace. It was as if, with her there, his wounded young heart was comforted. Feng Qingyan gently stroked his head, feeling genuine tenderness and affection for this child. Thinking of Nangong Jin's previous behavior, Feng Qingyan, before leaving, avoided all the servants and took Nangong Li to his private chamber. "Big sister, what do you want to say to Ali?" Nangong Li realized something and asked Feng Qingyan. Yes, Ali, you must listen carefully to what your sister says and remember it well. Your sister can't always be with you in the palace. You need to protect yourself and not trust anyone easily, not even those closest to you. You're still young and have no ability to defend yourself. Would it be okay if your sister gives you some things to help you stay safe? Feng Qingyan was also unsure of what Nangong Jin planned to do. She couldn't take Nangong Li out of the palace. She could only try her best to keep him safe. Sister, is someone trying to hurt Ali? Nangong Li was calm and looked steadily at Feng Qingyan, sounding like a much older child asking a serious question.
Don't talk nonsense.
I just want to be prepared for any accidents, Feng Qingyan quickly explained, worried that Nangong Li might feel uneasy. Sister, you don't have to hide it from me. Is it her? Nangong Li looked into Feng Qingyan's eyes and asked clearly. She had suspected something about Nangong Jin's strange behavior for a while. Ali, don't guess randomly. Feng Qingyan knew that Nangong Li was asking about Nangong Jin, and she felt a bit guilty. Nangong Li was very smart, almost like he could see through everything. Sometimes, Feng Qingyan didn't know whether to be proud or worried about this child. She didn't want to lie to him, but she also didn't know how to tell him adult secrets. Sister, I'm not a 3-year-old. You don't have to hide things from me. Am I not the biological child of the Empress? Nangong Li continued, speaking calmly, as if he had already figured everything out. He just needed someone to confirm it. Feng Qingyan was slightly shocked. Nangong Li had guessed it. Indeed, seeing Feng Qingyan's expression, Nangong Li knew he was right. He felt no sadness at all, only a faint smile on his lips. He was truly glad that Nangong Jin was not his biological mother. He didn't care about that at all. Ali, are you okay? Feng Qingyan saw she couldn't hide it anymore and didn't want to lie to Nangong Li, but she was a little worried. Nangong Li was still just a child. Sister, don't worry. Ali is fine. Ali never received her mother's love when she was young. To get her attention, she was mischievous and pretended to be sick, doing everything she could. But her mother remained indifferent. In the end, the palace servant said Ali was a troublemaker, and Ali even doubted if she was a child no one liked, thinking her mother hated her. Now, Ali understands that none of this was her fault because her sister liked her. Having her sister was enough. Nangong Li's mind drifted to those past memories. Repeatedly waiting in despair had worn down his hope for his mother. He even hated the idea of having a mother. Fortunately, Nangong Jin was not his mother. In his heart, a mother should be kind, warm, and great. She was not supposed to be like Nangong Jin. Luckily, she wasn't. It's good that you can think like that. Feng Qingyan heard Nangong Li's words and understood his experiences over the years. He was truly a child with a hard life. Feng Qingyan comforted him for a long time, telling him many encouraging words. Finally, for his safety, she left him many protective treasures. Nangong Li was very smart and learned everything quickly, which eased Feng Qingyan's worries a little. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal these things. Feng Qingyan was worried that if he revealed them, Nangong Li would be in even greater danger. I understand, sister. You don't need to worry about me. With these treasures, I know how to protect myself. Nangong Li was not afraid but instead comforted Feng Qingyan. He was truly a very sensible child. Then sister really must go now. If I stay longer, someone might become suspicious. Feng Qingyan, despite her reluctance, had to leave. This is the palace, and it's better to be cautious to avoid alerting Nangong Jin's spies. Meanwhile, Nangong Jin arrived at the main hall and saw Wu Ying covered in wounds. What exactly happened? Nangong Jin looked at Wu Ying's battered appearance and asked impatiently. He could tell at a glance that their mission had failed again. Your Majesty, we found Cold Yuan's hideout. We were about to catch him when suddenly Mo Yuan appeared. All of our people were killed. I barely escaped and came back to report to your Majesty. Shadowless is really shameless, always trying to flatter himself. He claims to be risking his life to inform Nangong Jin, even though he's actually fleeing. I must say, everyone under Nangong Jin's command is talented.
Montag Yuan?
The leader of the top assassin organization, the First Tower? Nangong Jin still remembers the first tower quite well. Years ago, she hired killers and even approached the first tower, but they refused because they don't do dishonorable work. That made Nangong Jin furious. A mercenary group that takes money but claims to have principles. It's obvious they think she's worse than a stray dog. Yes, that's Mo Yuan, the leader of the first tower. His martial skills are extraordinary, even better than Lung Yuan. Shadowless had never faced such a strong opponent before. Mo Yuan's skills are mysterious and profound, and his killing aura is overwhelming. Shadowless couldn't handle it at all. Nangong Jin saw Shadowless looking so scared and wished she could just have him executed right now. It was too embarrassing for her. What's his relationship with Lung Yuan? Why is he helping him? Nangong Jin asked again. I don't know for sure, but from what I saw, they don't seem to know each other. They just happened to meet. Shadowless thought about the scene and believed they were strangers. Just happened to meet? Just because he ran into Mo Yuan, he would turn against me for Lung Yuan without reason. Nangong Jin didn't seem convinced. I don't know either, but Lung Yuan was poisoned by me. He probably can't go far. Shadowless felt guilty. If he hadn't provoked Mo Yuan, maybe he was just watching the show. But he definitely couldn't tell Nangong Jin that, or it would be suicide. Then go and investigate again. Waste of space. Nangong Jin's face changed, and she grabbed the teapot on the table, throwing it at Shadowless. Yes, I will go right now. Shadowless quickly slipped away in embarrassment. If he stayed any longer, Nangong Jin might really lose her temper. Send someone to summon Yuan Jing into the palace. Nangong Jin's eyes flickered slightly as she called out beyond the main hall. Yuan Jing had been resting for a while, and her injuries should be almost healed. She is currently in a position of needing to use people, and she even regrets impulsively hitting Yuan Jing at that time. At the general's residence, Yuan Jing is also feeling worse than Nangong Jin. Her injury is mostly healed, but she has lost half of the flesh on her buttocks, making her walk feel awkward. The back of her feels empty, as if she's not wearing pants. General Yuan, His Majesty has summoned you to the palace. At this moment, someone arrives at the palace. Do you know what His Majesty wants with me? Yuan Jing glances at the visitor with disdain, pretending to be lazy. She clearly doesn't want to go to the palace. Yuan Jing is feeling quite upset now. After all, her current situation is partly due to Nangong Jin. It's normal for her to feel a bit resentful. General Yuan, please forgive me. I truly don't know. The visitor knows Yuan Jing's temper well. Seeing her unhappy expression and fearing she might get angry, he hurriedly kneels to apologize. He's just a messenger and doesn't know what Nangong Jin plans. Good for nothing, you can leave now. I'll go to the palace soon. Since he was sent by Nangong Jin, Yuan Jing just wants to vent her frustration and doesn't dare to do anything serious to him. The man sighs in relief and quickly leaves. Is it so hard to be a delivery person these days? Delivery guy, what do you think? Feng Qingyan returns to Jinxiu Pavilion, and Mu Qing tells her that Xiao Minji is waiting for her in the backyard. What's going on? As soon as Feng Qingyan enters, she sees Xiao Minji, sitting there with a serious expression. Yena, you're back. Sit quickly. I have something important to tell you. What happened? Feng Qingyan also becomes serious, worried as she asks. Xiao Minji usually remains calm, even when faced with great trouble. Now he looks like something big has happened. I saw the true face of that man in black. He speaks with some stammering due to excitement, which is rare. And then, Feng Qingyan is a bit confused. It's just a man in black. Why is he so nervous? There must be another reason. Xiao Minji continued and said, very mysterious. Quickly tell me, who is this man in black? Is he someone we know? Feng Qingyan looked at Xiao Minji's excited expression and became even more curious. But it didn't seem like a bad thing. I saw that his face looks exactly like my father-in-law's. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan and said carefully, exactly the same? Does that mean he's really my father? Did you tell him who you are? Why didn't he come back with you? Feng Qingyan also became a bit unsettled this time. They had gone to great lengths to find this person, and he had been right beside them all along. Yenner, don't get so excited. Listen to me first. Although he looks just like my father-in-law, when I called him General Feng, he told me I was mistaken. Xiao Minji explained repeatedly. Feng Qingyan frowned slightly, then thought of something and asked, could it be that he can't reveal his identity? If Leng Yuan really was her father Feng Zhan, and he had stayed in Manhwa all these years, he must have his reasons. When I called him, his reaction didn't seem like he was pretending. Xiao Minji initially thought the same as Feng Qingyan. But at that time, Leng Yuan's reaction indeed seemed like he didn't recognize Feng Zhan. This is strange. Could he really not be my father? Or has he lost his memory? Feng Qingyan thought of the melodramatic scenes in TV dramas. Years ago, Feng Zhan was seriously injured, woke up in another country, lost his memory, and didn't return to Daxia. That seemed to explain everything. Amnesia? That's also possible. Xiao Minji was slightly surprised. He hadn't considered this before, but now he thought it might be true. However, in this world, two people who look exactly alike are impossible.
So,
can you still find him now? Feng Qingyan was eager to confirm whether Leng Yuan was really Feng Zhan. She remembered the scene when Leng Yuan first saw her at the inn. He looked at her with obvious surprise. At the time, she thought he was shocked by her sudden appearance. Now, she realized his gaze was clearly that of someone who recognized a familiar person. He left me an address, telling me I can find him at the coffin shop in the northwest of the imperial city. However, Nangong Jin should have just received news of Wu Ying's failure. It's better to proceed slowly, so as not to alarm Nangong Jin and cause him trouble. Xiao Minji thought carefully and told Feng Qingyan. Whether Leng Feng is Feng Zhan or not, it's clear he is not a bad person. Yes, that's good. No matter what, we must first ensure his safety. Feng Qingyan was a bit anxious, but not in a rush at this moment. Don't worry, I have already instructed Mu Qing. You don't need to worry too much. At least now we have some clues. Seeing Feng Qingyan's expression change from happiness to worry, Xiao Minji kept comforting her. He didn't know the exact conflict between Leng Yuan and Nangong Jin, but it was obvious Nangong Jin really hated Leng Yuan. The first thing he did when he returned was to send Mu Qing secretly to protect him, to prevent Nangong Jin from attacking again. But now they are not sure if Leng Yuan is Feng Zhan. They still need to think carefully about what to do. After all, their identities are special. If exposed, it would cause a lot of trouble. It would also be very difficult to stay safely in Manhwa to find someone. Meanwhile, Wu Ying had led a group of people out of the palace, searching for Leng Yuan's whereabouts. He took a few people to the branch of the first tower in Manhwa. Xiao Minji was definitely not there. After arriving in Manhwa, Mu Yun stayed at the first tower, gathering intelligence for Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan. Who are you? Mu Yun, dressed in black with a black mask on his face, looked very imposing. Wu Ying saw Mu Yun at first glance and thought he was quite skilled. It seemed the first tower truly hid many talented people. No wonder Mo Yuan was so arrogant. Even the Empress was not afraid of him. I am Wu Ying, the personal bodyguard of the Empress. I have something to discuss with your tower master. Please pass the message to him. Wu Ying said with a smile, his tone friendly. He was not here to fight. He knew he was not strong enough for that. He just wanted to find out some information to see if the first tower had any connection with Leng Yuan. Our tower master is not as free as you are. You can't see him just because you want to, Mu Yun said coldly, giving him no face. Wu Ying suddenly felt embarrassed, unable to hold his face in front of his subordinates. But he had urgent matters to attend to, so he could only endure. Sir, I really have something to discuss with your leader. I hope you can help us. Wu Ying took out a large silver note and handed it to Mu Yun, trying to bribe him. Joining the number 1 tower in the world was just to earn silver quickly. Do I look like someone who needs your silver? Mu Yun sneered disdainfully. The silver Wu Ying offered was not even enough for their princess to tip them casually. But the main issue wasn't money. He was absolutely loyal to their lord and lady, and nothing could shake that loyalty. Wu Ying looked at the silver note in his hand and felt a bit disgusted. Even the manager of a branch of the number 1 tower wouldn't look at his silver note, showing how wealthy they were. He, someone close to the Empress, was actually doing worse than a martial arts organization. It's really frustrating to compare oneself to others.
Why you?
How can the number one tower treat its clients like this? If this gets out, who would still want to do business with you? Wu Ying wanted to be more assertive and take more silver notes to impress Mu Yun, but he lacked the strength. He could only talk tough to save face. It's not your concern anymore. The tower never lacks business, nor does it lack employers like you. Mu Yun sneered disdainfully. Their status in the martial world was even more influential than that of the palace. A few years ago, the number one tower refused to do business with Nangong Jin, not to mention a small secret guard.
You.
Wu Ying was about to blood. But he knew that the tower indeed had the strength to be so arrogant. Send the guest away. Mu Qing, without even looking at the angry Wu Ying, turned and left. If he couldn't get news from the tower, he had to find other ways. Anyway, whether Lung Feng was connected to the tower or not, their mission had to proceed as usual. If it was truly related, their task would become even more difficult. Wu Ying didn't care about all that and continued to search for Lung Feng's whereabouts with others. He was injured now, and it was the perfect time to catch him. Late at night, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji quietly arrived at the coffin shop in the northwest corner of the Imperial City Street. Because Xiao Minji said Lung Yuan was injured, Feng Qingyan still felt a little worried. Xiao Minji stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who's there? In such a hurry to be reborn in the middle of the night. After a while, an old man came out of the house, holding a red lantern. He was disheveled, with a pale face that looked frightening. Under the glow of the lantern, he gave off a creepy feeling. Especially since this was a coffin shop, it felt like a scene from a ghost story. If someone was timid, they might have run away in fear. Stop pretending to be a ghost. We're here to see Lung Yuan. Xiao Minji saw through the old man's trick immediately. He was clearly pretending to be a ghost to scare people, hoping they would leave out of fear. He handed the token to the old man. The old man looked at the token and stopped pretending. May I ask who you are? The old man brushed his messy hair and looked up at Feng Qingyan and the others. We are his friends. We hope to see him. Feng Qingyan was not sure about Lung Yuan's identity yet, so she said this first. Honestly, Lung Yuan might not be able to see you right now. The old man was Zhou Jin, the owner of the coffin shop. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. Before Nangong Jin took power, he was the chancellor of Manhwa. Discontent with Nangong Jin's bad actions, he resigned and retired. But he cared about the people of Manhwa, so he opened this coffin shop in the capital. On the surface, he seemed idle, but he still controlled most of Nanyua's court. But he's seriously injured? I know medicine. Can I help him? Feng Qingyan asked immediately. Lung Yuan was injured, so he definitely needed medicine. Nangong Jin would carefully check the medicine shops. She didn't know exactly how serious Lung Yuan's injury was. Without enough medicine and proper treatment, a sword wound could easily get infected. Zhou Jin looked at Feng Qingyan's worried expression and hesitated, but he could tell she was sincere. After all, the fewer people knew about Lung Yuan's condition, the better. Rest assured, sir. If we were bad people, knowing he's here, we wouldn't come here secretly in the middle of the night, just the two of us. I heard he was seriously injured, and it was a sword wound. If not treated properly, it could leave lasting problems. I have good medicine here. If you don't trust us, you can tie us up, and you'll see for yourself when you meet him. Feng Qingyan was a bit worried. Xiao Minji only knew that Lung Yuan was wounded by a sword, but he didn't know if there was poison on the sword. Given how ruthless and mean Nangong Jin is, her secret guards are definitely not good people. A simple sword wound is okay, but if there's poison, it could be very dangerous. Please come in with us, said Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin had once been able to reach the position of prime minister, so he was clearly not an ordinary person. From Feng Qingyan's words and actions, it was clear they thought most people were not trustworthy. Also, Lung Feng's current condition was not good. Maybe they really had a way to help. Because Wu Ying was careless in his work, Nangong Jin had punished him many times. This time, she was determined to kill Lung Feng. She ordered her secret guards to coat their swords with poison. Even if they couldn't defeat Lung Feng, As long as he was poisoned, catching him was only a matter of time. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji followed Zhou Jin inside. They walked a short distance, then turned into a secret passage that led to a large underground palace. It was surprising that such a small coffin shop had such a deep secret behind it. They entered a bedroom in the underground palace. Feng Qingyan immediately saw Lung Feng lying on the bed. He looked pale, with cracked lips, wrapped tightly in white bandages, eyes closed tightly, looking very uncomfortable. What's wrong with him? Feng Qingyan quickly stepped forward, worried. At the same time, she pretended to check Lung Feng's pulse and used the medical system to scan him fully. He was wounded by a sword. The sword had poison, and someone has already treated the poison and cleaned his wound. But tonight, he suddenly developed a high fever, Zhou Jin said, looking worried. The doctor said if he had a fever, they could only see if he could survive. He didn't understand medicine, so he could only use simple methods like cold compresses to lower the fever. The poison wasn't completely removed, which caused the wound to get infected. I need to clean it again now, Feng Qingyan said without delay. She immediately took out her tools and prepared to clean Lung Feng's wound again. Xiao Minji quickly stepped forward to help, assisting in removing the clothes from Lung Feng and unwrapping all the bandages. Okay. Zhou Jinben was still a bit worried and wanted to say something, but upon seeing Feng Qingyan's professional tools, he changed his mind. Feng Qingyan first had Xiao Minji thoroughly disinfect Lung Feng, then gave him an all-purpose antidote injection and a fever-reducing shot. There were still many toxins left in Lung Feng's body, which couldn't be eliminated just by taking medicine and relying on metabolism. Perhaps because the disinfection was very painful, Lung Feng regained a moment of consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Feng Qingyan in front of him, his expression clearly surprised. He wanted to speak, but Feng Qingyan spoke first to interrupt him. Your wound is infected. I will treat it first. We can talk more once you're better. Cold Yuan nodded. He was too weak now and truly didn't have the energy to say much. Feng Qingyan gave him an anesthetic injection, and soon Cold Yuan fell asleep. She carefully treated each of his wounds. The largest wound was difficult to heal because it was too big, so she stitched it up. Miss, is this the famous sewing technique of Daxia? Zhou Jinben looked at Feng Qingyan's skilled stitching with surprise. After sewing, the original cut was barely visible. Feng Qingyan turned around, nodded, and openly admitted. Your face. Zhou Jinben initially couldn't see Feng Qingyan's face clearly outside because of the dim light. Just now, Feng Qingyan was busy saving someone, always keeping her head down, and turned away from Zhou Jinben. So Zhou Jinben didn't notice her appearance. Now, seeing her face, he was suddenly unsettled. What's wrong with my face? Is there something on it? Feng Qingyan saw Zhou Jinben looking at her face so excitedly and thought she had just gotten bloodstains on her face. Who are you? What is your relationship with our little prince? Zhou Jinben looked at Feng Qingyan in disbelief. It was so similar, with almost identical expressions and movements. I don't know what little prince you're talking about. Who exactly is she? Feng Qingyan asked, exchanging glances with Xiao Minji beside her. Based on Zhou Jin's description, this young prince is probably someone from the palace. Young prince is actually the younger sister of the current empress, Nangong Jin. Nangong Ling, don't you recognize her? Zhou Jin was very excited. Seeing Feng Qingyan, he felt hope for Manhwa. But when Feng Qingyan spoke, she poured cold water on his enthusiasm. I don't recognize her. Feng Qingyan shook her head quickly, denying it. But why does this girl look exactly like our young prince? If young prince is married with children, his daughter should be about the same age as him. Zhou Jin was not willing to give up. He had always cared about Manhwa for the country and the people. Sadly, Nangong Jin was not a good emperor. Exactly the same? Feng Qingyan's eyes flickered. Since she regained her appearance, everyone said she looked almost identical to her mother when she was young. Even the Emperor Xiao Ju had bad intentions. Could Nangong Ling really be her mother? Absolutely. Back then, the crown prince tried to seize the throne and even harmed the young prince. Everyone thought the young prince was dead. But a few years ago, he suddenly returned, only to be imprisoned by the crown prince later, Zhou Jin slowly explained. Now, the more he looked at Feng Qingyan, the more she resembled Nangong Ling. I see. Feng Qingyan's eyes flickered. She appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was furious. Could it really be this dramatic? Based on what Feng Qingyan knew so far, if Leng Yuan is her father and Nangong Ling is her mother, then Nangong Jin, the young prince of Manhwa, is her sibling. Originally, Nangong Jin tried to seize the throne, betrayed Nangong Ling, and ended up in Daxia. He accidentally married her father. When Nangong Jin found out, she colluded with Xiao Ju to frame Feng Zhan and brought Nangong Ling to Nanhua to save him. Now one has amnesia, and the other is trapped. Everything seems to fit. Where is the script for this story? Just as Zhou Jin wanted to say more, Leng Yuan on the bed suddenly coughed twice and woke up. How do you feel? Seeing Leng Yuan wake, Zhou Jin hurried forward to ask. Leng Yuan shook his head. He looked much better now. He didn't expect the young girl's medical skills to be so impressive. How did you find us here? He looked at Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji, then turned to Zhou Jin, looking very confused. Even if they could find a coffin shop, Zhou Jin probably wouldn't let them in. They took your token. Zhou Jin handed the token that Xiao Minji had just given him to Leng Yuan. Are you the master of Ming Tower? Leng Yuan looked at the token, which was the one he had given out earlier today. He looked at Xiao Minji in surprise. With Xiao Minji's martial skills, he couldn't have easily escaped twice from the Jin Xiu Pavilion's back courtyard. It seems he was being lenient. That's correct. Xiao Minji nodded politely and smiled at him. This was likely his father-in-law, so he wanted to make a good impression. May I ask what brings you two here? As you can see, I am seriously ill and may not be able to help you much. Leng Feng looked helpless. People came to ask for his help, but he couldn't assist and even needed others to treat his illness. It seems he was about to break his promise. We're not here for that, Xiao Minji explained quickly. He showed the token mainly to ease Zhou Jin's doubts. So, what do you want from me? Leng Feng was even more confused. It's unlikely they came just to help him heal. Since this young man is the master of Ming Tower, there must be something he can't do, and he wouldn't need to come to ask for help. We just have some questions for you, senior. Please kindly tell us. Feng Qingyan spoke eagerly. She was really eager to uncover the truth.
Feel free to ask.
If I know, I will tell you everything I can. Leng Yuan responded generously. After this, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji considered him their lifesavers. What he knew could be found out if the people of Ming Tower took action. It wasn't really a secret. Did your head suffer a serious injury before? While examining Feng Zhan, Feng Qingyan found a blood clot in his brain. Maybe that blood clot caused Leng Yuan to lose his memories. Therefore, Feng Qingyan was even more certain that Leng Yuan might really be Feng Zhan. Yes, about 6 or 7 years ago, I was seriously injured for some reason. When I woke up, I was in the palace. I don't remember anything from before. Cold Yan's head felt a little sharp pain. The more he tried to think about those things, the worse his headache became, so he gave up. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji looked at each other, and their eyes met just right. Why did Nangong Jin keep sending people to chase after you? Feng Qingyan asked. Nangong Jin had been relentlessly pursuing Cold Yan, wanting to kill him. She really didn't know what he had done to offend Nangong Jin. Nangong Jin initially said I was her secret guard. I stayed in the palace for 2 years, but couldn't stand her way of doing things. Later, I left the palace because of some matters. When I left, I was entrusted to take away something very important from Nangong Jin. Cold Feng's mind flashed back to the scene from those years. Something important? Are you talking about the national seal of Nanyu? Feng Qingyan asked, half joking. Yes, the Nanyu seal, Cold Yan confirmed. Hearing this, Feng Qingyan realized that the seal was indeed in their hands.
That.
Your head was seriously injured, pressing on your nerves, which caused you to lose your memory. Do you have no idea about your previous identity? Feng Qingyan asked, feeling a bit guilty under Cold Yan's gaze. Cold Yan shook his head. Nangong Jin initially misled Cold Yan, telling him he was an orphan. He was trained professionally from a young age and became her secret guard. Until he met Nangong Jin in a dungeon's secret room and saw her showing him a portrait of the person he was looking for, he started to doubt his own identity. He also inquired about Feng Zhan, but the result was that Feng Zhan died in battle, and his wife followed him. So he let it go. Feng Qingyan frowned slightly. Now it seemed the fastest and most accurate way to confirm was through a paternity test. But such a test would be hard to convince ancient people to believe. Suddenly she thought of something. She took out the peace talisman that Feng Zhan always carried from her and handed it to Cold Yen. Do you recognize this? If they only looked alike, that wouldn't be enough to confirm, but if the peace talisman she carried matched, then there was no mistake. How come this is with you? Cold Yen was shocked. He had sneaked into Nangong Jin's secret guard team in the southern border and accidentally lost the peace talisman. When he went back to look for him, he also met someone who made him feel very familiar. However, because the situation was special at the time, he didn't dare to stay. Do you recognize this object? Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji exchanged glances. From Leng Yuan's reaction, they could be sure that he was Feng Zhan. This was my personal belonging. I accidentally lost it. Leng Yuan looked at Feng Qingyan, and his long-standing doubts finally became clear. This is my father Feng Zhan's item. Feng Qingyan looked at Leng Yuan, feeling a mix of emotions. Although she was not the original owner, perhaps because they shared the same body, she also felt emotional resonance. Moreover, Feng Qingyan had never felt her father's love in her past life, but from the original owner's memories, she could sense that Feng Zhan truly loved her. This love was also what she longed for. So, I really am Feng Zhan. Although Leng Yuan asked this as a question, he already had the answer in his heart.
Yes.
Our grandfather saw you in the southern realm and said you must be our father. At that time, we didn't believe it, but now we see it's true. Feng Qingyan looked at Feng Zhan, feeling very excited. Are you really my daughter? Feng Zhan almost couldn't believe it. All those fleeting guesses he had made suddenly turned into reality. Feng Qingyan's eyes were already filled with tears. Good child. Feng Zhan embraced Feng Qingyan tightly. No wonder when he first saw Feng Qingyan, besides being surprised that she looked exactly like Nangong Ling, he also felt a sense of familiarity. Father, I finally found you. For the first time in her life, Feng Qingyan truly felt the warmth of a father's love.
She was so happy.
As their emotions settled, Feng Zhan suddenly looked very serious. Yen, good child. It's all my fault that I lost my memory, which made you all suffer so much. Your mother was imprisoned by Nangong Jin, and you have a younger brother whose whereabouts are now unknown. Feng Zhan felt very guilty. If only he had known he was Feng Zhan back then, if only he had known Nangong Ling was his wife. Maybe she and that child would be safe and sound. Mother? Younger brother? Feng Qingyan was confused and asked doubtfully. Feng Zhan then told her about what happened after he woke up with amnesia, including meeting Nangong Jin in the dungeon and helping her deliver a baby. It's all my fault. If I hadn't lost my memory, they wouldn't have been imprisoned by Nangong Jin, and maybe nothing would have happened to them. He was full of regret and didn't even dare to think about how that child and Nangong Jin are doing now. If my younger brother is still alive, he should be about 5 or 6 years old now. Feng Qingyan suddenly remembered something and looked up at Feng Zhan. He should be around 5 years old. Tears filled Feng Zhan's eyes. He counted the time and thought it had been about 5 years. Nangong Li is also about 5 years old. A sudden thought flashed through Feng Qingyan's mind, and the more she thought about it, the more she believed this was possible. When she first saw Nangong Li, she felt he looked familiar. Now, seeing Feng Zhan, she immediately understood where that sense of familiarity came from.
Nangong Li.
The son of Nangong Jin? Feng Zhan had never met Nangong Li. He only knew Nangong Jin had a son named Nangong Li. He didn't understand why Feng Qingyan suddenly mentioned him. The father also saw him. He's the child I brought last time. Nangong Jin can't have children, so Nangong Li isn't her biological son. Feng Qingyan was almost certain that Nangong Li was her missing younger brother that Feng Zhan mentioned. You mean? Feng Zhan's eyes widened suddenly, and he seemed to realize something. No wonder when he first saw Nangong Li, he felt he looked very much like himself. That was why he couldn't help but follow them to Jinxiu Pavilion. Exactly. If I'm right, Nangong Li is probably my younger brother. Feng Qingyan felt very lucky to have met him in the palace. Where is he now? Has Nangong Jin done anything to him? We can't let him stay in the palace any longer. Hearing this, Feng Zhan was so excited that he almost sat up, but the movement hurt his wound, and he had to lie back down. He had seen Nangong Li being born with his own eyes, but he failed to protect his mother and brother. He felt useless. Now he absolutely must protect that child. And Nangong Ling, the brave and admirable woman who is his wife, he must rescue her from that prison. Father, don't get too excited. Ailey is safe for now. I left some self-defense items for him. Feng Qingyan kept reassuring him repeatedly. Nangong Jin still didn't know that they had already discovered Nangong Li's identity and wouldn't easily attack him. The most urgent thing now was to find Nangong Jin as soon as possible. Feng Qingyan remembered the secret underground chamber from last time. It was very likely that Nangong Ling was being held there. Thinking of the blood on the injured phoenix, Feng Qingyan also felt worried. But your brother and mother. Although he said this, Feng Zhan still couldn't fully relax inside. He really wished he could rush to the palace now and rescue them all. They had missed each other years ago, and now he didn't want to be separated from them even for a moment. Father, please rest assured and focus on recovering. Leave everything else to me and Xiao Mingyi. Feng Qingyan's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed she had to come up with a perfect plan. Solving this matter quickly was the only way to feel at ease and return to Daxia peacefully.
Xiao Mingye?
The war god ninth prince of Daxia. Feng Zhan was not unfamiliar with Xiao Mingye's name. He had admired him before. He never expected that he would become his son-in-law. Son-in-law Xiao Mingyi, greetings to your father-in-law. Xiao Mingyi respectfully bowed to Feng Zhan. Now he was very glad he had saved Feng Zhan today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been terrible. Besides being surprised by Xiao Mingye's identity, Feng Zhan looked at his daughter with new respect. It turned out she was the legendary ninth princess of Daxia, the divine doctor praised by the people of Daxia, and the talented merchant admired by traders from other countries. No wonder he felt something extraordinary about her when he first saw her. She was his own daughter. Father, why are you looking at me like that? Actually, the jade seal of Manhwa is indeed with me. Feng Qingyan felt a little uncomfortable under Feng Zhan's gaze and took the initiative to explain about the jade seal. Keep the jade seal with you for now, and protect your mother. Feng Zhan looked sad. That brave and strong woman, for him, for their child, and for Manhwa, had sacrificed so much and endured so much suffering.
And he had even forgotten about his wife.
Feng Qingyan looked at Feng Zhan's pained expression and felt a bit sad. But it wasn't entirely Feng Zhan's fault. All of this was caused by Nangong Jin behind the scenes. Yenner, with your excellent medical skills, is there a way to cure my father's amnesia? Feng Zhan looked at her with hope. He wanted to regain his memory and remember the family members who had silently cared for him. Because of a serious injury, my father's brain has a blood clot pressing on his nerves. We can use minimally invasive surgery to drain the blood clot. However, I can't guarantee he will fully recover his memories. Feng Zhan's situation was clear, and Feng Qingyan wanted to ask for his opinion. With her medical skills, the surgery was not very dangerous, and there was a chance for recovery. I want to have the surgery, Feng Zhan said without hesitation. How could he forget the past? He wanted to become the real Feng Zhan again. Only the true Feng Zhan could face Nangong Ling. The three of them talked so much, and Zhou Jin, standing nearby, froze in shock, unable to speak for a long time. So, their little prince, who was thought to have died in Daxia over 10 years ago, had married Daxia's war god General Feng Zhan. And they had a daughter, the famous Feng Qingyan, who married Daxia's war god Prince Xiao Mingyi. The amount of information was overwhelming, and Zhou Jin was completely stunned. Forgot to introduce you. This is your mother's former subordinate, the Prime Minister of Nanyu. Because he was unhappy with Nangong Jin's reckless behavior, he resigned. Only then did Feng Zhan remember Zhou Jin beside him and quickly introduced Feng Qingyan and Xiao Mingyi. Old Minister, greetings to the young princess. Zhou Jin looked at Feng Qingyan with shining eyes, as if the hope of Nanyu had returned. He was so excited that he bowed deeply to Feng Qingyan, paying a grand salute. Prime Minister Zhou, what are you doing? Feng Qingyan was speechless. Zhou Jin was the Prime Minister of Nanyu. Was it so casual to recognize the ruler? Young princess, you can see the situation in Nanyu. For the sake of the people, please lead us to rescue the young prince, overthrow the corrupt and reckless tyrant, and restore peace to Nanyu. Zhou Jin's eyes were full of sorrow. He had spent his life worrying about the country and its people, full of passion but lacking a wise ruler. Feng Qingyan hesitated slightly, then looked up at Feng Zhan and Xiao Minji. They are a great summer general, a mighty summer war god prince, and a summer princess. Is it really suitable for them to be together? Young princess, the young prince is still waiting for your rescue. The old minister knows you, and the 9th prince are capable, but the young prince is still the young prince of Nanyu. She would never watch the people of Nanyu suffer without trying to help. Nanyu truly needs the young princess and the young princess. Please think carefully. Zhou Jin looked at Feng Qingyan with hope. Deep down, he believed there are no borders between countries. As long as a ruler is wise and helps the people, it doesn't matter who the ruler is. Also, Feng Qingyan is the daughter of Nangong Ling Feng Zhan, and Xiao Minji nodded in agreement. Zhou Jin's words made sense. Given Nangong Ling's personality, even if they rescue Nangong Ling and Nangong Li, Nangong Ling wouldn't just ignore everything and happily return to the Great Summer with them. Premier Zhou, don't get too excited. We need to think this through carefully. Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to rescue your young princess and the children. Feng Zhan looked anxious. Over the years, through their plans, the court and the people had already begun to resent Nangong Jin. To remove Nangong Jin from power, as long as there is a wise new ruler, it wouldn't be difficult. But now, the safety of Nangong Ling and Nangong Li is the top priority. Nangong Li is easier to find, since he is in the palace. But Nangong Ling, no one knows where she is now. Last time, Feng Qingyan used Nangong Jin to soak in the hot springs to investigate her secret room, which was destroyed by Yunwen Jing. Later, she sneaked into the palace at night, and the secret passage under the hot spring led directly to that secret room. But it was empty. From the bloodstains and decorations inside, it was clear someone had been there. If she guessed right, the person inside was probably her mother, Nangong Ling. After some discussion, everyone decided to wait and see, and first find out where Nangong Ling was. While Feng Zhan was recovering, Feng Qingyan sent a letter to Feng Biding in Nanjia, informing him of the news about Feng Zhan and Nangong Ling. She also mentioned Nangong Li. Although they haven't rescued them yet, this was still good news for them. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyan performed a brain puncture surgery on Feng Zhan and removed the blood clots from his brain. After 2 days of recovery, Feng Zhan gradually regained his old memories. Feng Qingyan also briefly told him about the years of lost news and the changes that happened to the Feng family in Daxia. Feng Yunian is a good-for-nothing. I can't believe I considered him my brother. Yenner, I am sorry to you, your mother, your younger brother and grandfather. It's a good thing I have you. If not, I wouldn't know how to face them. Feng Zhan's eyes were full of guilt. He didn't even dare to think about what the current general's residence would be like without Feng Qingyan. He and Nangong Ling might never know the truth and might never recognize each other. He might never see his father again. Father, don't blame yourself. The most important thing now is to save your mother and younger brother. Feng Qingyan comforted him repeatedly. In 2 days, it will be the annual pilgrimage festival in Nanyu. Nangong Jin will lead officials and ministers to Wanshou Mountain to worship and pray for the gods to show their power and protect Nanyu. Maybe we will find something then. Prime Minister Zhou plans to reveal Nangong Jin's evil deeds to everyone in the court and all the people. Feng Zhan knew that Prime Minister Zhou and others had already made thorough preparations. But they still had no clues about Nangong Ling's whereabouts. He was very worried about her safety. Yes, I will go to the palace again in the next couple of days. I feel like Nangong Jin is up to something big. Feng Qingyan had entered the palace several times recently and secretly replaced the guards around Nan Gongli with their own people using disguise techniques to ensure his safety. However, she had searched every corner of the palace, but couldn't find any trace of Nan Gongling. Meanwhile, Nan Gongjin was acting mysteriously and frequently making moves in secret, but no one knew what he was planning. No matter what she wants to do, I will never let her succeed. After regaining his memory, Feng Zhan immediately wrote a letter back to Nanjia, instructing Feng Lin to secretly send a special forces team he personally trained into Manhwa. He was determined to rescue Nan Gongling safely at all costs. When it came to the worst situation, he would force Nan Gongjin to hand her over. At midnight, Nan Gongjin replaced the sign of a palace servant and, escorted by guards, arrived at the sleeping quarters of that servant. "Everyone leave now." When Nan Gongjin reached the door, she ordered everyone to step back. She entered directly and headed straight for the servant's bed. Nan Gongjin climbed onto the bed, lowered the curtain, and disappeared in an instant. Earlier that day, Yuan Jing had told Nan Gongjin about strange things in the secret room. She examined everything carefully. Although she found no suspicious marks, she felt something was wrong. Being naturally suspicious, she thought of a perfect plan. Everyone knew she was indulgent and reckless, so even the cleverest person would never suspect her of sneaking onto the servant's bed. No wonder Feng Qingyan hadn't found anything after so long. "Your Majesty." As soon as Nan Gongjin descended, a handsome man approached her. This man was Liang Quan, one of Nan Gongjin's most favored servants. Liang Quan was from the noble Yang family of Nanhua. Though he was a commoner, his good looks earned her favor. He was ambitious, using Nan Gongjin to gain power in the Liang family. He pretended to flatter her, but secretly controlled her decisions. He was very cunning. How is she? Has she revealed the whereabouts of the Jade Seal and those traitors? Nan Gongjin sat down directly, looked up at Nan Gongling, who was tied to a pillar nearby. Nan Gongling had a pale face, was covered in wounds, and was chained to the pillar. She looked like she had been tortured terribly. She leaned against the stone pillar, motionless, as if she had stopped breathing. Liang Quan shook his head. He didn't expect Nan Gongling to be so strong-willed. "Nan Gongjin, just kill me." Nan Gongling had long lost hope. Her son was gone, her husband's fate was uncertain, and her homeland, Nanhua, was devastated. She felt she had betrayed her loving mother emperor. What was the point of living? But Nan Gongjin wouldn't let her die so easily. "Wanna die? Don't you want to see your son again?" Nan Gongjin looked at Nan Gongling with a sly smile. She thought about death, but it wasn't that simple. She still needed to lure out those traitors and catch them all. Nan Gongling was suddenly shocked. Her once dead-like eyes finally showed a flicker of light. Didn't Nan Gongjin say that her and Feng Zhan's son was fed to the wolves? Because of this, she seemed to have lost her soul and no longer hoped to live.
Where is he?
Nan Gongling, the Saint Festival is coming soon. If you don't hand over the Jade Seal tomorrow, along with the list of treacherous officials and their locations, you'll never see him again. Nan Gongjin's face turned fierce. She hated her sister more than anything in her life. Why was she now a prisoner and still acting so high and mighty? And those people still supported her. "Nan Gongjin, the child is innocent. Whatever you want, come at me. Just don't hurt my child." No matter how Nan Gongjin tortured Nan Gongling, she never begged for mercy. But at this moment, hearing about her child, she could no longer stay calm. "Now you finally bow your head? Nan Gongling, beg me, kneel and beg me." Seeing Nan Gongling finally show weakness, Nan Gongjin laughed loudly. "I beg you, please spare my child. He's just a kid. As long as you let him go, you can do whatever you want of me." Tears filled Nan Gongling's eyes. She had never begged for mercy during Nan Gongjin's torture, but now, for her child, she could humbly kneel. She felt she had truly betrayed that child. "Hand over the Jade Seal and reveal the traitors like Zhou Jin, and I will spare him." Nan Gongjin looked down at the disheveled Nan Gongling on the ground, as if her twisted mind was satisfied at this moment. She finally had Nangong Ling under her foot. Nangong Jin, you're foolish and unjust, harming loyal people. You're not fit to be a ruler. Prime Minister Zhou and the others served the country all their lives. They are not traitors. Nangong Ling's face showed pain. If there's a good official who cared for the country and its people in Nanyu, it would surely be Prime Minister Zhou. How could Nangong Ling betray them just for herself? Not willing to say? Then don't blame me for being ruthless, peeling skin, pulling tendons, breaking bones, and digging out hearts. I will make sure he suffers more than death. Nangong Jin refused to believe that Nangong Ling would give up her son for those people. Nangong Jin, how can your heart be so cruel? He's still a child, and he's your family too. Nangong Ling helplessly collapsed on the ground, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Is power really that important? Her own sister has already become the emperor, so why isn't she satisfied? She has turned into a villain. Family? I have no family. When Mother Empress was alive, she only loved you. She believed only you deserved the throne of Manhwa. Since then, I have had no family. Nangong Jin looked a little crazy. Why, after so many years, she has become the queen of Nanyu, and yet these people still stand by Nangong Ling. They all deserve to suffer. So, you secretly poisoned Mother Empress? Do you really think she didn't know?
She just hoped you would change.
Why doesn't she love you? She knew you liked to enjoy life and didn't want you to worry about state affairs or be unhappy. Later, when she found out you wanted the throne, she still passed it to you. You've already got what you wanted. What more could you ask for? Nangong Ling looked pained. She never expected this. Her mother's good intentions had been seen as favoritism by Nangong Jin. I don't want your charity. Why should I give you the throne just because you refuse it? The throne is mine. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. None of you will have a good life. Nangong Ling, anyone who treats you well, I won't let them go. Nangong Jin thought about the past, every detail, and in her eyes, everyone only saw Nangong Ling. She was worthless in their eyes. Nangong Jin, you're just a madwoman. Nangong Ling shouted weakly. She truly couldn't understand why, after getting everything she wanted, she still wasn't satisfied. Yes, I am crazy. Driven mad by Mother Empress's favoritism. Driven mad by you. Why do they all love you? Even the ministers are unhappy with me. Since I was young, why has everyone's attention been on you? I am the crown prince of Nanyu, the ruler of this country. None of you will have a good life. Nangong Jin's face was full of hatred, as if everyone in the world owed her. In recent days, the court had repeatedly pressured her, and she blamed Nangong Ling for all her problems. She was a typical jealous person, unable to stand others having even a little happiness. She never thought about whether she was happy or not, or what that had to do with others. You are now the queen of South Vietnam. What more do you want? I never thought I would compete with you. But you should also consider the well-being of the people and the common folk. Nangong Ling has never once thought about fighting for the throne of South Vietnam. However, Nangong Jin's actions are truly heartbreaking. Nangong Ling, I will give you one last day. If you want her son to live, hand over the imperial seal and the list of traitors. Nangong Jin insists on doing things his way and refuses to listen to Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling looks hopelessly at Nangong Jin's back, her eyes filled with despair. She faces a difficult choice between her own child and the loyal officials of South Vietnam. She simply cannot decide. Meanwhile, Xiao Minji has noticed something strange about Yun Fei, the male companion arranged in the South Vietnam palace. Today, he saw Nangong Jin enter Liang Quan's palace again, and later, he quietly sneaked inside. Liang Quan's palace layout is similar to Yun Fei's, and he quickly found the bedroom. He was surprised to find it empty. He examined the bed carefully but found no signs of trouble. Still, Nangong Jin and the others couldn't have disappeared without reason. It seems Liang Quan's palace also has a secret passage. Yun Fei didn't dare to make a loud scene but returned to his own palace, wrote a note, tied it to a messenger pigeon, and sent the message out. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji planned to sneak into the South Vietnam palace again tonight. Just as they were about to leave, a pigeon flew into the courtyard. Xiao Minji took the note from the pigeon's leg and was shocked by what he saw. "There's news." He quickly handed the note to Feng Qingyan. "No wonder we couldn't find him anywhere." Nangong Jin hid the person in the sleeping quarters of the royal attendant. Feng Qingyan felt a bit frustrated. They searched all the palaces, but overlooked Nangong Jin's male companions. This isn't just Nangong Jin's doing. From what I know, Liang Quan is a son of the Liang family. Over the past 2 years, Liang Quan has gained a lot of power by working with Nangong Jin. His motives are probably not simple. Xiao Minji saw Liang Quan's name and thought about investigating the political situation in South Vietnam. Liang Quan is definitely not an ordinary person. This plan by Nangong Jin is likely being controlled by him behind the scenes. No matter what, we must rescue the person tonight. With news of Nangong Ling, Feng Qingyan finally relaxed a little. As long as Nangong Ling was rescued, Nangong Jin was no longer a threat. Nangong Jin spread rumors and issued orders to officials. He once secretly married a general from the Great Summer Dynasty. Now, he has returned to Manhwa to steal the imperial seal, colluded with the Great Summer, and plotted to overthrow the throne. She captured him. On the day of the pilgrimage festival, she plans to execute Nangong Ling by fire to honor the gods of Manhwa. Her real goal is to lure supporters like Zhou Jin and others who support Nangong Ling, so she can catch them all. But they never expected to face such a strong opponent. Whether it's Feng Zhan, Xiao Minji, or Feng Qingyan herself, none of them could win. Especially since they now share the same goal. At midnight, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji quietly prepared and sneaked into the palace. They went to Liang Quan's bedroom, bypassed the guards, and headed straight to his room. Feng Qingyan used some homemade incense in the room, and Liang Quan immediately fell into deep sleep. Xiao Minji lifted him from the bed and threw him aside. They searched the room and found a hidden switch in a secret compartment on the bed. Feng Qingyan gently turned the button, and an entrance to a secret passage appeared. They entered one after the other. The passage was very spacious, leading to what looked like a palace below. On both sides, countless luminous pearls were embedded, making it as bright as daylight. It seemed this secret chamber had been built for quite some time. It was probably Liang Quan's grand plan. Be careful. No one is guarding this place, so there are likely many traps and hidden weapons. Xiao Minji led the way, carefully observing the surroundings. Feng Qingyan nodded. They walked down a long corridor, reached a turn, and just as Xiao Minji stepped forward, countless arrows shot toward them rapidly. Xiao Minji quickly swung his sword to block the arrows, protecting Feng Qingyan tightly. Then, Feng Qingyan moved her mind and directly stored all the arrows into her space. Xiao Minji watched the arrows disappear quickly and looked at Feng Qingyan with some helplessness. Having a capable wife really makes heroes sometimes feel powerless. Hee, let's go. This way, we won't be discovered tomorrow. Feng Qingyan smiled softly. The day after tomorrow is the pilgrimage festival, and Nangong Jin has big plans. They are using this chance to act and overthrow her rule. So, it's better not to cause a fuss and alert the enemy. The two of them encountered several traps along the way, but managed to avoid them easily. Finally, they reached a large hall. In the center of the hall, there was a pillar, and beneath it, a person was chained. The woman's appearance deeply hurt Feng Qingyan's heart. Nangong Ling heard the noise and looked up at Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji.
Who?
Who are you? Nangong Ling looked at Feng Qingyan and found it hard to believe her eyes. Her voice trembled a little. Why does the person in front of her look so much like herself? Judging by her age, she is about the same age as her daughter. But her daughter is far away in the Daxia capital. How could she be here? As Nangong Ling finished speaking, tears started to flow uncontrollably from Feng Qingyan's eyes.
Mutter iam yaner.
I am your Yener. Feng Qingyan hurried over to Nangong Ling and gently embraced her with care. Her mind was filled with warm memories of her mother holding her when she was a child. That mother, who loved and cared for her when she was young, had now become like this. Feeling the warmth in her arms, Nan Gongling suddenly stiffened, feeling as if she was dreaming. But she still kept a bit of her rationality. Could this be some trick by Nan Gongjin? She looked at Feng Qingyan in her arms, gently tucking her hair behind her left ear. A small red mole on her earlobe was clearly visible.
Yanea. Tulima Yanea.
Mother has missed you so much. Seeing the birthmark on Feng Qingyan's ear, Nan Gongling finally lowered her guard completely and held her tightly, tears streaming down her face. She never thought she would see her biological daughter again in her lifetime. Mother, I will save you now. Feng Qingyan took a deep breath to steady herself. Now is not the time for reminiscing. She looked at the chains on Nan Gongling's hands and feet. The scars left by the chains on her wrists and ankles made her heart ache again. Yener listened to Mother. I can't go with you. Your younger brother is still in Nan Gongjin's hands. You must leave quickly. This place is too dangerous to stay long. After you leave, find a way to rescue your brother. Your brother has a butterfly-shaped birthmark on his right wrist. Once you rescue him, leave Manhwa immediately and never come back. Nan Gongling's eyes were full of tears. She thought of the child she only saw once at birth, and her heart felt like it was breaking. She knew that Feng Qingyan was capable of coming here. As long as the two children are safe, she would be content to die peacefully. Mother, don't worry. We have found your brother. He is safe now. Father is waiting to reunite with you. Feng Qingyan saw that Nan Gongling was ready to face death, but the only thing she couldn't bear to leave behind was Nan Gongli. Your father. When Nan Gongling heard Feng Qingyan mention Feng Zhan, a faint light appeared in her dim eyes. Your father was injured years ago and brought to Manhwa by Nan Gongjin. He lost his memory. Actually, you've already met him. He also knows about your brother. While Feng Qingyan was telling Nan Gongjin about Feng Zhan's experiences over the years, she was also trying to find tools to open the iron chains on her hands and feet. Yener, don't waste your effort. These chains are made of eternal black iron. Without a key, they can't be opened. You all should leave quickly, follow your father, and take your brother away from Manhwa. Although Nan Gongling wanted to leave with them, she couldn't. This is Manhwa, and Nan Gongjin wouldn't give up easily. She couldn't afford to slow them down now. Mother, don't worry. This small thing is no problem for your daughter. Just wait here. As soon as Feng Qingyan finished speaking, she took out a mini electric saw from her pocket. She quickly cut through the iron chains on her feet and then moved to cut the chains on her hands. Yener, what are you doing? Nan Gongling looked at the device in Feng Qingyan's hand in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Mother, let's go out first. Father is waiting for you. Feng Qingyan put away the tool, took off her outer coat, and draped it over Nan Gongling. She helped her to stand, but because Nan Gongling had been chained for a long time and suffered from torture, she couldn't stand on her own. Xiao Minji immediately stepped forward and knelt in front of Nan Gongling without hesitation. I will carry Lady Yu. Nan Gongling looked at Feng Qingyan and then at Xiao Minji, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Her daughter has already grown up and gotten married. The man in front of her is handsome and charming. Since he can follow Feng Qingyan alone into this dangerous place, he must be responsible and trustworthy enough to entrust with her future. Mother, let's go quickly. Feng Qingyan helps Nan Gongling up and leans down to get on Xiao Minji's back. They need to leave here as soon as possible. Xiao Minji carries Nan Gongling, while Feng Qingyan leads the way. Soon, they reach the exit. Because it's Nan Gongjin's harem area, the guards are quite lax. Plus, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji are very familiar with the palace map and secret passages, so they easily escape. Take Mother to find Father and the others. Everything is going according to plan. After sending Xiao Minji and Nan Gongling out of the palace, Feng Qingyan stops. Yener, what are you going to do? Nan Gongling looks at Feng Qingyan, seeming to sense her intention. Mother, don't worry. I will be fine. The prince will explain our plan to you and Father when he returns. Feng Qingyan gives Xiao Minji a look. Xiao Minji slightly frowns but quickly nods in agreement, then leaves with Nan Gongling. Aren't you worried Yener might be in danger? Nan Gongling watches Feng Qingyan in the distance, full of concern. She finally reunited with her daughter, and now she has to risk herself to save her. Don't worry, mother-in-law. Yener is very capable and won't be in trouble. My son-in-law has also made careful plans. Xiao Minji trusts Feng Qingyan completely, but he can't help feeling worried. Of course, he wouldn't tell Nan Gongling about this. First, he must ensure Nan Gongling's safety so that Feng Qingyan can act without worries. Feng Qingyan returns the same way, enters the secret passage, and restores Liang Quan's room to its original state. Inside the secret passage, Feng Qingyan takes out the coat Nan Gongling just wore from her space and puts it on. She then returns to where Nan Gongling was. She uses strong glue to repair the broken chains and puts them on her hands and feet. From a distance, it's hard to tell anything is different. But with a little internal energy, these connections can be easily broken. After finishing all this, Feng Qingyan adjusts her appearance to match Nan Gongling's current look, adding some age lines to her face. Originally, Feng Qingyan looks very similar to Nan Gongling, and with her disguise, most people wouldn't notice the difference. After finishing everything, Feng Qingyan looked at the place where Nan Gongling had been resting and felt deep sadness. Although it was clear that someone had cleaned the area, there was still a strong smell of blood. It was obvious that Nan Gongling had suffered a lot. There was also a simple bed, and even though it was summer now, sleeping directly on the cold, hard rock must have been very painful. She found it hard to imagine what kept Nan Gongling going during those years of imprisonment. Losing her health was one thing, but enduring day after day in such dark, hopeless conditions was a severe mental torture. At that moment, Feng Qingyan found a small wooden doll beside Nan Gongjin's bed. The doll's features resembled Nan Gongli's, and you could vaguely see her likeness. If you ask what a mother worries about most in her life, the answer is surely her children. Although Nan Gongjin told Nan Gongling that her child had been killed by her, Nan Gongling still held onto a small hope. She couldn't give up. She wanted to stay alive. Maybe one day she would see her child again. She hadn't found Feng Zhan yet, nor told him they had a son. With this hope, Nan Gongling spent many lonely nights imagining her child's face, carving a tiny version of Feng Zhan's face into a piece of wood with a stone. Every day, she gently touched the doll's features, which was her only comfort. Feng Qingyan picked up the doll, tears shining in her eyes, and carefully held it close to her chest. Nan Gongjin, I will take back the pain you and your family have suffered. I will make it right. Because of a woman's jealousy, Nan Gongjin caused Feng Zhan and Nan Gongli to be separated for many years, making them suffer from longing and leaving their child without support, never experiencing the love of a father or mother. It was truly unforgivable. Feng Qingyan naturally wouldn't sleep on the cold ground. After tidying everything up, she went straight into her space to sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, Xiao Minji took Nan Gongling back to the place where Feng Zhan and Prime Minister Zhou and others were staying. Because Xiao Minji and Feng Qingyan received the message in a hurry, they didn't have time to tell Feng Zhan that they had found Nan Gongling. When Feng Zhan saw Nan Gongling, his eyes showed disbelief. He even forcefully pinched his own face, and only after feeling the pain did he realize he wasn't dreaming. Nan Gongling looked at Feng Zhan in front of him, trembling with excitement. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, filled with countless words, but suddenly didn't know how to speak. Xiao Minji knew they probably had many things to say now. He handed Nan Gongling over to Feng Zhan, then put the medicine left by Feng Qingyan into Feng Zhan's hand, and conveyed all her words. After that, he tactfully left. Once Xiao Minji left, Feng Zhan looked at the medicine in his hand, and only then did he slowly regain his composure. Sinner, where are you hurt? Let me see. Although he knew Chu Xuan was actually Nan Gongling, Feng Zhan was still used to calling her by her old name. A man with tears is not easily moved, only because he hasn't reached the point of sadness. Feng Zhan looked at Nan Gongling's current disheveled state, full of concern. A brave man, suddenly with tears in his eyes. The person he held in his palm, the one who touched his heart. How much suffering had she endured all these years? I'm fine, Zhan. I never thought I would see you again. Meeting you again is truly wonderful. Nangong Ling couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself into Feng Zhan's arms, tears flowing uncontrollably. Even leaning on his chest, she still found it hard to believe this was real. For Nangong Ling, these injuries had long become a habit. Seeing her loved ones again, no matter how much she suffered, was worth it. Let me see her injuries first. Feng Zhan quickly picked up Nangong Ling, intending to place her on the bed in the room to help her apply medicine. Now, apart from her face, Nangong Ling looked almost unchanged, but her body was extremely thin. Feng Zhan felt the almost weightless sensation in his arms, and his heart felt like it was being pierced. I'm really fine. The injuries on my body have already healed. Nangong Ling clutched her clothes tightly, her eyes full of resistance. In recent days, Nangong Jin seemed to be planning something and hadn't tormented Nangong Ling anymore. Her injuries from before had mostly healed, with scars almost gone. Sooner, be obedient. Yeno is an excellent healer, revered as a divine doctor by the people of Daxia. The medicine she left must be good. Let me see your injuries. Nangong Ling wanted to say more about refusing, but Feng Zhan didn't give her a chance. He directly lifted her clothes. Feng Zhan looked at her skin, covered with crisscrossing scars, and his eyes filled with a fierce, bloodthirsty hatred. Ah Zhan, don't look, Nangong Ling said. She really didn't want to show her most ugly side to the person she loved most. She quickly reached out to cover herself, but Feng Zhan was faster. He tremblingly reached out and gently touched one of her scars. Is Nangong Jin a beast? Does Suna still hurt? Feng Zhan stroked the scar, tears falling like rain. He felt so useless, letting the one he loved suffer so much. Ah Zhan, I don't hurt anymore. Really, I don't. Nangong Ling reached out to wipe the tears from Feng Zhan's face. She had already gone through the hardest days. Feng Zhan knew Nangong Ling was worried about him feeling guilty. With so many scars, even if they healed, the emotional pain would probably never go away. He carefully applied medicine to her wounds, following Feng Qingyan's instructions. He used his inner strength to help massage her, helping the ointment absorb. Feng Qingyan had checked her earlier. There were no fatal injuries, just long-standing external wounds. But even so, over the years, these injuries had caused irreversible damage to her body. They could only wait and slowly recover in the future. After applying the medicine, Feng Zhan and Nangong Ling lay on the bed, talking about what had happened over the years. Especially when they mentioned Nangong Li, they couldn't help but feel heartache again. That unfortunate child has only seen his mother once since he was born. I wonder how he is now. Nangong Ling finally learned that Nangong Li was still alive, but she didn't expect him to still be trapped in the palace. Yener and Ming Yi sent people to protect him. He'll be fine. Feng Zhan really wished their family of four could reunite and escape far away. But the bigger picture didn't allow it, so he could only comfort Nangong Ling as best as he could. When Zhou Jin and others learned that Nangong Ling was rescued, they felt very happy. Now, Nanyu was finally saved. They just had to wait for the pilgrimage festival to announce Nangong Jin's evil deeds and overthrow her regime. The next morning, Liang Quan woke up early, feeling sore all over, as if he'd been beaten. I carefully examined her, but found no unusual signs on her body. That's really strange, she said. Liang Quan frowned slightly, but didn't pay much attention. He stood up directly. Last night, Nangong Jin had a bad dream and felt uneasy. Early in the morning, she came to Liang Quan's sleeping hall. Was there anything unusual last night? She asked with a worried look. Nangong Ling can't afford any mistakes now. Otherwise, their plan will fail completely. Don't worry. No one will think we hid someone in my sleeping hall, Liang Quan replied with a dismissive smile. He looked at Nangong Jin with a sneer. Does this fool really think everything he does is for her? Such a stupid person. How can he be the ruler of this country? Let's go check it out, Nangong Jin said. Since last night, her eyelids kept twitching, and she felt something bad was going to happen. That's why she came to Liang Quan so early. Liang Quan didn't argue either. Anyway, Nangong Jin won't be queen for many more days. he decided to indulge her for a couple of days. The two went to a secret room, heading straight to where Nangong Ling was. Seeing that Nangong Ling was still there, Nangong Jin breathed a big sigh of relief. It seemed last night was just a dream. Nangong Jin walked straight over, but she always felt something was wrong with Nangong Ling. Yet she couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. She saw Feng Qingyan leaning calmly against a stone pillar nearby, closing her eyes to rest. In fact, she was listening to music through a tiny Bluetooth earpiece. Although her clothes were a bit worn and her hair messy, she didn't look particularly disheveled. Instead, she appeared relaxed and comfortable. Nangong Ling, have you thought this through? Are you really willing to risk your son's life? Hand over the jade seal and the list, and I will consider our sisterhood. I will let you reunite with your son, she said. Seeing Nangong Ling so calm, Nangong Jin was furious and asked again angrily. Even as she was about to die, Nangong Ling still looked so relaxed. Do you really believe what you are saying? Feng Qingyan sneered and deliberately pretended not to know about Nangong Li's situation, saying it casually. I really don't understand how Nangong Jin's mind works. She can't even tell a believable lie. Does she think everyone is a 3-year-old child? Just because she does exactly what she says, she believes she will keep her word? No one would believe that. Nangong Ling, you're about to die, yet you're still stubborn. Don't regret it later. Tomorrow, I will make you see with your own eyes how that good son dies because of you. Nangong Jin's face turned red. When Feng Qingyan exposed her secrets, she was instantly furious and ashamed. People are doing things and heaven is watching. Nangong Jin, you have committed many sins, indulging in excess and doing evil. Have you ever thought that one day, heaven will strike you down with lightning and you will meet a bad end? Feng Qingyan was completely unaffected by Nangong Jin's words and looked at her with a disdainful smile. Who is really about to face disaster?
You.
You. Nangong Jin was so angry she nearly lost her mind. Since when did Nangong Ling become so brave? Does she really not care about her child anymore? Your Majesty, there's no need to waste your anger on someone who is about to die. Tomorrow is her death day. Please don't let her upset your health. Even if she refuses to hand over the list, we have ways to get those people out and catch them all. Liang Quan, who clearly favored Nangong Jin, not only had a good face but also knew how to read her mind and helped her plan behind the scenes. But his ambitions were not just to help Nangong Jin strengthen her throne. Nangong Jin was just in his plan to gain power step by step. Unfortunately, Nangong Jin was foolish and completely unaware of this. Nangong Jin, don't say I didn't warn you. As a ruler, relying on those around you for everything. Be careful one day. Even your loyal dog might turn on you and eat you up. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow and looked at Liang Quan with a mischievous smile. Does he really think everyone is as easy to deceive as Nangong Jin? Your Majesty, don't listen to her nonsense and sow discord. My loyalty to you is as clear as the sky and the sun. Feng Qingyan looked at Nangong Jin, blinking without a blink. The teasing look on her face made Nangong Jin feel a little nervous. Feng Qingyan was doing this on purpose. By saying this, she believed Nangong Jin would start to doubt. During tomorrow's pilgrimage festival, the two of them would definitely have disagreements. First, they would weaken the enemy from within, causing them to fight among themselves. Their plan would then become much easier. Nangong Ling, don't waste your effort. Tomorrow is your death day. I want you to see that no one who supports you will have a good ending. Nangong Jin made a harsh statement and turned to leave. As Liang Quan left, he looked back at Feng Qingyan with a cruel glare, wishing he could tear her apart. Even now, she still wanted to ruin his plans. Tomorrow, he would make her suffer terribly. Feng Qingyan met Liang Quan's gaze and smiled lightly, showing no concern. From Nangong Jin's reaction just now, Feng Qingyan knew she had planted seeds of doubt in her heart. As long as Nangong Jin wasn't truly foolish, she would find clues if she looked carefully. The good show was about to begin. Nangong Jin returned to the Palace of Restful Heart and immediately summoned Yuan Jing to ask about tomorrow's arrangements for the pilgrimage festival. Your Majesty, Everything has been prepared according to your orders. The Imperial Guard has also made arrangements. Besides your shadow guards, I will be nearby, with the Black Armor Army providing close protection. There should be no problem. Yuan Jing reported to Nangong Jin in detail about each plan. Are you sure there are no issues with the setup? Nangong Jin listened, but still felt something was off. Especially in the secret chamber. Nangong Ling's gaze at her was like looking at a clown. She couldn't believe she had no reason to act this way. She must have discovered something she didn't know. Maybe Liang Quan really had a problem. Nangong Ling had no other skills, but her suspicion was very strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have harmed her siblings for the throne. This was probably a common flaw among those in high positions. Go and make a list of all the leaders responsible for this setup. I need to see it by noon. Also, gather everyone involved in arranging the pilgrimage festival and bring them to me. Nangong Jin was terrified. Her life was at stake, so she had to be extremely careful. If someone around her harbored ill intentions, there would surely be some clues left behind. As the saying goes, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. No matter what, Nangong Jin has been a queen for many years, so she still has some strength. Most of her supporters are people who enjoy pleasures and share the same bad habits. Understood, Yuan Jing respectfully accepted the order and turned to leave. But the moment she turned around, her expression changed instantly. After Nangong Jin and Liang Quan left, Feng Qingyan ate, drank, and slept as she pleased. She was just waiting for the pilgrimage festival to have a big celebration. At midnight, Xiao Minji quietly entered the secret underground chamber again.
Why?
Why are you here again? Do you think this is our home's backyard? You can come and go as you like. Feng Qingyan had slept a lot during the day and wasn't sleepy at this time. She was just relaxing with her legs crossed, eating sunflower seeds and watching shows. Suddenly, Xiao Minji appeared out of nowhere. I can't sleep without you by my side, he said softly, looking at Feng Qingyan with a mix of sadness and joking tone. Since their wedding, they had hardly been apart, and she was starting to feel a little uncomfortable with the separation. Smooth talker, she said, feeling a bit speechless, but her heart was still sweet. Xiao Minji's sweet words had become very skillful now, often slipping out unexpectedly. Both of them seemed used to it. After leaving yesterday, I had someone check around the palace again. We found a secret passage that leads directly outside the palace, Xiao Minji said as he approached Feng Qingyan. He also thought Liang Quan's reason for imprisoning Nangong Ling was definitely purposeful. Unexpectedly, they found an exit outside the palace, facing the back mountain where the pilgrimage festival was held. It seems Liang Quan has long harbored ill intentions toward Nangong Jin and has been planning for years. He just hadn't found the right opportunity. Feng Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. This secret passage looked quite old and wasn't something that could be dug in just a day or two. Originally, Liang Quan was probably planning for his future, but later, because of Nangong Ling, he changed his mind. Nangong Jin hasn't hurt you, has he? Is there any injury? Xiao Minji sat down beside Feng Qingyan, carefully checking her from head to toe. Because Feng Qingyan is currently using Nangong Ling's identity, Nangong Jin cannot attack her without revealing their plan. If he did, their scheme would fail. Xiao Minji is worried that Feng Qingyan might be upset, so he secretly came here late at night. I'm fine, don't worry. How are my parents doing? Seeing Xiao Minji so concerned, Feng Qingyan feels deeply touched. He truly doesn't want her to suffer, even a little. They're doing very well. They haven't seen you in so many years, and both father-in-law and mother-in-law are very excited, crying tears of joy. They probably understand everything that has happened over the years. The only thing they worry about now is your safety and that of your younger brother. After tomorrow, you'll be able to reunite as a family of 4. Xiao Minji can't even imagine what it would be like if he and Feng Qingyan had been separated for so long. The longing must have been like countless knives stabbing his heart, making it very painful. He looks at Feng Qingyan and gently holds her in his arms, not wanting to part from her for even a moment. Yes, tell them not to worry about me. And about Ali, I've arranged for Luo Tian and others to protect him. He also has a secret weapon, so they don't need to worry too much. Feng Qingyan has had Luo Tian and others disguise themselves as the servants attending Nangongli to protect him closely. She is confident in Luo Tian's martial arts skills, and she also left guns and bombs with them for emergencies. Nangongli is wearing a specially made bulletproof vest that Feng Qingyan designed for him. If danger arises, the vest can activate its defense system instantly, turning into a tough protective ball that envelopes him completely. So, they don't need to worry too much about Nangongli's safety. However, Feng Qingyan cannot tell them all her abilities, only trying to reassure them as much as possible. I know. You also need to take care of yourself. Xiao Minji gently kisses Feng Qingyan on her forehead, looking at her with concern. Although they are fully aware of Nangong Jin and others' plans, and have made detailed arrangements with Prime Minister Zhou and others, unexpected situations can still happen. Don't worry. You know your wife's abilities, right? Just make sure to protect yourself and your parents. Feng Qingyan smiled as she spoke. Whenever there was a little danger, Xiao Minji always warned her carefully and repeatedly. Although her ears felt like they were about to get sore from hearing it so often, she still never got tired of listening. That was his love for her. Who could tire of their partner's love? Your wife has given instructions. I promise to complete the task. Xiao Minji looked at Feng Qingyan with affection, gently pinching her little nose. It's getting late. You should go back soon. Tomorrow will be busy. Because they were underground, Feng Qingyan couldn't tell day from night outside, so she checked the time on her phone. It was already past 2 in the morning. She started urging him to leave. I don't want to go back. Xiao Minji stubbornly leaned on Feng Qingyan, acting a bit spoiled. There's no better feeling than holding his wife close and cuddling. Go back quickly. You still need to handle things outside. Once dawn breaks, people will probably come. Nangong Jin and Liang Quanxin thought they had chosen a good hiding spot. It was well concealed, with various mechanisms and no guards around. But they wouldn't let too many people know about this secret passage leading outside the palace. He wanted to stay close and sleep with his wife. Xiao Minji hugged Feng Qingyan's waist, acting like a spoiled child. Be good. After tomorrow, you can sleep with me every night. Not today. Feng Qingyan kissed his cheek softly and comforted him gently. It's not enough. I want more here too. Xiao Minji took the opportunity to be more daring, pointing to her other cheek. Is this better now? Feng Qingyan rolled her eyes, knowing he wouldn't be satisfied easily. Forget it. They say a spoiled woman has the best life. For Feng Qingyan, her handsome and unmatched prince is just as adorable when he acts cute and coquettish. If others saw Xiao Minji like this now, who would still think of him as the cold and ruthless war god, the 9th prince? Indeed, good love can make people gentle and help them become better versions of themselves. Even in dangerous times or hardships, they can still choose to stay happy together. Feng Qingyan gently kissed Xiao Minji's lips again, then quickly pulled away. But Xiao Minji suddenly held her face and deepened the kiss. Xiao Minji's kiss was quick and intense. It was like his love for Feng Qingyan, passionate, strong, and a little possessive. Maybe because he saw Feng Zhan and Nangongling's situation, Xiao Minji's love for Feng Qingyan burst out all at once. He didn't care about power or wealth. He never had much greed. But with Feng Qingyan, he admitted he was very eager. Feng Qingyan was a bit overwhelmed by his sudden passionate kiss, but she responded eagerly, driven by him. She felt the same about Xiao Minji. In ancient times, having a man who was powerful, handsome, and talented, and who loved her wholeheartedly, was very rare. How could she not love him? In this life and the past, Feng Qingyan had never experienced being loved until she met Xiao Minji, and she was satisfied. Seeing her response, Xiao Minji kissed her even harder, almost wanting to break her apart and swallow her. His big hand unconsciously moved to her slim waist. Feng Qingyan was a little confused and lost in the kiss, her hands instinctively reaching up to his neck. Xiao Minji then supported her waist and lifted her onto his lap. Her breathing grew heavier, her chest rising and falling rapidly. But Xiao Minji still wanted more. He gave her a moment to breathe, then softly pressed his lips against hers again. until Feng Qingyan's eyes turned red and she completely relaxed in his arms. Xiao Minji reluctantly let her go. He was afraid he might lose control if he continued. Conditions didn't allow it. Otherwise, there would be another stunning, spectacular fight scene with all kinds of martial arts skills. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji clearly had feelings for each other, leaning close to ease their emotions little by little. Let's go back soon. Why insist on rushing into trouble yourself? Feng Qingyan said with a mischievous smile, glancing at Xiao Minji's still enthusiastic older brother. If they wait any longer, no one will be able to sleep tonight. Who made the little princess so charming? I'm happy to see it. Xiao Minji felt a bit embarrassed, but then said proudly. Anyway, he had no resistance in front of Feng Qingyan. He had already accepted it, or rather, he didn't want to fight it at all. Okay, it's all my fault. Please put me down, and let's go back quickly. Feng Qingyan moved slightly in Xiao Minji's arms and said, Yes, I will really leave now. After everything is over tomorrow, I will make sure to satisfy Yenna. Xiao Minji reluctantly got up and before leaving, he couldn't resist teasing Feng Qingyan again. If you don't go back soon, it will be dawn. The warmth that had just faded from Feng Qingyan's face grew hot again. She pushed Xiao Minji to make him leave quickly. Having a man who might flirt with you any time makes Feng Qingyan feel exhausted. All right, I will really leave now. Everything will go as planned tomorrow. No matter what happens, Yenna must prioritize her safety. Xiao Minji stood up and reminded her again. Okay, I understand. Feng Qingyan nodded obediently. See you tomorrow. Remember, think of me. Xiao Minji gently kissed Feng Qingyan's forehead and then disappeared quickly into the palace. Feng Qingyan watched his back as he left, feeling the warmth on her forehead. A slight smile appeared on her lips. These two really know how to be sweet. Forget it, no need to argue with people in love. After returning, Xiao Minji took a short rest. Before dawn, he got up and summoned Mu Qing to ask about the situation. How are the arrangements for your tasks? Today's matter was very important. It related not only to the power transfer in Manhwa, but also to Feng Qingyan and Nangong Li's safety. There could be no mistakes. Xiao Minji had to be very careful. Your Highness, everything is ready. The Iron Cavalry Corps is in position. Rest assured, Mu Qing assured repeatedly. Before coming to Manhwa, Xiao Minji had already learned about the situation there and made many preparations in advance. To ensure their absolute safety, he secretly brought an elite group of soldiers from the northwest. This Iron Cavalry, though only 1,000 strong, was well-trained, brave, and fierce. Every time they fought, they were invincible, defeating enemies easily and leaving no survivors. Well, how is Mu Yun's side preparing? Xiao Minji nodded and asked again. The Iron Cavalry Corps is to ensure the overall safety, while the people from the number 1 tower are ready to respond to sudden changes. They are hiding in the dark, prepared to strike at any moment to make sure everyone is absolutely safe. Mu Yun has checked the area around the pilgrimage festival within 100 meters and made careful plans. She also buried landmines left by the princess in a few risky spots to ensure nothing goes wrong. Mu Qing explained one by one.
Good.
I'll leave the matters here to you. I will go see my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Xiao Minji nodded in agreement with Mu Qing's arrangements. But since this is in Manhwa, Xiao Minji naturally can't take the spotlight. He still wants to hear the specific plans from Nangong Ling and Prime Minister Zhou. Xiao Minji went to the coffin shop at the northwest part of the Imperial City Street, where someone immediately led him to the backyard. Nangong Ling, Feng Zhan, and Prime Minister Zhou were all there. Xiao Minji greeted Feng Zhan and Nangong Ling, and Prime Minister Zhou quickly arranged a seat for him. This is their young princess's husband, the most important person, and also the great summer's war god, the 9th prince. Without Xiao Minji's strong support, they wouldn't be so confident about this operation. Prime Minister Zhou, do you think there is anything about this plan that seems wrong? After sitting down, Nangong Ling directly asked. Because this plan mainly depends on Xiao Minji and his people. Nangong Ling and Feng Zhan fully approved of Xiao Minji's arrangements. But he is still the war god of Great Summer, so he must ask the ministers of Manhwa for their opinions. Nangongling is no longer the young princess of Nanhua. She has married into Great Summer. However, Prime Minister Zhou and others strongly support her, and she cannot allow treacherous officials to harm Nanhua. We have no objections, but let the young prince decide. Prime Minister Zhou and his people know Nangongling's character well and are willing to support her. If it weren't for Nangong Jin's betrayal back then, Nangongling would have been the best candidate for Queen of Nanhua. Now, with the current situation in Nanhua, having generals and the war god from Great Summer helping, both of whom are close relatives of Nangongling, it's naturally a good thing. Since everyone has no objections, let's proceed according to the plan. Prime Minister Zhou, have your people fully cooperate with the Ninth Prince and their team. Although Nangongling's body is no longer as strong as before, her innate nobility and dignity still remain. After all, she was raised from a young age to be the heir to the throne and was a key focus of training. The old servant will go and make arrangements now. Prime Minister Zhou admired Xiao Minji's careful and thorough planning. Moreover, Xiao Minji did not ignore the loyal ministers of Nanhua. He allowed them to protect and serve the loyal officials of Nanhua, taking them as the main force. He sincerely appreciated this. Prime Minister Zhou knew that Xiao Minji's actions were all for the sake of their young lady and young lord's reputation. And Feng Zhan directly entrusted his people to Nangongling, letting her command them. What more could he worry about? After Prime Minister Zhou and his men left, Xiao Minji saw Feng Zhan and Nangongling's worried expressions and quickly comforted them. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, there's no need to worry too much. Your son-in-law cares more about Yenner's safety than you do. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't let her take risks. Last night, I visited Yenner again, and she asked me to tell you not to worry about her. Also, Ali, Yenner has made careful plans. Our family will reunite very soon. If Xiao Minji didn't know the secret of Feng Qingyan's space, she wouldn't be in danger, and he wouldn't have let her take this risk. To completely eliminate those rebellious traitors, they could just send people to kill them all. Killing them wouldn't even require a proper reason. But in the long run, it wouldn't be good for the royal family of Nanhua. So, after careful consideration, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji came up with a plan to use their enemies' own schemes against them, luring the rebels out and destroying them all at once. Yes, our family will reunite very soon. Sooner, I also believe in our daughter. You don't need to worry too much. Feng Zhan also hurried to comfort Nangongling. Since she came out, Nangongling had been feeling very guilty. She had abandoned Feng Qingyan for so many years and failed to fulfill her motherly duties, leaving her daughter to suffer alone. Now, in such a dangerous time, she let her daughter bear the burden for her. And Nangongli, that unfortunate child, had been separated from her since she was young. She couldn't possibly feel at ease. Nangongling's expression remained troubled. This is her own daughter and son. No one can easily comfort them with just a few words. It's about time. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, I will go prepare. Xiao Minji knows that saying anything now is useless. He can only quickly eliminate those people and reunite Feng Qingyan and Nangongli with them. Meanwhile, Nangong Jin is also getting ready to leave for the pilgrimage festival to prepare for the ceremony. The pilgrimage festival is very grand. Nangong Jin takes it seriously. After all, a big ceremony for worship shows her power as the ruler of the country. She wears a special bright yellow dragon robe for the festival, embroidered with intricate gold dragon patterns, symbolizing great honor. She wears a crown decorated with gemstones and a long necklace made of beads and jewels. Even her makeup matches the solemnity of the event, making her look very serious. Nangong Jin rides a phoenix carriage, surrounded by a large group of officials and soldiers, heading to a temple on the sacred mountain for the festival. In the middle of the temple is a huge stone statue, considered a symbol of divine power by the descendants of Nanhua. In front of the statue is a large square cauldron used for offering incense to the gods. In front of the cauldron are offerings. Nangong Jin walks slowly toward the statue, watched by many officials. An old servant, Su Gonggong, hands her the prepared incense for worship. With a loud bell ringing, all the officials kneel and bow in respect to the gods. After kneeling, Nangong Jin places the incense into the cauldron. When the worship is finished, she begins to read her own written prayer to show her respect and reverence for the heavens. Heaven and earth, vast and mysterious. I obey the divine command to honor the supreme of the universe. Great heaven, supreme God, bless Manhwa with good weather, prosperity, and peace. Protect the people so they can live happily. Nangong Jin recites a long prayer, mainly showing her respect for the gods and asking for their blessings on Manhwa. But she should look in the mirror before reciting these prayers. Can she really expect the gods to bless her after all the wrong things she has done? After finishing her prayer, the officials immediately kneel and flatter her. Long live the wise emperor! Long live the wise emperor! May she live forever! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor forever! 3 loud shouts echoed through the valley, their voices bouncing off the mountains. Nangong Jin felt a deep sense of happiness inside. She turned to look at Feng Qingyan, who was lightly smiling on the prisoner cart nearby, and thought to herself, Nangong Ling, you've seen it all. I am the true sky of Manhwa, the queen of Manhwa. Today is your day to die. Nangong Jin waved her hand, and someone brought out Feng Qingyan's prisoner cart for everyone to see. Isn't that the young princess? She didn't die after all. How can the young princess be locked in a prisoner cart? What crime did she commit? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Are you going to punish the young princess in front of the gods? The officials saw Feng Qingyan and thought she was Nangong Ling, and they started talking among themselves. Everyone, today I want to announce something important, something that concerns the safety of Manhwa. Nangong Jin was rambling, not getting to the point. Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared in the sky, and a colorful phoenix showed up. If she guessed right, this rainbow phoenix must have been created by Feng Qingyan. Oh my God! What is that? Someone pointed at the phoenix in the sky and shouted. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked up curiously at the sky. At this moment, no one cared about what Nangong Jin was saying. Look! Look! It's a phoenix! It's a phoenix! It really is a phoenix. Could it be a divine sign? The heavens are blessing Manhwa. This was a place dedicated to worshipping spirits. Seeing such a miraculous sight, everyone immediately thought it was a divine manifestation. Nangong Jin saw this scene and couldn't help but feel very happy. The crowd didn't know what the phoenix meant, but she did. Before the pilgrimage festival, she had found Feng Qingyan and made sure she would show a flying phoenix today. Her goal was to let everyone know that she was the true Phoenix Maiden. While everyone was still immersed in the joy of witnessing a divine miracle, countless sheets of paper floated down from the phoenix. Look, what is that? Could it be a message from the gods? The crowd started another round of lively discussion. The papers fell from the sky like snowflakes. This caused another wave of exclamations, and many people knelt down again to worship. This was the divine will, and they couldn't miss this great blessing. Your Majesty is truly a destined maiden, a phoenix reborn, protecting our Manhwa. Long live the Emperor! Nangong Jin had arranged for a loyal follower to speak to the crowd repeatedly. The officials listened and knelt again, shouting, Long live the Emperor! Nangong Jin watched the scene and felt incredibly happy. He didn't expect Feng Qingyan to be so thoughtful and to prepare such a big surprise. Now, who would dare to doubt her? She was the chosen one, appointed by the gods. What about Nangong Ling? She was the true ruler of Manhwa. As the paper slowly fell, many sheets landed in front of each person present for the sacrifice. Everyone eagerly took them, wanting to see what was written first. This was a divine message for them. But when they saw the content on the paper, their faces changed and they looked more and more shocked. How can it be like this? Is this really true? Everyone looked at the paper in disbelief, their faces full of surprise and fear. The paper listed the accusations against Nangong Jin, signed by Prime Minister Zhou and others. Since becoming emperor, Nangong Jin had never done anything good for the people. Her crimes were countless. Prime Minister Zhou was very knowledgeable and hated Nangong Jin deeply. He described her crimes passionately and vividly. Anyone who read it couldn't help but hate her and wish to punish her. Feng Qingyan printed out the accusations from Prime Minister Zhou and others, then made many copies. Not only the people at the altar saw these accusations, but Feng Qingyan also ordered Feng Yin to come from the southern border and use a helicopter to deliver these accusations to every corner of Manhwa. Now, everyone in Manhwa knew about Nangong Jin's evil deeds. Grandpa Su, bring me a copy. What exactly does it say? Nangong Jin suddenly sensed something was wrong and quickly asked Grandpa Su to hand her a copy. Although Grandpa Su was loyal to Nangong Jin, he had been by her side for many years and was used to her behavior. But now, seeing these accusations written on paper, I can't help but feel deeply affected, especially regarding the evil deeds committed by Nangong Jin against Nangong Ling, Nangong Li, and the former emperor of Manhwa. These acts are truly unforgivable. Nangong Jin is really beyond redemption. Grandpa Su looked at Nangong Jin with difficulty, truly unable to imagine what will happen next. Quickly presented, Nangong Jin was confused and immediately became very angry. Although she couldn't hear what others were saying, their expressions, eager to attack her, made it clear that something bad was happening. Grandpa Su had no choice but to hand her one of the accusations. The more Nangong Jin looked at it, the more shocked she became. How could it be like this?
Who?
Who wrote this?
How dare they?
I will kill her. I will kill her. She looked fierce and shouted angrily. Nangong Jin was truly hit where it hurt. Her true nature was exposed. Nangong Jin, you have done so many evil deeds, it's hard to justify. Even the gods are about to punish you. Feng Qingyan looked at Nangong Jin on the altar and laughed loudly. Nangong Ling, is this your doing? Guards, light the fire. Quickly burn this troublemaker who spreads lies and causes chaos in the court. Nangong Jin was so furious she nearly fainted, pointing at Nangong Ling and shouting angrily. Her fierce expression was no longer fit for a ruler. As the accusation said, she was indeed reckless and unjust, killing innocents and harming her sisters. Nangong Jin, do you think your actions are worthy of the people of Manhwa? Are you fit to be their ruler? Feng Qingyan deliberately wanted to anger Nangong Jin, showing everyone her ugly face. Although Nangong Jin was secretly indulgent and immoral, she still restrained herself in court. Some officials were dissatisfied, but because the royal family of Manhwa was dwindling and there was no suitable successor, they held back. Moreover, Nangong Jin had the support of a group of foolish and corrupt people, plus the deliberate encouragement of the Liangquan clan, making her even more confident. Now, seeing her daily crimes and her current appearance, everyone was extremely disappointed. Having such a ruler in Manhwa spells future danger. An old minister, Chen Guang, who had long disliked Nangong Jin, sighed in pain. He was a veteran of 3 dynasties, entrusted by the late emperor to assist Nangong Jin. I truly do not want Manhwa to fall into decline, but I never expected Nangong Jin to be so unreasonable. She is indulgent and reckless, and she even harms her own people and plots against the former emperor. How can such a heartless ruler govern a country well? Chen Guang said this, and everyone nodded in agreement. Since Nangong Jin took the throne, Manhwa has been rapidly weakening in many ways. She only cares about her own pleasure, and she has greatly increased taxes. The people are already poor, and the heavy taxes make life even harder. The citizens complain loudly, and officials send many reports, but Nangong Jin remains indifferent and continues her way. More and more people are unhappy with her. However, Nangong Jin has the support of the Liang family and General Yuan Jing, so the officials dare not speak out openly, only murmuring behind her back. Now that her evil deeds have been exposed, Chen Guang can no longer stay silent. He is deeply loyal to the country and its ruler, but he is shocked by her actions. He feels guilty for betraying the trust of the former emperor and the people of Manhwa. Prime Minister Zhou saw through her early on and distanced himself from this corrupt court. Chen Guang, you old fool, do you want to rebel too? If you keep talking nonsense, I will dismiss you, cut out your tongue, and behead you. When Nangong Jin heard that Chen Guang was leading the officials to oppose her, she turned her anger on him. Right now, her thinking is simple. Anyone who opposes her must be killed. After all, she is the ruler of Manhwa. No one can argue with her. Those who oppose her have only one way out: death. If Manhwa has such a princess, it is our misfortune. Heaven, gods, open your eyes and see. If honest ministers tell the truth, they will be silenced or executed. I might as well give up my position. If my death can bring a wise ruler, I have no regrets. Chen Guang bowed deeply to the statue, tears of anger streaming down his face. As a veteran official of 3 dynasties, he has watched Manhwa fall into decline step by step. He feels guilty for betraying the previous emperors and cannot rest in peace. Rebellion, rebellion, rebellion. This is truly a rebellion. Guards, arrest Chen Guang and execute him immediately. Nangong Jin is about to lose her temper. How dare Chen Guang do this? In the court, every time she makes a new decision, this old fool opposes her in every way. Together with other ministers, she opposed him. If not for his status as a trusted elder and his influence in the court, she would have already beheaded him. In the end, Nangong Jin shouted for a long time, but no one responded. A wise ruler should be honest and straightforward. Why does heaven punish loyal ministers? An emperor who is foolish and kills his own loyal subjects for power will bring chaos to the nation. As officials of Manhwa, we must set things right. Chen Guang shouted again. An old man in his 50s, risking exile or worse, spoke up for the people of Manhwa. It was truly admirable. Nangong Jin was stunned. This old minister was really crazy. He wanted to remove her throne. Could he be trying to put Nangong Ling on the throne? What does setting things right mean? She was the most qualified to be emperor. Yuan Jing, can't you hear my orders? Take this crazy old man who spreads rumors and pretend to be a divine messenger away and cut him down. All these tricks are surely schemes by those rebels. Nangong Jin was so angry he almost burst with rage, tearing apart the accusations in her hands and shouting at Yuan Jing. Just now, she said it was divine guidance, but now she calls it nonsense. Yuan Jing remained unmoved. This situation was completely different from their plan, and she was confused. She didn't know what to do. She could only turn to Liang Quan and ask what to do. Yes, Yuan Jing had long disliked Nangong Jin and had teamed up with the Liang family. So when Nangong Jin asked her to investigate the deployment during the pilgrimage festival, she found no problems. Nangong Jin thought she was overthinking. But now, seeing the interaction between Yuan Jing and Liang Quan, she felt a sudden chill. She had a bad premonition. Liang Quan was also confused. Things had gotten completely out of his control. He hadn't done anything, yet others had done everything for him. He was now in a difficult position. Should he continue with the plan? Or give up? It seemed whichever choice he made, he wouldn't come out unscathed. Finally, Liang Quan decided to take a bold step. Old Minister Chun is right. The current emperor is indulgent and reckless. I am one of the victims. In the past, I was too timid to speak out. Now, the people of Manhwa are suffering and full of complaints. It's time to choose a wise ruler again. To plan a coup and seize power, he must first overthrow Nangong Jin's rule. Liang Quan now believes he has enough power to control the imperial city of Manhwa. As long as Nangong Jin is removed and a new ruler is installed, he will have a strong voice. Liang Quan, you're shameless.
You betrayed me.
Are you planning to turn against me too? Nangong Jin's mind was about to explode. She looked up at Nangong Ling and was surprised to find she was right. She had indeed raised a hungry wolf by her side. Feng Qingyan had long foreseen this scene and smiled slightly at Nangong Jin. This time, she was no longer showing off. She wanted to see what Nangong Jin could do now and how many useful people she still had. I am only standing on the side of justice and the people. Nangong Jin, you will have to pay for your actions. Just surrender peacefully and accept the judgment of the people of Manhwa. Liang Quan looked dignified and gave a subtle signal to Yuan Jing. Those who didn't know might think he was truly a good person fighting for the country and the people. Yuan Jing, what are you trying to do? Don't forget who helped you get to where you are today. Nangong Jin looked at Yuan Jing, still holding on to a faint hope. Offended, Your Majesty. It's your own evil deeds that have caused public anger. I can't be blamed. Yuan Jing naturally wouldn't listen to Nangong Jin. Now, Nangong Jin was the target of everyone's blame. Yuan Jing,
You dare. Guards.
Protect the emperor. Protector, seeing Yuan Jing step closer, Nangong Jin was completely scared. She had no way out. In the end, she could only hope her personal bodyguards. Your Majesty, there's no need to waste effort. All your guards have already defected to me. Liang Quan laughed loudly. Now, he looked at Nangong Jin as if she were a stray dog.
You
all. Don't come any closer. Nangong Jin kept retreating. She had some martial skills as a child, but since becoming emperor, she had only indulged in eating, drinking, and entertainment. Her skills were long forgotten. Faced with Yuan Jing's attack, she was completely defenseless and was quickly taken under control by Yuan Jing. Bind her up. Liang Quan looked at Nangong Jin's embarrassed state and felt very pleased. He remembered how badly Nangong Jin had treated him before, and now he wanted to pay her back 100 times over. Liang Quan, Yuan Jing, you two beasts, how dare you treat me like this? Even in death, I won't forgive you. Nangong Jin was held tightly by 2 guards and could only keep cursing. Shut her mouth, Liang Quan said impatiently. He had important things to do now and had no time to deal with this useless person. Someone take all these people away. Those willing to submit to me can stay alive. Anyone who objects, kill without mercy. As Liang Quan gave the order, a group of elite soldiers rushed in from all directions. They held swords and surrounded a group of officials. Liang Quan, are you planning to rebel too? Li Guang saw what was happening and understood clearly. Liang Quan was clearly prepared. Li Guang, if you know what's good for you, just shut your mouth. Maybe, when I ascend the throne, I can spare your life, Liang Quan sneered. Now he had taken control of the situation and would soon become the emperor of Manhwa. Liang Quan, you treacherous traitor. Before Li Guang could finish speaking, Liang Quan shot him a glance, and a guard nearby quickly covered his mouth. Everyone listen carefully. Those willing to submit to me can be promoted and given titles after I ascend the throne. Anyone who resists will face death. Liang Quan and Yuan Jing's people surrounded the entire heavenly altar, and the officials dared not oppose. A treacherous traitor like him isn't fit to be emperor of Manhwa. At this moment, Feng Qingyan couldn't help but laugh loudly. Nangong Ling, you're about to die, yet you're still stubborn. Take her away and kill her to uphold the new dynasty's discipline. Liang Quan was instantly angry. He had just begun to feel like a king, and now this ungrateful woman ruined it. Since she was so eager to die, he would grant her wish. Anyway, Nangong Jin and Nangong Ling couldn't be spared. A few of Liang Quan's men immediately moved to surround Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan looked at them, quickly broke free from her cage, and jumped out to stand in front of a few people. With just you guys trying to kill my aunt, you're still too inexperienced. These people probably don't think they will easily change the throne of Nanyu, do they?
You're
not Nangongling? Where is Nangongling? Liang Quan looked at Feng Qingyan, feeling something was wrong. Her skills, her figure, and her way of speaking didn't seem like someone who had been imprisoned for 5 years. So, the person in front of him was definitely not Gongling. Who is she really? When did Nangongling get replaced? Why didn't he notice? You're just realizing this now? Isn't it a bit late? Feng Qingyan smiled lightly at Liang Quan, then suddenly appeared in front of him with a quick teleport.
Who are you?
Someone. Come quickly, stop her. Seeing Feng Qingyan's impressive skills, Liang Quan backed away in fear. Auntie is here to take your life. Feng Qingyan's eyes darkened. She drew her soft sword from her waist, blocking the few people in front of Liang Quan. They were instantly cut across their necks and fell to the ground dead. Don't act rashly. All of these are my people. You alone can't win. Whatever you want, I can fulfill it after I ascend the throne. Liang Quan was confused about Feng Qingyan's identity. Seeing the situation was bad, he tried to probe and distract her. He wanted to buy time for his secret guards and his men around him. Ascend the throne? I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. Liang Quan still wanted to become emperor. It's just wishful thinking. At this moment, several men in black suddenly appeared beside Liang Quan, some of whom were former secret guards of Nangong Jin. Meanwhile, Yuan Jing and her people also arrived quickly. Kill her. Kill this woman. Liang Quan suddenly gained confidence. Just a woman, and she still dares to ruin his plans. Feng Qingyan looked at the crowd closing in without blinking. A few secret guards immediately rushed forward. She quickly joined the fight. Feng Qingyan's swordsmanship was fast, precise, and fierce, leaving afterimages in the air. The secret guards were also skilled, but they couldn't match Feng Qingyan's tricky, bizarre moves and strange secret techniques, her powerful weapons. In just a few moves, a few dark guards were injured or defeated. Such quick speed and agile skills. Yuan Jing watched Feng Qingyan quickly take down several skilled dark guards and couldn't help but marvel. Even she couldn't do that. Yuan Jing, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and have someone capture her. Liang Quan was completely stunned. He didn't expect Feng Qingyan to be so powerful. And the secret weapons she used from time to time, he had never heard of or seen anything like them. Yuan Jing was shouted at by Liang Quan and finally snapped out of her daze. She realized this was not the time to admire martial arts. Everyone attacked together. She gave the order, and countless guards immediately surrounded Feng Qingyan. This was not the time for chivalry. Yuan Jing knew her limits. From her observations, she was no match for Feng Qingyan. She could only try to win by numbers. The guards closed in on Feng Qingyan, while Yuan Jing prepared to act at the right moment. She planned to ambush Feng Qingyan, but Feng Qingyan never gave them that chance. She took out a bottle of powder from her space and casually sprinkled it into the air. The powder dispersed quickly, filling the surroundings. The guards saw this and immediately covered their mouths and noses, but it was already too late. The powder was a specially made poison by Feng Qingyan. Once touched, it caused instant poisoning. Soon, the guards felt weak all over, with headaches, dizziness, and blurred vision. This poison was an upgraded version of the one Feng Qingyan had previously given to Emperor Xiao Ju of Daxia. It could quickly damage the human nervous system. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly and took out a set of phoenix-shaped flying needles from her space, shooting them out swiftly. The needles, like they had a tracking system, directly targeted the guards' vital points. One by one, the guards fell to the ground. In just a moment, none of them were still breathing. Everyone present was stunned. They all wondered who this mysterious woman was. Liang Quan and the others were anxious, and the officials below saw this scene as a sign of hope. She looks exactly like the young prince. Could it be that our little prince has really returned? The Buddha has shown a sign, and our Manhwa is saved. Qinguang looked at Feng Qingyan's expression and felt very excited, as if their little prince had returned. Perhaps she truly is the hope of their southern country. Are you? Jing Feng. Yuan Jing backed away in fear. From Feng Qingyan's every move and smile, she suddenly remembered how she had been teased at the inn. Yuan Jing looked at Feng Qingyan in disbelief, clearly recognizing her. You knew too late. But I am not called Jing Feng. Feng Qingyan didn't mind and calmly admitted it, smiling softly at Yuan Jing. At this point, revealing her identity was only a matter of time. You're so mean, deceiving the emperor and poisoning them. That's so unfair. Yuan Jing was also frightened by Feng Qingyan's strength just now and shamelessly tried to talk about kindness and morality. Isn't it you who are mean? Planning to seize the throne, betraying trust, killing loyal people, and bullying the weak. How can you call others mean? Feng Qingyan almost wanted to laugh. How could Yuan Jing say such things? Where is her face? She stepped closer to Yuan Jing. Who are you? What do you want? Yuan Jing was now completely panicked. She couldn't match Feng Qingyan's skills. Not to mention Feng Qingyan had many secret weapons and was skilled in using poison. If you want to know who I am, go ask the King of Underground. Feng Qingyan's expression darkened as she attacked Yuan Jing directly. This Yuan Jing had repeatedly tried to Xiao Minji, which disgusted Xiao Minji greatly. He had long disliked her. If not to avoid revealing her identity, Feng Qingyan would have already dealt with her. Now that she had such a good opportunity, she was determined to teach her a lesson.
You
dare to speak so arrogantly. Do you think I, the general, am afraid of you? Guards, take her down. Yuan Jing was panicked, but as a veteran who had fought on the battlefield, she could only stay calm and give orders to her subordinates. No matter how capable Feng Qingyan was, everyone here was on her side. She didn't believe they couldn't take her down. Just now, her people had seen Feng Qingyan kill their group in an instant.
who still dared to step forward now.
Isn't this clearly inviting death? Why are you all just standing there? Do you believe I will cut off your heads right now? Yuan Jing waited for a long time but saw no movement below, and suddenly she became anxious. The people below, fearing Yuan Jing's threat, could only grit their teeth and go forward. Unfortunately, they were just a group of minor soldiers, timid and weak, not worth fearing. Feng Qingyan easily knocked out several more enemies. Many tried to cheat by sneaking attacks or using hidden weapons, but Feng Qingyan easily deflected them. She wore a special bulletproof armor that made her invulnerable, so they had no way to attack her. Moreover, Feng Qingyan's speed and strength were extraordinary, and her fighting skills were rare. Even her secret guards couldn't match her, let alone these ordinary guards. Who is this woman? Our people can't resist her at all. What should we do? Yuan Jing retreated in front of Liang Quan, anxiously asking. She is alone. No matter how strong she is, she can't hold back an army. You lead your men to block her first, hold her off for a while, and I will send a team of elite soldiers to help. Seeing the situation, Liang Quan also felt a bit scared. After giving instructions to Yuan Jing, he quickly led some guards and left with most of his troops. Yuan Jing had no choice but to steel herself and fight. She only hoped Liang Quan would come back soon with reinforcements. Your leaders have run away, and you're still risking your lives for him. Is it worth it? Feng Qingyan glanced in the direction Liang Quan left and smiled lightly as she fought. Hearing this, everyone looked toward Liang Quan's retreating figure, feeling extremely disappointed. Would they really risk their lives for a master who runs away at the first sign of danger? Everyone, don't fall for her tricks. Liang's family is sending reinforcements. We just need to hold on until they arrive. Then she will have no way out. Yuan Jing saw the situation was getting worse and quickly explained for Liang Quan. She also felt a faint worry. This Liang Quan was always cunning. If it weren't for Nangong Jin's recent trouble with Lung Yuan, he wouldn't have risked such a dangerous plan. Yuan Jing's people had been with her for years. At this moment, even if they wanted to retreat, they couldn't. Brothers, let's attack together. Don't give her a chance to breathe. At this moment, a trusted aide of Yuan Jing quickly boosted everyone's morale. Feng Qingyan raised an eyebrow. They wanted to fight, but she was tired of playing with them.
She didn't bother to stay.
She suddenly leapt forward a few meters, took out a bomb from her space pouch, and threw it at them. Then she quickly retreated. Before the guards could understand what was happening, the bomb exploded with a loud bang. Dust flew everywhere, and the guards were blown into pieces, crying out in pain. Yuan Jing reacted quickly and dodged just in time. But she was still shaken by the powerful blast, feeling numb in her scalp. What is this? Yuan Jing looked up from the dirt pile and saw her guards missing arms or legs. Truly a terrible sight. She was completely stunned. Feng Qingyan watched Yuan Jing from afar. Now she had no way out. The officials below, hearing the loud noise and seeing the power of the bomb, were stunned. As for Liang Quan and the others nearby, seeing the danger, they had already run away with Liang Quan. They finally escaped danger. All thanks to Feng Qingyan. Yuan Jing looked down and was stunned. There was no sign of Liang Quan and the others. She turned to run. But Feng Qingyan wouldn't give her that chance. Yuan Jing, it's time we settle the score. Blocked on her path, Yuan Jing could only fight Feng Qingyan. I will fight you to the end. Yuan Jing, the great general favored by Nangong Jin, was indeed capable. Otherwise, Nangong Jin wouldn't have trusted her so much. She was tall and strong, with great strength, and her moves were fierce and deadly. Their swords clashed in the air, sparks flying. Feng Qingyan frowned slightly. If she had to fight Yuan Jing head-on, she knew she might not win. But Yuan Jing's advantage was also her weakness. Her heavy build made her less agile. Feng Qingyan feigned a move, then suddenly teleported behind her and stabbed her fiercely in the back. Yuan Jing sensed the danger, quickly turned to the side to dodge, but Feng Qingyan's sword still cut her back. Such a pity. I didn't manage to hit you. Feng Qingyan looked at the relatively small wound on Yuan Jing's body with a regretful expression.
You.
Don't be too arrogant. The outcome isn't decided yet. Seeing Feng Qingyan's disdainful look, Yuan Jing became angry instantly. As the great general of Manhwa, she couldn't tolerate a woman provoking her like this. But the more angry she was, the easier it was to reveal her weaknesses. This was also the reason Feng Qingyan deliberately provoked Yuan Jing. Then show all your skills. I'm waiting, miss. Feng Qingyan said lazily, without even lifting her eyelids. I will kill you. Yuan Jing was furious, her face flushed with anger. Without hesitation, she swung her long sword again toward Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan quickly dodged, and Yuan Jing missed her completely, almost falling flat on her face. She got up quickly and attacked Feng Qingyan again. Feng Qingyan didn't confront her head-on, but played tricks like a monkey. Every time Yuan Jing was about to attack Feng Qingyan, she easily dodged. Sometimes she even kicked her. What should have been a serious battle turned into a comedy by Feng Qingyan. In the end, Yuan Jing almost stabbed herself with her own sword. It was truly funny. Oh, I see now. Turns out, General Yuan of Manhwa is just a fool who only relies on brute strength. Feng Qingyan stood to the side, watching Yuan Jing's clumsy state with a relaxed smile. At first, she had really overestimated Yuan Jing. But it turned out she was as dull as a pig. I will kill you. Yuan Jing, after being toyed with by Feng Qingyan, became somewhat frantic. Her eyes turned crimson, her face was dirty, her hair was messy, and her clothes were torn and hanging unevenly on her body. Especially her wounds, which looked very obvious. All of this showed how miserable she was at the moment.
Come on, miss.
I'm waiting for you. Feng Qingyan felt it was about time and didn't want to waste more time with Yuan Jing. She waved her soft sword and directly faced Yuan Jing. Feng Qingyan's sword moved like a dragon in the air, shooting out a long tongue, aiming straight at Yuan Jing's vital points. Yuan Jing struggled to fight back, but because of her clumsy body, she kept missing her chances to dodge. Her wounds kept increasing. Finally, under Feng Qingyan's repeated attack, Yuan Jing lost her balance and could no longer avoid her strike. Feng Qingyan's sword pierced straight into her heart, ending her life. Yuan Jing was also dealt with. The officials below looked at Feng Qingyan on the stage with admiration, as if they were seeing a savior. May I ask who the young lady is? What is her relationship with the young prince? Li Guang and others finally relaxed and asked Feng Qingyan. The young prince you mentioned is my biological mother. Old Li, please lead everyone to the altar to hide temporarily. When Liang Quan and his men return, it will be safer. Feng Qingyan did not hide anything and spoke openly. So, you are the young princess. Very well, very well. We will listen to the young princess. Everyone, go to the altar to avoid danger. Li Guang was overjoyed. He had always wondered how there could be someone so similar in the world. No wonder he thought Feng Qingyan had the style of Nangong Ling in his youth. It turned out they were mother and daughter. Their young princess was so powerful, saving the situation. Our Nan Yu would have hope. Li Guang led the officials to the altar immediately. Once everything was arranged, Li Guang also shared what he knew about Liang Quan with Feng Qingyan. He also asked about Nangong Ling. Mother was imprisoned by Nangong Jin for several years. Her health was severely damaged, but she is not in danger of her life. She will recover after some rest. After Feng Qingyan finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something. She looked at a pillar beside the altar. Just now, during the fight between Feng Qingyan, Liang Quan, Yuan Jing, and others, Nangong Jin had escaped. Now, Hearing that Feng Qingyan was Nangong Ling's daughter, her eyes filled with intense hatred. Feng Qingyan slowly walked toward Nangong Jin. Hearing her footsteps, Nangong Jin's heart tightened. Soon, she saw Feng Qingyan appear in front of her. Feng Qingyan looked at Nangong Jin, wishing she could tear her apart right now. It was her who caused their family to fall apart and suffer so much.
You.
What do you want to do? I am your aunt. Nangong Jin looked panicked and surprisingly thought about trying to connect with Feng Qingyan. An aunt? Do you deserve that title? Feng Qingyan looked at Nangong Jin, wondering how she had the nerve to say such a thing. She had imprisoned Nangong Ling for years, torturing her daily to satisfy her twisted mind, so Nangong Li had never seen her mother since birth. Now she found out Nangong Ling was her biological sister? What? What do you want? Liang Quan has 20,000 elite soldiers in the Imperial City. You can't win against him. Nangong Jin's face turned pale with fear, and she kept shrinking behind a pillar. You don't need to worry about that. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. Liang Quan probably wasn't doing much better than Nangong Jin right now. He had just left the altar with his personal guards when the leader of the elite soldiers quickly came to report. Master, something's wrong. A squad of armored soldiers and some expert fighters are attacking the altar. What should we do? The elite soldier leader looked visibly panicked and was gasping for breath. Are you useless? Do I need to ask? We have 20,000 men. We're not afraid of a small squad of cavalry. Kill them all. Liang Quan immediately became angry. He had just faced setbacks with Feng Qingyan, and now trouble was brewing. Since he learned that the person in the prison cart was a fake Nangong Ling, he sensed things were more complicated than they seemed. It looked like a tough fight was coming. Master, they are not ordinary cavalry. There are also those mysterious experts, and their weapons are unlike anything we've seen. Our people are completely unprepared. They are about to attack. The elite soldier leader looked anxious and scared. He didn't expect a 1,000-strong cavalry unit to be so brave and skilled, fighting one against 100 with ease. Additionally, behind them was a special elite force. Wherever they went, no one survived. Most terrifying was that squad of mysterious experts who moved like they were flying on walls and ceilings, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Their weapons were strange and powerful. This scared everyone so much they started to run. Now their 20,000 troops were dying, injured, or fleeing. It looked like the enemy was about to break into the altar.
You.
What did you say? How is that possible? Who are they? Liang Quan asked in disbelief. He has 2,000 elite soldiers. Could they really be so easily defeated? Almost all the troops in the southern New Imperial City are under his control. Where did those people suddenly come from? My subordinates don't know either. But they saw Zhou Chancellor and Cold Yuan behind them. I guess they're the ones causing trouble. The leader of the elite soldiers was completely confused. Suddenly, a group of people appeared out of nowhere. It was as if they fell from the sky. They caught the enemy off guard completely. He is still a bit shaken from the shock. Zhou Chancellor? Cold Yuan? That old man Zhou has always been loyal to Nangong Ling. It seems these people are probably connected to Nangong Ling. Liang Quan doesn't know Cold Yuan's true identity. But he knows a lot about Zhou Chancellor. He frowned deeply. Thinking about how he saw Feng Qingyan in the prison cart, who looks almost exactly like Nangong Ling, he started to have some guesses. Are you saying the former princess of Manhwa? Isn't she already dead? If you say so, I remember seeing someone who looks very similar to the former princess beside Cold Yuan. The leader of the elite soldiers seemed to realize something and continued. Because Nangong Ling's death was known to everyone years ago, and someone who hasn't been seen for many years suddenly reappears, it's understandable that they don't recognize her. Exactly, it's her. Quickly, find a way to defend the altar entrance, no matter what. We must not let them break through. Also, send a team of elite soldiers here. Liang Quan's eyes flickered as he forced himself to stay calm. In critical moments like this, he must not lose his composure. The leader of the elite soldiers could only grit his teeth and continue fighting. Liang Quan led a team of soldiers back toward the altar. When they arrived, Liang Quan was stunned by what he saw. Seeing that Yuan Jing and her people had all been defeated by Feng Qingyan, he felt a bit nervous. He wasn't sure if his troops could win. On Feng Qingyan's side, Nangong Jin was holding his ground. Unexpectedly, she still had a backup plan. Nangong Jin had suspected Liang Quan earlier. Although she didn't find proof, just in case, she kept a group of her own people inside the altar. Now, her people have taken hostage Li Guang and Old Li, demanding Feng Qingyan release them. To buy time, Feng Qingyan had no choice but to temporarily let Nangong Jin go. She made a hand gesture with Mu Yun and others hiding in the dark, ready to rescue someone at any moment. Even with Elder Li as a hostage, Nangong Jin knew she still had little chance of winning. Just as she was feeling worried, she heard noises outside and saw Liang Quan suddenly come up with an idea. Liang Quan, this woman is Nangong Ling's daughter. If we work together now and capture her, I can promise you safety and share the land of Manhwa. At this point, Nangong Jin was still trying to win Liang Quan over. I don't know what she was thinking, but she really had no other options now. She could only take a risk. Are you really Nangong Ling's daughter? Liang Quan looked at Feng Qingyan with a dark expression. Surprisingly, his thoughts matched hers. That fool Nangong Jin, letting Nangong Ling's daughter stay close to her for so long without noticing. So what if she is? Nangong Jin is so dull she wouldn't even think of this. No wonder no one believed she could be queen of Manhwa. But Liang Quan, you are usually so cunning, yet you haven't suspected my true identity at all. I guess I overestimated you. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. She had thought that Liang Quan, having endured under Nangong Jin for so many years, must be extraordinary. But now, after fighting her directly, she realized he wasn't as clever as she had thought.
Who?
Who are you calling dull and stupid? Before Liang Quan could say anything, Nangong Jin's side couldn't hold back anymore. She, as a queen, had never been insulted like this before. Feng Qingyan even poked at her sore spot. She cared most about being called unfit to sit as queen compared to Nangong Ling. Are you talking about yourself? Am I wrong? Feng Qingyan laughed loudly. Although she was speaking to Liang Quan, she was actually trying to provoke Nangong Jin. Only by making her lose control could they find a good chance to act against Mu Yun and the others.
You.
How dare you humiliate me like this? Send someone to bring Elder Li, that old fool. I want him to kneel and apologize immediately, or I will personally kill him. By this time, Nangong Jin was still acting like an emperor, but she could no longer bear it. Frustrated with Feng Qingyan, she could only take her anger out on Elder Li. She ordered someone to bring old Master Li forward, then held a sword to his neck and threatened Feng Qingyan. Nangong Jin, don't forget, he is now your last life-saving token. Do you really dare to do this? Feng Qingyan spoke while analyzing the possibility of saving him. She also exchanged a quick glance with old Master Li. Who says I don't dare? Nangong Jin said firmly, but her hand holding the sword hesitated. Old Master Li and Feng Qingyan had no relation, so there was no need to care about his life or death. Young princess, you don't need to worry about my life. I'm old and have lived enough. You must cut down this foolish ruler for the people of Manhwa. Old Master Li, having been an official for many years, was experienced and quick-witted. He immediately understood Feng Qingyan's plan and loudly cooperated.
You
old thing, you're really tired of living. Do you believe I will fulfill your wish now? Nangong Jin didn't expect old Master Li to come out and ruin her plan at this moment. She was instantly angry, raising her sword to threaten. As Nangong Jin raised her sword, Feng Qingyan quickly shot her with a gun, aiming at her wrist and pulling the trigger. The bullet shot through her wrist instantly. Nangong Jin cried out in pain like a pig, and her sword fell. Old Master Li's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, watching the sword above his head slice past him. His heart was in his throat. Meanwhile, Mu Yun and others quickly attacked Nangong Jin's men. Feng Qingyan kicked Nangong Jin away, then pulled old Master Li to a safe place. Thank you, young princess, for saving my life. Old Master Li, unaccustomed to such intense scenes, trembled with fear, and his words were a bit awkward. Old Master Li, there's no need for courtesy. Feng Qingyan remained calm and nodded slightly. Mu Yun and his team worked efficiently, quickly taking down Nangong Jin's men. They brought Nangong Jin before Feng Qingyan. "Princess, what should we do with her?" Nangong Jin's status was special, so Mu Yun dared not decide on his own and had to ask Feng Qingyan. My hand, my hand." Nangong Jin's wrist was hit by Feng Qingyan's gun, likely ruined. She looked at her hand, her mind seeming to go crazy. "I don't know if I was frightened or unable to accept the reality before me. Let her live for now. Leave her fate to Lord Li and the others. When my mother and the others arrive, we will decide what to do." Feng Qingyan also couldn't interfere in the affairs of the southern Yu royal family, so she decided to let them handle it themselves. After dealing with Nangong Jin, it was Liang Quan's turn. Liang Quan returned with a team of elite soldiers, thinking Feng Qingyan was alone. Even if she was very powerful, she couldn't possibly have 3 heads and 6 arms to handle so many people at once. But when he saw Mu Yun and others appear, he immediately hesitated. No wonder Feng Qingyan was so confident she had a backup plan. The people outside were probably working with her. Now, with threats from both inside and outside, the situation was really complicated. However, Liang Quan remembered he had a secret weapon, so he didn't panic too much. Right now, he could only fight hard. "Brothers, kill these people, and you'll earn great credit. In the future, you'll be heroes of Southern Yu, promoted and rewarded with wealth and honor." Liang Quan's ability to bluff was probably learned from Nangong Jin. He was talking big, claiming they would earn great merit. Let him dream on. "Mu Yun, all these small soldiers are now under your command." Feng Qingyan, tired from fighting, had her people, including those arranged by Liang Quan and Nangong Jin, come out of hiding, so there was no need for her to fight directly. Mu Yun immediately received the order and prepared for battle. He had been watching from the shadows earlier and was eager to join the fight now. Seeing this, Liang Quan also ordered his men to prepare for battle. He brought over 1,000 elite soldiers, while Mu Yun and his group were only a dozen or so. He didn't believe they could fight 10 to 1. Mu Yun led his men to engage Liang Quan's soldiers. Feng Qingyan sat down casually, crossing her legs and watching the scene like a leisurely spectator. As the top secret guard of Xiaominji, Mu Yun's martial skills were naturally excellent. His men were also top-tier experts from the first tower of the world, usually engaged in killing. Killing had to be efficient. They wouldn't use 2 strikes if one could do the job. Mu Yun and his men moved like a head-cutting machine, swiftly striking and quickly taking down many enemies. The elite soldiers at the back were stunned and scared, quickly fleeing in all directions. They no longer had the courage to fight. Liang Quan suddenly found himself completely isolated and helpless. "All of you, you cowards, come back at once," he shouted angrily, watching the soldiers run away. They were truly useless. Just a few dozen people had scared them all away. "Master, these people are specially trained. Our men are no match for them. What should we do?" his personal guard asked repeatedly. If this continued, their forces wouldn't last long. These enemies were too terrifying. Liang Quan frowned hard, looking at Mu Yun and the others about to reach him. It seemed he had to use his last protective charm. He leaned close to his guard and gave some instructions. The guard immediately went to carry them out. Soon after, Nangong Li was brought in by 2 people.
"Stop.
All of you, stop now. If you don't, I will kill Nangong Li. He's your future little prince. Don't you care about his life?" Liang Quan shouted. He had planned to use the emperor to command the lords, but now his plan surprisingly came in handy. Nangong Li was the son of Nangong Ling. Feng Qingyan wouldn't ignore him. Liang Quan looked at Feng Qingyan proudly and shouted. With Nangong Li in his hands, Feng Qingyan couldn't defeat him no matter how strong she was. Just then, people outside the altar also attacked. Feng Zhan, Nangong Ling, Zhou Jin, and others rushed over and saw what was happening. "Liang Quan, you beast.
Let my son go now."
"Release him," Nangong Ling shouted, tears streaming down her face when she saw Nangong Li. She used to be wise and brave enough to seek power, but now, older and tortured by Nangong Jin for many years, her spirit was almost broken. especially seeing her son, whom she had only seen once since birth. Nangong Ling had no more reason left. Now she was not the little princess of Manhwa, she was just a mother worried about her child's safety. Don't be upset, Suner. Yener knows what to do. She won't let Ali be harmed. Feng Zhan comforted her immediately. Although he was also worried about Nangong Li's safety, now is not the time for impulsiveness. He also believed that Feng Qingyan would never ignore Nangong Li's safety. When Nangong Li heard Nangong Ling's voice, he looked up at Nangong Ling and Feng Zhan, with no fear in his eyes. There was even a hint of excitement. Are you my mother? Although his tone was a question, Nangong Li already had the answer in his heart. His mother was truly kind and gentle, just like his sister, and cared for him deeply. This was what a mother should be like. As for Feng Zhan, he didn't speak, but from his appearance and worried expression, Nangong Li knew that Feng Zhan was his father. Ali, I am your mother. I am your mother. I'm sorry, Ali. Nangong Ling's eyes turned red with grief as she looked at her son, overwhelmed with sadness. Don't worry, mother. Ali is fine. Seeing Nangong Ling so heartbroken, Nangong Li felt a deep pain and quickly comforted her. Feng Qingyan had prepared well in advance. She knew that the danger Nangong Ling saw was not as serious as she thought. Nangong Ling, if you want your son to be safe, immediately order your troops to retreat. Also, prepare a few carriages to send me out of the city. Liang Quan watched this scene and was quite pleased. He knew that he had no chance of winning now, so he could only retreat to save his own life. At this moment, Xiao Minji arrived and came to Feng Qingyan, asking about the current situation. Feng Qingyan gently shook her head at him. Liang Quan probably didn't realize who was around Nangong Li. Earlier, to avoid alarming the enemy, Feng Qingyan had instructed Luo Tian and others to cooperate with Nangong Jin and Liang Quan's plans. So Liang Quan didn't know that Nangong Li's people had already changed. An defeated opponent still has such a big mouth. We might as well send you on your way now. Feng Qingyan chuckled softly. Liang Quan's elite soldiers were no longer a threat. They were already at their wits' end. There was no need for them to keep pretending.
Deal.
Do you really not care whether Nangong Li lives or dies? Liang Quan saw Feng Qingyan smile and felt something was wrong. Nangong Ling's heart tightened. She didn't care about Liang Quan's life or death, but she absolutely couldn't let Nangong Li be hurt. She was about to speak, but Feng Zhan stopped her. Ah, Sun, we must trust Yener. Feng Zhan shook his head toward Nangong Ling. He knew how much Feng Qingyan loved Nangong Li. From the moment he realized Nangong Li was his own younger brother, he cared for him deeply and protected him. He would never fight without preparation. So now, they should just wait and see and not ruin Feng Qingyan's plan. Nangong Ling loved his son very much, but also knew her impulsiveness could cause trouble for Feng Qingyan and make Nangong Li more in danger. She tightly held Feng Zhan's hand, and both looked at Nangong Li with concern. Nangong Li also saw their worry and gently shook his head at them. He was truly considerate and made people feel sad. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji exchanged a glance, then signaled to Luo Tian and others to prepare for action. Liang Quan, are you still worried about your own life? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Minji, Mo Yun, and others moved at the same time. Xiao Minji quickly subdued the enemy, grabbing Liang Quan's neck. Feng Qingyan focused on removing the hidden dangers around Nangong Li. At the same time, Luo Tian suddenly leapt forward, grabbed Nangong Li, and jumped out of Liang Quan's group. He handed Nangong Li to Nangong Ling and immediately joined the fight again. Nangong Ling looked at him in disbelief. He never expected that the people around Nangong Li were actually their own. But in the blink of an eye, the situation changed completely. Ali, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Nangong Ling immediately checked on Nangong Li, examining him carefully.
Mother, Ali is fine.
Sister Yen protected him very well. You don't need to worry. Nangong Li looked at the gentle Nangong Ling and felt like he was dreaming. His mother really loved him and cared for him just as he had imagined in his dreams. Good child. Mother missed you so much. Nangong Ling pulled him into a warm hug. She had waited for this moment for too long. Just then, Feng Zhan quickly joined the fight. Xiao Minji, Feng Zhan, and the others were all top fighters, and Liang Quan's men were no match for them. Good man, spare my life. Please, I surrender. Can't we just stop fighting? Liang Quan was being choked by Xiao Minji and begged for mercy. His eyes flickered as he tried to think of some trick to escape. Mu Yun. Xiao Minji simply gave Mu Yun a look, not falling for his tricks. The next moment, Liang Quan let out a loud, pig-like scream. His tendons and ligaments were all torn apart. Liang Quan was defeated, and his elite soldiers could no longer fight for him. They all surrendered easily. This rebellion, led by Liang Quan and involving Yu Wenjing and others, was completely crushed. Fortunately, Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji's side suffered no injuries. Before Zhou Jin and others could even act, everything was over. It's truly impressive. These 9th Prince and 9th Princess of Daxia are like gods. Even Feng Zhan, the great general of Daxia, had to admire them. We are saved. We are saved. Long live the young prince and young princess. Li Guang and other officials finally relaxed, their hearts finally at ease. Now, Nanyue is in chaos, and the people suffer greatly. Young prince, I humbly ask you to take charge and lead us to restore Nanyue. At this moment, Zhou Jin stepped forward carefully. A country cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Given Nanyue's current situation, Nangongling is the most suitable choice. Please, young prince, worry for the people of Nanyue. We will do our best and swear loyalty to you. The officials all knelt down, begging Nangongling to take the throne of Nanyue. Nangongling frowned slightly. Over the years, she owed too much to Feng Zhan and the children. Now, she just wants her family to be safe and together, with no desire to involve herself in Nanyue's politics. But she is still the young princess of Nanyue. She cannot just watch Nanyue fall apart. No matter what you choose, I will support you. Feng Zhan saw Nangongling's dilemma and smiled at her, patting her hand. The Daxia of today is no longer the same as before. As long as their family is together, anywhere is fine. He has already sent a letter back to Nanjia, and Feng Baiting will arrive soon. Ah Zhan, Nangongling was deeply moved. Feng Zhan's understanding gave her great strength. At this moment, Nangongling looked at Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji beside her. The crisis in Nanyue was only resolved thanks to them. She also wanted to hear their opinions. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji exchanged a glance, and Xiao Minji nodded to Feng Qingyan. He had no objections and would follow his wife's wishes. Mother, just make your own decision. No matter what you choose, we will support you unconditionally, Feng Qingyan said. She didn't care much about power or status anyway. Mother, Ailey also supports you. Nangongli quickly agreed. Nangongling's eyes were red. Having family members support her without question was probably the happiest thing in the world. Prime Minister Zhou, Li the Elder has received the order. Nangong Jin is reckless and unruly, so his throne will be abolished, and he will be imprisoned for life. Liang Quan has formed factions and plotted rebellion. He will be taken out to Wu Gate and beheaded publicly. Other officials who wish to surrender will be restored to their positions, while rebels will be thrown into the dungeon for further investigation. With the support of Feng Zhan, Feng Qingyan, and others, Nangongling no longer needed to hold back. Her aura instantly became more commanding. She calmly arranged the affairs of the court and ordered the soldiers to thoroughly clear out the rebel forces at the altar. Then she led everyone back to the palace. Everything was in order. Nangongling returned to the palace, feeling deeply emotional. She looked at Feng Zhan, Feng Qingyan, and Nangong Jin, feeling very grateful. If her mother hadn't tolerated Nangong Jin's greed back then, perhaps today's tragedy wouldn't have happened. But it was a good thing that they were now reunited. The family happily shared a reunion dinner. Nangong Jin talked a lot with Feng Qingyan and Nangong Li. Is Ailey sleepy? Would you like to sleep with Mother tonight? He asked. It was getting late. Seeing Nangong Li yawn, Nangong Jin asked. Yes, yes, Nangong Li said excitedly. He had never slept with his mother before and longed for her embrace. Yenner, I'll take my brother to rest first. You and Ai should go back and rest early, Nan Gongling said. Over the past 2 days, she had observed Xiao Minji and was quite satisfied with her son-in-law. Her daughter had grown up and found her happiness, which made her very happy. Okay, mother. Hurry and take your brother to rest, Feng Qingyan said, knowing that Nan Gongling was tired after a long day and urged her to rest. With the change of power in Manhwa, there are still many problems left by Nan Gongjin that she needs to handle tomorrow. Yenner, your mother's health. After Nan Gongjin left, Feng Zhan looked worried and asked Feng Qingyan. He didn't want to interfere with Nan Gongling's decisions, but he was really concerned about her health. It's a long-standing problem that has developed over many years. He truly didn't want Nan Gongling to overwork herself for the sake of Nanyue's affairs. They had been apart for so many years. In the future, they just wanted to live peacefully and happily in old age. Father, don't worry. Although my mother's illness has left some root problems, with some time to recover, she will get better. I will take care of her. Feng Qingyan couldn't promise everything, but she was an expert in medicine. The first time she saw Nan Gongling, she did a full check on her health. Based on her condition, she prepared special medicine tailored to her illness. This medicine can repair damaged bones and organs, promote the body's regeneration, and speed up recovery. Really? That's wonderful. Yenner, you've worked hard. During these years when your parents were away, you must have suffered a lot. Feng Zhan looked at Feng Qingyan with a look of concern. He found it hard to imagine what an orphan without parents had gone through to become so strong. She was skilled in martial arts, medicine, business, and many other areas, which must have taken extraordinary perseverance. He felt guilty as a father for not protecting her better. It's what a daughter should do. Father, don't worry. I still have my grandfather. With his love for Yenna, how could he let me suffer? Feng Qingyan naturally wouldn't tell Feng Zhan that their real daughter had long been killed by Feng Yinian and the others. She could see how much Feng Zhan loved the original owner. She would live well for the heroine, treating Feng Zhan, Nan Gongling, and Nan Gongli as her own family. Good child, when your grandfather also comes to Nanyue, our family will be together again. Feng Zhan smiled happily. His daughter had truly grown up and become his pride. Feng Qingyan and Xiao Minji temporarily stayed in the Nanyue palace. The situation in Nanyue was not yet completely stable. They still needed to take charge of the overall situation. Although Nan Gongling had many officials supporting her, she had been away for too long and was not familiar with present-day Nanyue. Her strength was also much weaker than before. Moreover, she had now married into the Daxia dynasty, which naturally caused some people to feel dissatisfied. These obstacles needed to be cleared one by one. The next morning, Nan Gongling officially took over the governance of Nanyue and dealt with the issues left by the recent rebellion. Feng Qingyan had nothing urgent to do, so she made the medicine she previously researched into easy-to-take pills. She also prepared a set of topical ointments. Take 1 pill in the morning and evening each day. Apply the ointment after bathing, along with massage. The medicine will work better and help relieve fatigue. Feng Qingyan handed the prepared medicine to Feng Zhan and explained how to use it. Feng Zhan remembered everything and even asked Feng Qingyan about the massage techniques. It was clear he intended to do it himself. During the massage, my father-in-law can use some internal energy. It will make the effect even better. Xiao Minji couldn't help but share his own experience with Feng Zhan. For him, this kind of thing was definitely something he was experienced in. It does seem to have a different effect. Feng Zhan raised an eyebrow, trying the technique Feng Qingyan taught him, injecting a bit of internal energy and indeed feeling more comfortable. This is my practical experience, Xiao Minji said proudly, not at all feeling embarrassed about giving his wife a massage. He married her to care for her. Yes, I want to practice more too. If you have more experience, tell me. Feng Zhan was very pleased with Xiao Minji's performance, acting as if he couldn't lose to his son-in-law. Feng Qingyan looked at the two men with a helpless smile. They say that the more capable a man is, the more he cares for his wife. Only those men who lack ability tend to have temper tantrums all day, acting domineering at home, treating their wives like maids and being picky. Sometimes it's not without reason. A good marriage is when a man pampers his wife like a child and the wife responds with endless tenderness. A bad marriage is when a man drives his wife to madness. He only sees her irritable temper but doesn't realize how much she suffers inside. Meanwhile, Nan Gongling, along with Prime Minister Zhou and elderly, along with a few other respected officials, discuss the future of Manhwa. Currently, South Vietnam, under Nan Gongjin's rule, is just an empty shell. The treasury is empty, and the people are suffering. Solving these problems is very difficult. The only ideas they have now are to do their best to reduce taxes, recruit talented people, and help the common people have enough food and clothing. When Nan Gongjin returned, she was clearly not in a good mood. What's wrong? Is it difficult to solve the problems? Feng Zhan quickly stepped forward to ask. He knew that a country just recovering from rebellion would not be easy to manage. Based on Nan Gongjin's past actions, the country had already been badly damaged by her. To completely overthrow and rebuild would take a lot of effort and time. In the end, whether South Vietnam could return to normal and develop step by step was uncertain. South Vietnam is now a mess. The treasury is empty, and the officials are busy with their own affairs. During my absence, Nan Gongjin only cared about enjoying herself. She kept collecting taxes year after year, making life even harder for the people. Now, South Vietnam is full of wounds and suffering everywhere. Even with my best wishes, I can't restore its prosperity quickly. Moreover, South Vietnam doesn't have enough money to make big changes or restart production. Nan Gonglin, Feng Zhan, Feng Qingyan, and Xiao Minji naturally didn't hide their thoughts and explained the current situation of South Vietnam to them. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. This was Nan Gongjin's homeland, where she grew up. When she talked about South Vietnam's development with her mother, she always spoke with hope and dreams. But now, the situation is so bad that there seems to be no clear way forward. In simple terms, they lack money and people. Everyone is on edge, and the people no longer have hope for the royal family. She wanted to do her best, but didn't know where to start. Without money, she had no confidence, and everything was difficult to do. No one was willing to work hard for her. The officials seemed to support her on the surface, but they only said so. What could they really do to support her? Mother, don't worry about money. I have plenty of silver. Last night, I sent 300,000 taels of gold to you. It should arrive soon. You can use it for emergencies. In a few days, I will also total the income from other shops in Daxia. You don't need to worry about the silver needed for future plans. Feng Qingyan had already thought of this problem. Manhwa now needs silver the most. As long as there is silver, nothing cannot be done. Yes, the silver issue is not a big problem. Filling the Manhwa treasury with silver from the Ninth Prince's warehouse should not be difficult. They are already on their way. Mother-in-law, don't worry too much. If it's not enough, I have a mine. Recently, I have been mining a lot of gold, which should also help in emergencies. Xiao Minji quickly spoke. He had seen the change of dynasties with his own eyes, so he was well prepared. After all, his wife's family matters are his matters. Feng Qingyan has given so much to her soldiers in the Northwest, and now he is also doing his part for her. Otherwise, it would seem that he, as her husband, is really too useless. Xiao Minji didn't tell Feng Qingyan about this in advance, so she was a bit surprised when she heard it. Filling the empty treasury of Manhwa is not a small amount of money. Xiao Minji's move is very big. He even said he would send more gold mines. Yenner, how can I repay such a great kindness from you? Nan Gongling saw their conversation and looked at them, so excited she couldn't speak. They came to her from Manhwa, saved her, did so much for her, and now they are still willing to help Manhwa further. How could Nan Gongling be so fortunate to have such a daughter and son-in-law? Mother, we are all your closest people. No need for any repayment. If my daughter faces difficulties, Mother will also help unconditionally, right? Feng Qingyan, although she loves money, values family more. Money is not worth mentioning compared to love. Yes, these are what we should do as children. Mother-in-law, don't worry about it. Xiao Minji also never experienced maternal love himself. Feng Qingyan's mother is also his mother. He is willing to do these things wholeheartedly. Good children, you are all good children. Nan Gongling looked at Feng Qingyan with tears in her eyes and silently made a firm decision. As a mother, she will never let down their kindness. She must set a good example for her children. The once radiant young prince of Manhwa seemed to have returned in an instant. Daughter believes that for Manhwa to restore its former prosperity, recruiting merchants from various countries is a good way. At the same time, we also need to develop our own industries. In areas like healthcare, agriculture, and the military, could my daughter bring all these industries from the Great Xia to Nam Viet? What does my mother think about this?